All right. It is Wednesday, 21 February 2024. Getting set up for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show pre-show. And the guys will be in soon. So, just warming up everything, getting everything set up. Everybody out there that's listening, thank you for coming and joining in tonight. Really appreciate you out there. If it wasn't for you, we wouldn't be here. Also, if you want, there's time for getting drinks, get some snacks, some food. Yeah, it's early some places. It's almost dinner time. Make sure you stay tuned in while you listen to us and while we get set up and everything ready to go. We're going to be talking probably a little bit of current events, politics. You never know what censorship's going to have. And then later on tonight, we will have, that's right, we will have the all-new Cafe Enigma radio show. And we'll talk about everything from things that are going on now, weird stuff that happens, and the paranormal. But mostly we talk about UFOs when it comes to paranormal. But that's all right. Sometimes we have our friend Jack Carey come in and talk about Bigfoot, Dogman, and some of these other crazy, weird creatures out there that no one seemed to know where they come from, or they've been around and been reported, but no one's ever actually caught any, and they're not actually documented. So as a actual creature, so we're looking forward to it. Let's see what we got here. I see what we got. I'd like to thank everybody out there on all the platforms that's listening, from Facebook, Rumble, Twitch, Kick, Odyssey, Rumble, Livestream, YouTube. We love you guys. Wherever you're at, near, far, up, down, anywhere you're at. Let's see. I'll be right back once we get everybody set up. We'll have everything ready to go, and I'll have all the folks connected in, and we'll start the pre-show. Hey there, Iron Goddess. Big shout out to you, doll. How you doing tonight? Yes, I do talk like that. So, over there on the Kick Chat, appreciate you. Appreciate each and every one of you. I'm getting so pumped up. I'm ready to go. I just have a feeling tonight is going to be an awesome night for streaming. Topics. There should be tons of great topics that the host will be covering for me tonight. And, through me. Because we're a hybrid show. We're not just on these video platforms, but we are also on the terrestrial radio and internet radio side. So, but we're not there yet. We will. If you're hearing us now, you're not listening to us from radio. But you guys get, everybody that listens into the streams that you're hearing us at right now, get to hear all the insider cool stuff. And behind the scenes, the pre-show, the after shows, the banter between me and the hosts between themselves, and sometimes if they have a guest, it gets kind of crazy. I love it. It's like live radio, don't you know? And we pride ourselves that we don't use cameras because we are closed optional radio. So, don't be embarrassed. Don't shy away. You know, our truth can be naked at times. We show it all and bear it too. It looks like censorship and Barry are ready to go. Let's see. Gonna join that call, and then I'm gonna take this standby right off. Do 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 do. Joining that call, if it'll let me. Do 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 do. Oh, Skype. Hello, hello, hello. Are you there? Doing really good. Looks like it says it's still trying to connect to everybody yet. How's your day been? How's your day been? Cool.
It's been nice these last few days, man. Really nice.
I'm telling you, it's been really great here too.
Yeah, like 75 and sunny, and even last night I didn't sleep with like a blanket or anything. No heat.
Wow.
Yeah, which at night is pretty rare out here. It doesn't get you don't get we don't get a lot of warm nights. Usually really cold at night.
And while we're talking, I'm going to give a shout out to the Iron Goddess over in the Kick chat. Oh, yeah.
Pardon me if I make a little bit of background noise here for a few minutes.
Oh, you're just
I'm getting
practicing
used to
making sound effects. That's all part of the
yeah,
job.
I do stuff now that I don't want to do on air. So
Yeah, well, it's better you do it than Barry opening his mail during the.
yeah, I got this coyote-looking dog out here that's been kind of circling Blue.
Uh oh.
Surprised it hasn't come over.
Is she in heat?
Blue no. He's kind of making his way over here now. I'll be ready with my taser here in
Your
5 minutes.
taser.
Scare the crap out of it. Well, I just make the noise.
Uh,
I'm not gonna taser a dog. I just make the noise that it'll run way faster than you can see. Good question, man. Going crazy. She doesn't want to see this thing. So yeah, folks, this is the pre-show. So if we're not talking a lot or anything, it's because I'm typically doing a bunch of stuff before I get ready for the show. So I get distracted. It's hard to hold a conversation. Like right now, I'm trying to do two things and watch this stray. Well, it's not stray dog. It's my neighbor's dog. But at first, I wasn't even sure if this was a coyote or not. It looks so nice with that horn. but the collar is a dead giveaway that it is not.
Not a coyote because of the color.
Yeah, the collar.
Oh, the collar.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. If a dog has cholera, all right, then
Yeah.
it probably isn't a dog. It's
Okay.
no. I'm just kidding.
No, no, no. It's
Cholera.
yeah, yeah,
You would think more dogs would have choleras around them.
yeah. No.
Oh wow, what was that? What the hell was that, man?
What do you mean?
That was
What was it?
super loud, bro.
Was it?
Yeah. It was like,
Did I hurt your eardrums?
yeah, you did. I'm
No,
glad I
it
did.
wasn't that bad. It was
I'm just glad I'm not wearing headphones. All right.
I got your all's attention, right?
Yeah, something like
Yeah.
that. Yeah.
Every time you ever enter a room, you should make that noise. What happened? I don't even know what happened. What did you
Oh
say?
my God.
Like a spaceship landing, and then you popped out.
Yeah.
Sounds like a birth almost, like a birthing process.
Oh my.
Aliens. Cocoons. They're coming out of the
Well,
cocoons
we
to
got
create
we
an egg.
got problems with aliens, man. They're coming across the wrong border.
I'm convinced Mark Zuckerberg has to be an alien, a reptoid, a
Here,
cyborg.
I want
He's
you
got to be something.
I want you to take a really good look at a picture of H.P. Lovecraft. All right? And then take a real fast look at Zuckerberg. All right? And then look back again. I tell you, they look like clones of each other. And you know, I'm not saying that the old ones didn't come down and mess with some DNA shit and stuff, but I'm just saying.
Dude, I'm telling you, we have no
Uh, you
idea
know,
just how deep the rabbit hole goes. Have you seen the new Greg Reese little mini documentary he put together on the Lucifer race? I think it's called Luciferase or something, but I call it Lucifer race. But it's that technology that basically the people who've been vaccinated, they're glowing and they're also under ultraviolet light. They glow, which could explain why some of these lights they have these blue lights popping up in the European Union all over the place.
why
I don't
is
know.
why is there so many? There's a lot of blue lights here for some reason in the streets.
That's what I'm talking
What
about.
the hell is up with that? They went from like the white to
Yeah,
the
they
halogen kind of yellowish thing, and then they went to these what was a bright orange shit, and now it's purple almost.
Well, what they
Like you're
did
under
is
black light.
they said it's a malfunction, which is can't be true because it's happening everywhere. So it's an LED malfunction. But when you look at the the knowledge that we have about this, technology, the Luciferase, that and also the people that have dry skin, it produces little filaments that come out and they glow under the ultraviolet. A specific type of ultraviolet. It has to be a specific type. And
Well,
the people that have been not vaccinated but that have so-called been shedded on,
oh no.
you shit on me, man. I'm tired of you shitting on me. No, that's not what you think I said. I said shedding. I'm tired of you shitting on me. I'm sick of your shit, man. You understand? I am sick of your shit.
Yeah.
And don't think I cussed, because I didn't, and I wasn't. I was just being completely honest. I'm tired of the shitting, and I'm tired of the nonsense and the insanity. Are you gonna take it anymore?
Oh, you got to get the bullhorn for that. Pull out the bullhorn for that, Barry.
I'm not gonna take
Oh
it.
no 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 not like that. No.
Okay, we're not allowed to do that.
I just want.
Just a rant.
Well, you can rant, but when you make it into a song, then they're gonna say, "Oh, do you have the rights to do that? Oh, do you using someone else's stuff? Oh,
Well,
we want,
he's
we want,
there too.
we, oh, we want,
That
we
guy
want a cut
censor
of
guy.
this.
Yeah.
Oh,
Like he's the
we
biggest
need
butthole
money."
when he writes that song, and then comes out like this. No, you can't use it. No.
Yeah, it wouldn't be him. It'd be like ASCAP and BMI, or one of the other great
Yeah, that's
platforms that we
yeah.
broadcast out of.
He's the guy with his he sucks. Anyway, man, the mass genocide is underway, and we're very blessed to not having been jabbed, man. We're purebloods, and that's an amazing thing. Yeah. Although I'm not concerned for myself, but I am concerned for others about the shedding thing. I think that's if that's true, which we know it is. To what degree, I'm not sure we know, but that's bad too, because that means they probably intentionally made it that way so the people that weren't going to get it would still get some of it or part of it. The the people that were shed on, they had a glowing nose but not a glowing face. Yeah. Interesting. Mm-hmm. So yeah, who knows what they're putting in that jab? And now they're at that phase where they're admitting that we might not have done everything just right, but it was totally innocent. We did the best that we could with what we had and what we knew, and there was no fraud at all whatsoever. We didn't want to harm
Right.
anybody.
Right.
At least that's what they're saying when they're being grilled at Congress or elsewhere in the news and stuff.
Oh,
Yeah, we did make a few mistakes, and
yeah.
in hindsight,
Oh,
we
yeah.
look back on it
That
now, but
script that they use for TV. Yeah, yeah, we understand that.
it
That
is a
script.
script,
Yeah,
man.
it's a script. Yeah, it's a script for TV. Yeah, we get it. Uh, paid actors, whether they're hurt looking or not. You know, their feelings were hurt, I guess.
Oh,
Oh yeah,
hurt their little feelings.
you can't hurt their feelings. Don't.
Right.
That's not very nice. Don't hurt their feelings. I just had my kids here. My daughters would be rolling in this.
That's what I think.
They'd be like, "Dad, don't hurt their feelings."
It might hurt them. They might not be able to recover. Well, if
They
you're
might.
that weak, man, you're not going to make it very far in life anyway. So might as well take a little bit of a beating every now emotionally. You need to
Yeah,
have
yeah.
that emotional
Toughen
beating
you
just
up.
to survive.
That's why we have in our chat room, in the Kick chat room, the Iron Goddess. That's right. She'll harden them up. You should see her play some first-person shooter games. Look out, cats, dogs, and kids. Oh, she'd be like spitting nails at people. Oh yeah.
Well, how's your week, man? Mine's been pretty chaotic. Someone tried to kill me driving the other day, and this morning I woke up to backing up flooding in the bathtub from sewage problem, and yeah, it's been pretty good.
I keep hearing a phone ringing, and maybe it's just me.
It's in your head, man.
It's in my,
Right?
it probably is. It probably is.
It's
I haven't took my
oh
meds
shit.
yet. I haven't took my meds yet. You have to wait on me. I can't do that until I'm getting ready to lay down and go to sleep anyways, guys. They don't want me
Are
to
you
take
hearing
my meds now.
are you hearing voices saying, I want you to go after a white supremacist. Hunt down the white supremacists. Stalk them. What's that little thing called that the guy, his little elf that he had, that he wrote elf on his little gun before he went and shot everybody up because he said he was hearing voices?
The pizza delivery guy.
What? Was he a
I
pizza?
don't
Oh, that's
know. He
right.
probably was a pizza delivery guy. You didn't tip him.
Oh yeah, I've seen some pretty funny
Did
videos
you
of
see
people trying
that?
to tip the DoorDash people.
You
They
didn't
tip
tip
them,
him, man. He gets
knocking
mad.
the food over.
Yeah,
New
I
bites at new levels, man. I've never
Yeah.
seen so many people losing their minds. It's insane, dude. I was watching just a compilation videos of that today, and I mean, just some weirdo coming up someone's door and talking just like they were like a space alien and talking like vulgar and just stuff about private parts to the guy. It was like, I'm sorry, but I think you have the wrong house. She goes, no, I have the right house. This is the exact house. I know it is.
Yeah, but if you're in the South, you might get a knock at the door, and and when you go to answer it, you might see an old lady out there saying, "Do you know Jesus?" Because we're in the South.
Yeah.
Like,
Well, that's not too bad.
yeah, yeah,
Even with that said,
yeah.
you know,
I played with that dude,
she
man.
lifted back her mask and
I
people
played with that dude. He
stood
came across the border a couple weeks ago, and then they get mad at me. I'm like, yeah, well,
One lady
hey,
went up to the house.
yeah, came up to the
She
house,
went up to
and I
she
said,
went up to the
yeah.
house and she was pushing the Republicans on him, and the guy came out and shot him. Shot her. Remember that?
No.
And it was okay because it was a Republican.
Oh yeah. Ugh.
They were just asking if they were going to vote and trying to get him to vote Republican. And the guy came out with a gun.
People were voting here today for local legislators and like sheriff and county commissioners and mayor and things like that.
I know there's a lot of DA stuff coming up. I was listening to the Texas AG,
Hmm.
Paxton,
I'm probably
talking
going to
about how
vote
those
tomorrow.
elections are hugely important.
Yeah, the local ones are your most important ones because those are the people that affect you directly.
And the local attorney generals are just crucial. That's why Soros is spending so much money to win those races.
Hmm.
I like the guys that
Did you
can't
see any of
win the
the
races. That's what I like.
Did you see any of the clips I sent you from Daniel, uh, the guy that does Texas National Movement, the president of that?
You sent to me?
No, I sent it in chat. I also sent like a music clip too about the Texas National Movement and how it's gaining more momentum again.
Yeah, I imagine it should be.
Because our tax dollars are funding the de-border of our border.
Yep.
Yeah, the insecurity of our border, I should say.
Hmm.
Right
And the
now.
Salvation Army's doing it. The Salvation Army's in on it. I mean, think about
Mm-hmm.
that. That's insane.
You
Salvation
know,
friggin' Army.
oh, what is it? Catholic services too. It's all part of that as well.
Salvation Army, Salvation Army. Remember that song? It's a terrible song. So, no. Is that one? It's a terrible song. It really is a song. That's why we need to stay on. Let's get windy. Oh, yes.
You're either in the middle of a storm or I don't know. You're dragging your mic outside the van.
Yeah, no, he just got 75 here too. He just got gas this evening. He's farting a lot, man.
Oh man, glad you're there and not here.
No, I just got a big crosswind. I was trying to put a pickup under my window, and the wind was blowing too hard through it. It was just sending it straight up in the air, and then concentrating all the wind down on my table here, so everything was blowing around. It was like pretty ugly there for a second. So I closed the window. Hey man, it's just a song again today. I don't know what it is. I gotta break that.
You know what? I'm playing Genesis for the breaks tonight,
What
just to
is
let you
that? Is
know.
that a garbage disposal?
No, that's his water. That's
That's it. He's
when he
just
turns
rinsing
his
his mouth.
water on.
No, I just gotta go some water. He's gargling, you know. He wants to have fresh breath for the show. Because it's so important in radio. It is, it is. um,
Hello, everybody over there in Rumble Land. Come on, drop some emotes. Tell us you're here. Say hi, even. We don't bite through the radio or that stream that you're catching us on. Well, not hard, that is. Unless you're pretty safe tonight because Willie's not with us. But he might be later. You never know.
you never know.
Never know. Never.
Wilder things have happened before.
That's right. We even had. What
My
would.
impersonation of CS before the show. That's pre-show impersonation. Welcome to the second hour. Pretty good, huh? Welcome. I got that part down. It's about it.
No, he don't get it yet, does he? CS. Especially when I go, and you're live and on the radio side right now. No, we're not right now.
On the radio side right now.
I like I like to put that pause in there to make you think, you know. Keep you thinking.
Shocking himself before the show. He's trying to get himself hyped up. He's got a little, what do you call those things? The
I don't want to know.
chest compression thing.
Oh, defibrillator.
I think he's got a defibrillator.
All
He's
right.
really trying to get worked up for the show, man. You gotta respect him for that. You know, I mean, he is old and kind of getting decrepit, so
Oh no no no.
anything he can do to keep it
Hey
going.
hey hey. We got him by a couple years, I think.
I know, unfortunately, he's younger than we are. He's shooting out that electricity, man. Getting high on that
One thing
electricity.
I do recommend is no shrooms before the show.
Not unless you're on the Imaginarium Delirium show. Then that's cool.
Now, Sunday nights we might be able to get away with it, but not on a Wednesday.
Well, Willie sounds like he's on shrooms, so what's the difference, right? And then there was silence.
Yeah, yeah.
You know? I will never allow that to happen. I cannot allow silence.
You
to
do.
happen.
You
Even if
you
it's not on
you
radio.
you'll let CS cat in and out, and then you'll be like, "I've been waiting for you to come back. I was waiting. Didn't jump in at all, but I was waiting for you to come back."
Honestly, I hate cutting him off, man. I feel like it's so rude and obnoxious that, you know, it's just, I don't know, man. I'm keeping
Gotta be like, "Hey, man,
Yeah. Sorry, I'm just, looking around here, looking, see who's around. Yeah, it just seems like you're cutting in, okay, and then you just start talking, and, you know, I don't know. It just seems weird.
you know,
I do it. I will
he
do it.
he'll be great all pre-show, and then like we get about almost to the first break, and then everything, all hell breaks loose, because Gary's fucking with us.
It sounded really good. Break up real
Yeah.
fast after that. Hey, speaking of, I'm gonna do that right now. I'll be right back.
All right, we got 5 minutes.
Yo, plenty of time.
And the buffer file is rolling. So we are going to be a go and right on time for the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. That's right. Right. If you're listening to us, it'll be right here. Don't go away, folks.
Don't touch
Don't.
that dial. I don't think there is a dial involved. But there could be. Not now.
Hey, it's Vent Money over in Kick. Hey, buddy, how you doing? Appreciate you, man. Thanks for dropping in. We're getting the show. The radio show is going to be going live in 5 minutes. Our host is switching up gears to get a better and cleaner connection. But I'm not sure about that, you know.
He's been doing electroshock therapy.
Yeah, doing electroshock therapy in between time. Yeah, you know. Oh well.
He's hooked
Yeah.
to Elon Musk's Neuralink. He'll just be thinking the whole show, and it'll be spitting it out with an AI avatar that sounds just like him. You won't actually be hearing his voice tonight. This is Elon Musk's Neuralink technology, and we're giving it to you guys first.
Free. Free. That's right. Free. Free tonight only. And you'll hear it live through us on DREAGUS Productions. That's right. And it'll be free. Free, damn it. Free. Yeah.
I mean, it's confusing enough.
You don't have to subscribe to get this. You just have to follow. All right? Follow and comment. You know?
But
Subscribing does, you know, if you do subscribe and tip, you know, hey, that's a good thing for, you know, the veterans out there and that will later probably have to be connected up to it. And you know, that includes myself, you know, because I'm one of those crazy vets, you know, like, hey,
yeah, he's a veterinarian.
yeah, not veterinarian.
He's a veterinarian.
No, I'm not. I
So,
don't do,
cyborg dogs.
cyborg dogs.
Hamsters.
Yeah, no, well,
He dissects hamsters for science class.
no, not really. You know,
Well, not really.
they
You don't, though.
no, they tried to get me to take a job collecting sweat from the taint of a badger, and I'm like, no, I don't care how much money you're paying me. I'm not doing that. That could be dangerous work, you know. You know, I'm telling you, badgers are pretty sensitive. I watched them when they took and I had the interview and all that. It was not good.
I've heard you don't want a badger in the home.
No, no.
That's just right.
You leave them alone. You know, that's the best. Take them out to the forest, you know, let them do what badgers and wolverines do. You know? You know? Yeah. Hey, bears don't mess with them. Why should I? You know?
There you go.
You know, when was the last time you seen a bear try to collect sweat from the taint of a badger?
Never.
Okay. And you won't see this guy do it either.
And case closed. Book is closed. Let me give you a sound effect for that. Ready? Case is closed. Book slam. How about some page turning? You with that? Some ASMR?
No, we don't need that tonight. We're not. I didn't list that as part of my stream description. You can't do that. All right, don't do that. I'll have to go back through and try to change it. Then they'll make me stop streaming shit. No, don't do that. Don't do that. Yeah, no. No, they'll change my category without telling me. I don't like that. I like knowing what category I'm in when I stream.
What would you say our genre is? Dystopian science fiction?
No, we are commentary. We are commentary. And you got 30 seconds.
Oh no.
Commentary and current events. Look out.
Is there enough time to
I doubt it.
I don't know.
Do you have a flat? Well, no, I stopped. All right. Here's your countdown. Five, four, three, two, one, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Radio show Wednesday night edition. We are here tonight with Bullhorn Barry. How you doing, buddy?
Man, that was. Did you do that echo effect there at the beginning?
I don't know what that was.
That was
just
impressive,
stopped me in
man.
my tracks there.
Oh man, yeah, give me that effect. I like that.
1 second of hardcore echo in there. I don't know where that came from.
That came from me.
Anyway,
I'm
how you
bumping
doing
you
today,
guys
man?
up.
Hey man, it's
On the
nice and
sound.
warm out. I wore my shorts today. T-shirt, you know, like 75 here in Oklahoma.
Yeah, same thing here in Arizona. Beautiful shorts weather. I was anticipating the sunset coming up here after the show, and so I put on a hoodie, thinking that it would be really nice to have a hoodie on a little bit later, and it might very well be, but right now it's just a bad call, right?
Too warm. Too warm.
Kind of. Yeah, I'm pretty hot in this thing right now.
But you look cool
I
with the
think, you
hoodie
know,
on.
But we got 3 hours of radio, so by the time we're done with the show, I should be cozy and comfy, and it'll cool off a little bit. Although, last one of the first nights I didn't have the heat on. I didn't even have a blanket. I just basically crashed out on with nothing, and was very very comfy.
That's the best way
You
to
know?
fight Bidenflation is just wait for these warm days and run nothing.
Yeah, exactly. We're in that perfect time of year where you don't have to AC or heat. You're
Exactly.
just
Just open up the
Sort of.
windows and just do it.
Mm-hmm. And the beautiful life about living in an RV is as soon as it gets warm, I just go to the next spot where it'll be 75 in the day and 50 at night, and just, chase that weather.
Yeah,
It's a beautiful thing.
you're so lucky. So lucky.
Being a snowbird. I'm a little ahead of my days for it, but yeah, it's the snowbird life. It's a lot of fun. I can't tell you how much I really like Arizona. I mean, of all the states I've been to, I've spent a lot of time out here by now, and it is just really kind of the best mix of anything you want. I mean, do you want 4 seasons? You want tons of snow? You want to ski powder? It's got it. It's got all that.
Have you ever
Got whatever you want.
considered parking real close to the border in
Which
Arizona?
border? The Mexican border?
Sure. Why not?
Or the New Mexico border, or the California border, or the Arizona border, or the Nevada border, or Utah.
Wherever the illegal immigrants are flowing.
They're starting to get pushed out this way more now that Abbott is cracking down in Texas. I was just reading that like 70-some% of them are coming through this way. And a couple days ago, I took a road trip a couple towns over, and I could see it there. I don't see it where I'm at, but I see it there. Lots of new immigrants, new Americans running around, the new citizens. as they like to call them,
That's what they're calling them, as an American. But I thought to be an American, you had to be an American citizen.
Yeah. No, well, you just got to vote.
Well, you don't have to be an American citizen to vote if you're a Democrat.
Wow. Elon Musk made a statement like that about a week or two ago, and everyone's heads blew up. Well, yes, you do, and yada, yada. And he started citing, references of, here's this city, San Francisco, you can vote in local elections.
Yeah.
And there are even some states where they make it so easy to get on the voting rule that if you even just get any interaction with the DMV, suddenly you're in there and they'll mail one to your house, with some articles that he referred to when trying to back up that claim. And that's something else. If you just interact with the DMV, suddenly you get a vote sent to your house. Why aren't you a citizen at that point? You might as well be if you're voting.
You got the rights of a citizen, then saying you're a citizen. But problem is, they're not.
Yeah, it's an in this country that is reaching 10%, maybe even 15% of our population are undocumented.
Yeah. They've got a big plan
people who are
billions to be coming over in Europe and in North America. We're talking billions over, a period of time. So, that's never going to happen because Trump's going to come back and he's going to shut that down immediately. But they are doing some damage right now.
Yeah. They recently passed a bill that they were calling, the EU did, that they were calling like the George Soros immigration bill. And they were saying it would open the door to as many as 750 million people migrating to Europe over the next decade, which is a stunning number. I mean, just a huge number. It's
that's almost a billion, man. 3/4 of a billion people.
And with Europe, it's okay. America's this great big melting pot that has a culture, but it's sort of it's a new culture. It's one that we sort of invented as this melting, and the French people and the Germans and all these people from all over the world came together to form a society. We came up with our own, movies and our own music and all the other, requirements to become a. But then you look at some of these countries like France, France has its own language. It's got its own distinct people. It's got its own everything. Everything about French is French. France is French. Yet when you import a majority of people that have no affiliation to that culture and don't even bother speaking the language, when do you cease to become France? When are you a new melting pot, a hybrid between what was the old France and this new quote unquote France?
Yeah. Well, what if it just totally turns the culture completely upside down and those that are coming over, the predominant areas that are coming over, becomes the new culture? Well, you just destroyed France. You literally destroyed France. And if that happened to America, freedom would be gone.
Yeah.
Because there's no nation of people that are coming over here that have the kind of freedoms, or at least the kind of freedoms that we believe in here. And if they don't honor that.
They could be taught to learn it and understand it, but there's no system in place to do that.
Well, I'm just saying maybe they want to come over here to do away with freedom. I know a lot of people in the Middle East, they don't like freedom. Yeah. They like a more dictatorial type Sharia law type of thing.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's the point, when Europe is seeing the vast majority of their new citizens, their migrants are Muslim. So once they crack that 51% threshold, it's over, and it's gonna domino. It's gonna cascade. One country, another, and then before you know it, the entire EU is a Sharia law zone. So it will happen. It's just a matter of time. It's a matter of when it'll happen. It's going to happen before 2100, I would say, for sure. 2050, probably. Somewhere in that time zone. Another 20 some years, 20, 30 years. This is my guess. I don't know. What do you think? Think it'll take that long?
I don't know, man. I think everything's kind of up for grabs, but I'm confident that here in America, we're going to put a stop to this nonsense and this insanity and preserve our nation, our culture, our Constitution, all the things that matter. I think that's going to be preserved. I think it's just going to be a fierce battle to actually come out on top. We really haven't we just now started engaging. Things have not come to a head at all. We're not even close to that. I mean, eventually that's going to happen, where we butt heads with these commies and these socialist commies and Marxists, you know what I'm saying? These New World Order gurus. We're going to definitely come just butting our heads together. And I look forward to that moment. And I'm talking figuratively speaking. I'm not talking literally physically fighting.
Well, probably not. I mean, I don't know. It's a scary world. At some point, somebody's going to try to succeed, like Texas. We were just talking about that before the show, that this movement is sort of increasing to succeed. Well, what does that mean if it passes and they actually leave the United States and become their own country? How is that any different than the Civil War?
Well, it's peaceful.
Right?
It's peaceful. It's not violent.
They wanted they wanted to succeed from the Union peacefully before the Civil War. They would have happily done it. The South would have.
Oh, you're saying that if say Texas did try to secede, the Biden regime would, turn violent on.
Yeah, sure. Or possibly Trump regime could say, hey, don't do this. We're not gonna lose Texas on my watch. You know what I mean? So would any president really want to be the guy that stood there and just leave on their own versus, say, Abraham Lincoln, who started a civil war and went down as the president in all of world history?
I think
Because of
most
it.
people see seceding as last resort, though. Right
yeah.
now, it's just threats. It's just, rhetoric. It's got to get to a point to where there is no turning back for America. Is gone. America is lost. We're not at that point right now. We're still in the fight. We're making some serious progress, and we're going head to toe with the globalists and the liberals right now. I mean, it's nip and tuck, man. They get the upper hand, we get the upper hand, they get the upper hand. So we're not out of this race. But when it gets to that point, like if Biden were to win and he started doing all kinds of insane dictatorial things, and there was no coming back from that, then that seceding would be a real option. And I would imagine that more than half of the United States would do that. Nobody, I think even some liberal states would secede as well. They don't want to live under, some sort of dictatorial regime.
Unless they control the power. If they can control the power, then they'll go along and play along, right? But if they don't get the money, the wealth, and the power, it's going to get ugly. You know what I mean? And I don't know what to say about that. I think back to like a tavern in the South before the Civil War where they said, hey, no one wants this, but we can't live under this regime, these globalists up north, right? You can almost hear the same kind of language being used.
Yeah.
And they didn't want it, and it happened anyway. And a million people died or something. So what would that look like today? I don't know. If Texas tried to doodly succeed by following the laws, going to the courts, going through the whole thing, you could still see a Biden, or like I say, even a Trump saying, no way, not on my watch. Not going to happen.
I don't see Trump doing anything violent. I think he would. He's pretty a persuasive guy, man. He's probably the most diplomatic president we've ever had.
Yeah.
I mean, he talked down Rocket Man. And Obama said your toughest opponent is going to be Rocket Man in North Korea. That is exactly what Obama said. And even Bush Jr. said the greatest axis of evil when he was the president was North Korea. And he tamed North Korea with simple rhetoric.
Rocket Man.
I did it. Or had a part
it's kind
of
of funny how easy that was. I mean, that was a big part of it, though. Just his mentality towards him. Look, Rocket Man, I got a button. Mine works.
Yeah, he cut him down to the size that he really is and let him see it. And then they had their little private conversations on top of that who knows what exactly transpired. But I'm sure it was, I would love to have been a fly on the wall. Let's put it that way.
And they met and they had relations and things calmed down after that, and now they're right back up with North Korea. We are rattling the saber again because no one pay attention anymore. They don't pay attention. They pay attention when Trump was there.
Maybe that's what it is. Maybe he just wants a little attention,
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the guy's just lonely over there in North Korea. Who knows?
Yeah, he wants to be taken seriously. He wants, you can tell he just really wants people to say, "Ooh, you're a big scary guy." You're not running some little dystopian country that can't barely keep the lights on. You're a big important guy. The country, one of the wealthiest countries in the world. If you go to any other country in the world, it's a beautiful place.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah. Yeah, he just wants that
It's
record.
not a tourist hotspot. Let's just put it that way.
He just wants Dennis Rodman to come over and hang out with him, get some
That's so
some famous
bizarre
people
too.
come hang out with me. Come please be friend.
And he brought some basketball players over with him as well. And they had basketball games and just were hanging out basketball.
That's a big deal. Yeah, exactly. It's a big deal for him. That was a big win. Look, and even getting Trump to come over and walk with him through that garden, that was a big deal. Recognized by the department, and so now they're buddies. They're friends. But anyway, speaking of that side of the world, let's go to an article here from the Daily Mail. Okay, health department, dailymail.com. Revealed U.S. is collaborating with Chinese scientists to make strains more infectious and deadly as part of a $1 million project, despite fears similar tests unleash COVID.
Exactly.
You know, really go again.
Yeah.
Here we
Yeah,
go
here we
again.
go again. I
Yeah.
don't tell you everything you need to know, though. They really want to release another. That's all that can mean, because there's no possible way. I mean, pretty much understands the problem since COVID, right? We understand the real problem of these labs. It's not the people that don't get it. It's these mad scientists and the governments that don't get it just quite yet. Or they do get it, or they do get it, and they want to release another one. It's the latter. I believe they want to make another one and they want to kill more people because it's a depopulation plan, and people need to understand that is a real possibility.
The research quoting here, I'm sorry, from Twitchy, which is actually quoting from Daily Mail. Sorry. Research involves infecting ducks and geese with different strains of virus to make them more infectious, and to study the virus's potential to jump onto mammalian hosts, according to research documents. Here's the kicker. It's being funded through the U.S. Department of Agriculture, and collaborating studies will take place at Georgia, Beijing, and Edinburgh in Scotland. Department of Agriculture trying to make diseases that can go from, geese and to humans.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's insane.
Now, duck and geese are very, very popular birds in China, by the way, for human consumption. Not as much here in America, but duck is that's on the menu and
get Aldi's. So yeah,
yeah, it's around. But what they really want, though, the Department of Agriculture. Why would they do this? What happened if this thing came over here and started infecting chickens?
I think that's the whole plan. That's the plan. They want it to happen. I mean, why do you think that they keep saying over there, World Health Organization and the WEF and all those different global entities, they keep saying disease X is going to come. It's going to be far worse than the pandemic. Disease X, disease X, disease X. Well, they've got it being made right now.
Yeah. And it's scary stuff. This is what nightmares are made of. And we warned everyone about this before COVID, for the first time, that these labs were likely the sources of this. And warning you again, they're doing it again. Fauci's got his fingerprints all over it, I bet you money, right? And the results will be the same. You keep doing the same thing over and over to get the same results. So, yeah, when this comes out again, it'll turn out we were paying for it. Great.
I bet you money it's not the highest security level either. What do you bet? What do you bet? If you were to do some research, you'd find out it's not the highest security level. They want it instead of whatever. I think 5 is like the highest security level. Yeah. They probably have it at a 2 or a 3 so that it does get let out. Sort of like you see in all these Hollywood movies, like Ultraviolet. What was that other movie? Resident Evil. There's always this virus that escapes. Oh, it accidentally escapes. Oh, it's preconditioning with that propaganda. Ready for it when it actually happens, and then they believe that. They go, oh, well, it just accidentally got let out. By the way, what Deborah Burke said happened was the most likely scenario, which we've talked about before. I've done podcasts. I've gone into detail with her actual interview, looked at the transcript. I've listened to her view. She basically said that that's probably what happened, that somebody was working on a vaccine for the COVID. They got infected by it. And then they didn't know they had it because it was asymptomatic and then spread it everywhere. It was a total accident, if you believe that.
Yeah. And, who knows? It got out, though, because they're level 5 security, it's like a level 2 or a level, It's got all this stuff in place, but it isn't used right. The other half is out of, you step in a little room and it sucks the air out. Well, that doesn't work, so don't worry about it. Down with some Windex, you'll be fine. With that kind of level. You can't, shut down the whole lab.
We talk about this because if it does happen, you will have been warned, and then you'll know how to kind of analyze it once it happens. You'll know not to believe whatever propaganda the fake news tells you. You'll remember us that we're telling you this is probably going to happen, and this is how it might happen.
Yeah, what it'll look like, where it'll come from, who funded it, all that stuff. You'll think back and go, boy, the Daily Mail was covering this stuff way back in the day, and Censorship Sucks show reported it, but nothing else did. No one else did. We were just left in the dark as far as the mainstream media is concerned about this type of stuff going on.
Oh, yeah, and think
So-
they've already got a trial run. They know how to basically lock everything down, and it'll be much strict this time because they're working on that treaty over there at the WEF right now in the World Health Organization, a treaty that's going to be far more dictatorial, far more tyrannical, and you're going to have way more top-down government control than before because they've already gone through it. The COVID-19 was the drill. So they are ready for the real thing now. They want to implement this treaty, have all the nations sign on to it before they release it.
Oh yeah, yeah, and these treaties include like the world having the ability to impose lockdowns on any country they want to. They can just point a finger at the United States, say you're locked down, right? You're a phase 4 lockdown, and that means you can only leave the house when you have to. The levels, and they'll explain them all to you, and code warning, color warnings, and all that stuff. It's coming. And they can do it to any country they want. If you're good, you don't get locked down so much. If you're bad, if you're hungry, you get the full treatment. And I mean Hungary, the country.
Yeah.
They are, just hated by the EU. They are part of it, but they don't want anything to do with all the migrants and everything. And gosh, we just sent a delegation of bipartisan, senators and congressmen over to Hungary, and they wouldn't even meet with them. They couldn't even get a meeting.
Wow.
Which I find brilliant. My hat's off to you guys. Don't meet with America. Because, America comes over and says, hey, this is what's going to happen. You're going to sign this deal. You're going to take the migrants. You're going to send more money to Ukraine. You're going to take in these people. You're going to do this. You're going to do that, and you're going to like it. No, they're their own country. They don't have to listen to us. Why would they listen to us? Because we can sanction them. Well, I thought we were allies. Why are you going to sanction me, brah? Don't sanction me, brah.
Don't tase me. Don't sanction me. Just don't do it.
Don't tase me, brah.
Stop barking those orders at me, man.
Oh, gosh. I love that meme where it's that girl with like dreadlocks screaming at a cop and says she wants more government, and the cop's just macing her in the face and maces
Well, there's
more
your
government
right there.
Yeah.
There's
You want more government? Here it is.
Yeah, exactly.
So, yeah, folks, things aren't always as they seem. This is a crazy mixed up world. So our job is to get out here and get in front of it and help just explain what's going on so you can see it the way we do. And hey, you might not agree with everything we do, but or say, but we're just doing our best to try to get the truth out. Isn't that right, Barry?
Yeah. And just think about it. Now that we're kind of catching up to all their criminality and all the things that they did wrong, at the onset of the COVID and all the kind of criminal things that they've done, well, that's going to be another reason for people in power to want to release another one to stop these investigations and be the biggest distraction ever, because you're talking about another world lockdown that would shut down any criminal investigations into people that have committed crimes against humanity. So I think as we get closer to actually putting some of these people in jail and behind bars, that means we're also getting closer to them releasing another one. When I say them, I don't know who them is or who they are. I'm just saying I believe there's people that are going to release it. I don't believe it's accidental whatsoever. How deep that conspiracy goes, I wouldn't have any idea. I wouldn't even know.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I mean, time around, this far close to the election, we were far into COVID. We were really far because they needed that time to ramp up the emergency and say, hey, go to mail-in ballot. It's too dangerous to go in person. Mail it in. All these types of things they put in place. And now, they've all been deemed unconstitutional. You can't just unilaterally change election rules. The Congress of each state has to do that. You can't, as a Secretary of State, just go in and willy-nilly change it to mail-in voting. Totally illegal. So they figured out how to get that all done, though. And it's going to keep coming.
Good point.
We don't have a lot of time. This is going to happen fast, and it's going to happen. Mark our words. It's going to happen.
Yes, rapidly. Things are going to change very quickly. The environment, the atmosphere, all the rhetoric, all the propaganda, and who knows what kind of major catastrophes and disasters are coming. And we do know, it is a documented fact,
and
that the
time
global elite
is short because we have to go to break. So time is running out on this first segment. We got to go to break. Barry, hold that thought. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break. Good job, guys.
All right.
Okay, we're banned off radio stations now for certain.
Oh, George Soros just bought 200 radio stations, huh?
I saw that, man. He's wanting to control the narrative. You know how they are, man. They don't believe in they don't want to play fair because they can't win. That's why they gotta cheat.
It's not cheating, though. If you think of the game, he's not an American. He doesn't give a crap about America.
Oh, he doesn't.
He's not
think
cheating.
that's cheating anyway. They think whatever they can get away with is fair and square, man.
He's playing the financial game, right? To him, it's a game, and the way to make money is to, send countries into massive, panic cycles so he can cash in on it.
It's just a grand chessboard like we've talked about. They just see it like a big giant chessboard. They don't see people. They don't see people hurting. They don't see people bleeding out. They don't see people dying slowly and in pain and misery and agony. They don't see any of that. And if they do see any of it, they just push it aside and say, not my problem.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, of course, this, yes, but it's a problem.
Well, I mean, the only problem these people have is just getting more money. That's the only problem they see having. They have a God complex. Yeah. They want to basically be like, the rulers of the universe. They want to be the masters of the world, as Slob talked
Queen,
about.
Right? The Highlander song.
Yeah. Which one's that one again? How does that go?
We're the masters of the universe.
Yeah, the masters. Yes, that's Queen, isn't it?
Yep.
Isn't that the? Yeah. Well, they say masters of the world, but
world, universe.
Well, there's no other really. There's no other government anywhere else that so it might as well be the universe.
That we know of.
If you're masters of this world, you're the masters of the universe. Because as far as we know, this is it.
Yeah. As far as we know, this is this is how it is.
And again, I say as far as we know. I don't know that. I'm just saying.
We don't know about those shadow government people, and things like that. Like the.
Are you loading a gun?
Pope
Sounds like you're loading a gun,
like
man.
That over
nope.
At the Vatican. Well, I'm not.
Cracking open some of this chicken curry.
Star Rider, take me to the stars. Remember that song?
Nope.
Come on, man. Foreigner? Come on, dude. Lou Graham's just getting ready to be inducted into the Rock and Roll Hall of Fame. And you don't remember Star Rider.
No. I remember Foreigner.
Well, Star Rider, I believe, is from their first album, which was the first rock album I ever owned, was Foreigner. And it became a wonderful rock relationship all the way until Lou Graham left. And then came back and then left.
Was that the album Foreigner 4?
Oh, that's a great album.
Yeah. Yeah, that's got Urgent on it, right?
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, that was a big one.
Doesn't it have Hero as well?
Like
yeah.
And it has most of the song on
Waiting for a Girl Like You. That's a classic right there. Make songs like that anymore, though. They don't make love songs like that anymore. Not even close to that. It's got to be wild, something totally just ridiculous, and they consider that a love song now.
Like Beth.
I remember working on this painting gig a couple years ago with this guy who was older, and he wanted to listen to music, and he wanted to listen to like the 50s channel on Sirius, right? And I put up with it for a little while, but every single song was a love song. Everything, without exception, everything was a love song. And today you don't get that at all.
No. Well, the 70s were full of that too, man. Those 70s ballads. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
You are the magnet and I am the steel.
All right. It's time for
Paul
the countdown.
Simon, I believe.
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on Radio Side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show 1 Wednesday night. How you doing?
I'm doing good, man. It's just
We're
flying
having
by
some
already.
interesting conversations. We're having some interesting conversations over the break. Yeah.
Yeah, as usual.
Talking about how, like, love songs used to be everything. Like, listen to Sinatra and all that. It's one love song after another, you know? And today you just don't get that as much. You know, gangster, I mean, all this rap, can you even find one love song in the entire rap genre?
And then this feminist empowerment where you don't need men. I mean, why would you need a love song? It's all about how we have the power. Men need us, and we don't need you. And that's the love song today.
Yeah. So back then, it was all the focus on, love and marriage, go together like a horse. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And start that family, get those kids rolling. Life, that's what it's all about. You know what I mean? But I don't know, man. I asked somebody, I heard the other day, what is the meaning of life? Right? What is the meaning of life? And he's like, to make kids. Like, that's the meaning of life. Your life, your existence is to replicate, to have more. Every single generation before you had a kid. Every single person alive today had a complete uninterrupted string of, mothers who gave birth to kids, or they wouldn't be here. You know what I'm saying?
I mean, hey, so, I want to populate. I like the Elon Musk little advertising marketing he has about having more babies. I think that's a great idea. I want to have more souls, not less souls. I want to have more babies, not less babies. I want less abortions and more people having babies. I'm 100% for that. And guess what? Globalist deep state pieces of garbage. That's the way I'm going to stay. And I'm going to keep promoting it everywhere I go. And I've got way more resolve than you can even imagine. So you guys can push your little stupid agenda. It's not going to go anywhere. We're still multiplying. You're trying to kill us off by the tens of millions. We're still multiplying, and we will continue to multiply. We will continue to spread ourselves all over this globe. Or flat earth, if you're a flat earther.
There you go. The plate with the big wall.
Whatever. Here's the thing, though. Seriously, I mean, does this far left woke nonsense even believe? Do they even believe in like romance? I mean, we were talking about this off the air a few weeks ago about how I think it was on X, where there was this video that was going viral about a girl that basically broke up with her boyfriend, and she was going on vacation, and in 10 days she was boasting about how she'd had sex with 22 men, and she goes, well, on the flight, so unless I have some sex on the flight, it's I think 22 my max in 10 days. And I'm thinking to myself, I don't even know a man that's done, so this is what they empowerment. Having sex with 22 men in 10 days, that's empowerment. Sounds gross, man. She needs to go see a doctor. She needs to go see a doctor. Make sure she doesn't have any diseases.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, even if you wear a condom, that's like a lot of yikes. I mean, they're 99% effective? So, I sleep with 100 people, one to get through, that's for sure. But, it's a messed up world. It just shows how our politics is downstream from culture. And culture has changed so much. It has taken our political system with it to the point where, I had a wonderful friend of mine pass away a few days ago, about 90 years old. And, he has seen a lot in the life.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? From, going back to the Great Depression almost when he was born, right? It's whole, like everything that he's gone through. The radios came out, and, the televisions came out, the internet.
Camcorders.
The phone. I mean, phones went from being party lines where half the neighborhood shared one line to, these private things in your house that rang. You didn't have to use an operator. I mean, just everything. It's shocking how much someone like that has seen and how far America has come in that time frame. And we would talk. Yeah, he said he didn't recognize, America for what it was. It made him be sad, that we had fallen so far from what America used to be. Just family values, good stuff, clean, wholesome fun, You don't have to feel like you need to go out and get wasted all the time to actually have a good time. You can have a good time and live cleanly. There's other things you can. I don't know, man. We've just come a long way. Now the number one song on the chart is what, that WAP, which I can't even say what it's.
Is it still number one?
Not still. No. I doubt
okay.
it.
I was going to say, if so, we're in really bad shape.
But it's a sign of our times that it even made it, to our consciousness.
And they promoted it as if it was the greatest thing since sliced bread. They're like, great, it's so empowering for women. What? Really?
Mm-hmm.
I guess if you want women not to get married and not to have children, yeah, that's probably a good thing for women.
Or that song Pound Town. I mean, I saw that and I thought it was a joke. I thought it was a parody. And then I look on the charts and it's there. And it was the worst talent I've ever seen. The lyrics were horrible. And it probably took a team of 20, 30 people to write that. Whereas, Freddie Mercury wrote Bohemian Rhapsody in, one sitting,
Mm-hmm.
It's just a testament to our times that our culture, we're allowing it to become so depraved. I have nothing against video games, but you got to admit, sitting there killing people all day online for 12 hours a day isn't doing kids any favors.
The way the left sees it, if you're not depraved, delusional, you are a part of the patriarchy and you need to be destroyed.
Yeah, you need to believe them, fall into it, try it all. How do you know you're not gay? Have you even tried it? Mentality, which is horrendous. I mean, it's just yikes.
Oh, America, you don't like playing with GI Joes? Well, you might just be a woman or girl.
Yeah,
I shouldn't say a woman because they're probably talking to like a 6-year-old. But it's very bizarre. It's definitely at the point where they're pushing it on them. And there's been plenty of testimonies of people that have, had regret, and they said that's exactly what happened. It was rushed. They were bum rushed with it, and it happened so fast. There's no process. It's just bam, 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 and it's done. It's because there's a lot of money involved in it as well.
Oh yeah. If you transition medically, you are lifelong, guaranteed.
Yeah, and I don't know. Maybe the schools are getting some benefits for teaching the classes. Wanted to give, I forget how many hundreds of thousands or maybe it was millions to Pakistan just so that they could teach transgenderism
or something.
Yeah,
to Pakistan. Like that's gonna fly over there. They just, yes, we will definitely teach the children this. Just give us the money, please. We will definitely teach this to the children. And then they walk out with the money and say, what is this guy, nuts? Good, we got the money, but there's no way we're doing that with it. That's the most insane thing I've ever heard of. They just don't understand that other cultures are very, 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 very different from ours. Very different. Shockingly different. The wealth gaps, for one. I mean, the religion gaps. It's a million things. It's every aspect of life different. What's culturally acceptable in some countries is completely illegal in others. Age of consent, you name it, a million things.
Yeah, that's why they want just anybody and everybody coming over unchecked, whether or not they believe in our values or not, because they want to create chaos. That's what they want to do. They want to create chaos. And that's exactly what happens when you have unchecked, unfettered, wide open borders. It is going to be insane. There's going to be no, peaceful transition. Yeah. Let's put it that way. These people are violent in many cases.
And it's interesting to see Biden suddenly backtracking and saying, well, there's some things we can do, than some of the mainstream media. Yeah, there's a few things he can do, like he could finish the wall. If he wanted to, they would never say that, but he, of course, could finish the wall.
He's got the authority as the president to do it. And he keeps going, the Republicans are stopping me from securing the border. We got to send more money to Ukraine.
Exactly. Why they have anything to do with each other, I have no idea. Yeah. But that's the way our system works. And it's so corrupt. It's so bad that they can tie those two together and insist that you vote yes or, on both or no on both, but you can't say yes to border money, no to Ukraine. It's not an option. So,
well, they're bribing. They're bribing. The Republicans. We'll give you this, but you got to give us that. Instead of just doing their job, that's the job of the president, is secure orders. It's to keep us safe. I mean, it's not even, there shouldn't have to be any bills passed or anything like that. It should just be done. And if they don't do it, they should be arrested.
Absolutely. You're not upholding your oath to office when you said you would defend and preserve the Constitution of the United States of America.
There you go. Well said, my friend. Well said.
You broke your oath of office. Day one, first thing you did, broke your oath. And how that can't get him impeached, I don't know. I'm glad they got Marcus up there, but now Schumer is, saying they don't even really need to hold a trial. This is it's all a show, and he's the best secretary, Department of Homeland Security we've ever had, yada, yada, yada. And no, there's no way that will get on the docket in the Senate. They won't even take it up, I bet, which is a joke, because America deserves to hear the trial like we did for Trump 2 times. We need to hear the evidence. We need to see the evidence. They need to make a big show out of it. They got to get some guy from NBC to produce it for them, like the Democrats did,
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
Remember that?
Of course. Yeah.
So, yeah, and it still flopped.
Well,
and everybody still said,
ever since Obama
about?
came in, the big thing with the Democrats is they pretend like we're the most transparent of all. We're going to change this lack of transparency because we are upright, we are prestigious, we have care, we basically believe in of law. No, you don't believe in any of that. The most crooked of all, and you have no transparency. You want to do everything in the shadows. You don't want the American people to even know what's in the bills. You don't even want the congressional members to know what's in the bills. We got to pass them to know what's in them. I mean, folks, we have been really taken over by psychopaths.
And I saw Tim Pool do a segment today on, I think, Tommy Tuberville, who's like one of the, I think this is the guy, top traders in all of Congress, right? Makes more than any hedge fund, on Wall Street. And because he sits on so many committees, he sits on a list of committees. You got to like freeze the thing to even read through them all. It's so extensive. So he knows everything going on, and he trades off it. And apparently this guy's selling big time. Right? In the last 60 some trades he made, almost all of them over the last couple of months were sell orders. And the only couple buys he made were put options, which means you make money if the stock goes down. Really looking for a big correction. We saw George Bezos sell out, $5 billion, I think, worth of Amazon stock in the last quarter.
Jeff Bezos?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Amazon. Right. Mark Zuckerberg as well, not to that large of a tune, but many hundreds of millions, taken out of Facebook and Meta. So people are seeing some writing on the walls, and they're positioning themselves accordingly. And I think, what are they looking to do with that money? Where would that go?
Let me just say this. Let me just say this. Have you ever noticed, no matter how bad things get, and I mean they can get bad, the elite always do better when things are going bad for us, which means to me they are controlling things. And that ought to tell you enough right there that they have taken the power away from we the people, and then they want to consolidate it among their little chosen few.
Absolutely. How hard is it for the head of Amazon and the head of Walmart to get together with a couple senators and say, shut down every mom and pop store in the country, shut them all down? We want everybody to have to go to Walmart.
It's already happening.
Or Amazon. They made billions and billions of dollars through COVID. And all of these little stores, the family stuff failed left and right. Restaurants, all of it.
Dr. Phil was just on Joe Rogan talking about how small businesses have not come back. Some of them were on the margins of barely breaking even. They're small business. They just make a living, but enough to stay in business. But then they didn't have any way of coming back. There was no help. Yet Biden did give help to small businesses in Ukraine, but he basically abandoned the American people. Joe Biden is make America last. Make America last.
Yeah.
Last is in like last forever. Last is in last place.
Well, yeah, it's not his priority. His priority is the world He wants to be a world leader, not a leader. Great world
At the
leader.
expense of tanking America. He wants to make
Mhm.
other countries great.
He's not going to do either. I mean, he can tank America, that's for sure, but he's not going to make any great in the process of tanking America.
Nothing that's helping out the nations. It's helping out some of their elites in the nations.
Mhm.
It's giving
Oh, yeah.
more power to the people that already have power, and the people that are already lacking in power will wind up having even less power, less money, less prosperity, less freedom, blah, blah, blah.
Mhm. Yeah, they say foreign aid is just taking money from poor people in rich countries and giving it to wealthy people in poor countries. Just transferring money to their wealthy. That's what foreign aid is.
And then people just tune mainstream media and believe their little fake lies of them and tell them, oh, we're doing everything we can to fix the situation, when in reality they are the situation. Like the song
Mhm.
says, everything is fixed. I forget that Leonard Cohen song, but you know what I'm talking about.
I thought you were talking about the band The Fix, but I digress.
That's a good band too, I guess. They've been around for a while. Or I don't know if they're still around. They may not be.
I haven't heard from them in a long time, to be fair. But let's see. Yeah, Biden is definitely. Did you see him fall up the stairs the other day? Again, I think he did it today or in California.
Wasn't it a shorter, not as steep of steps as normal as well?
Yeah, they load him into the belly of Air Force One instead of up into the executive section.
And he couldn't even do that.
Okay. Yeah, it's like 10 steps instead of like 40, right?
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's tripping up there. It wasn't a big deal. He caught himself, but it's apparent the guy is tripping even on the short stairs, and they've assigned a Secret Service to be under him at all times, right? To be behind him as far back as he can while still being to be able to just basically lunge under him if he falls backwards. Yeah. But Biden, how does it feel? You get on Air Force One and you have to go into basically the garage where they keep the beast, the cargo hull.
Yeah, I know, it's crazy. Well, you were talking about this. You were talking about.
Well, but think about the journey. Then you got to slither through some little tight little hallway, that be very utilitarian. And then the president's never even supposed to see any of this stuff. And then up through some secret little in-person elevator to get you up into the back of the press area. Then you got to walk through all that and then go up another set of security into your main segment. But it just goes to show you do that every time and not realize, wow, I'm in bad shape. I can't even walk upstairs.
Well, that sounds like that's almost more of an effort than he just 40 steps. The way you make it was like, this is like either way. Well, if he slips and at least it won't be, inside of the camera. That's the key right there.
Yeah, it's probably much more tricky and complicated to go through the belly of the ship all the way up to his quarters, but at least it's not all on camera. If it was, it'd probably be quite.
I got 5 people assisting him too once he gets inside the doors.
Yeah. Honestly, they'd probably put him in a wheelchair and just wheel him around as best they can.
That seems more likely. When you were talking about the gaslighting is at extreme levels right now, right? And we got that report about the classified documents with Biden and everything. They were saying he basically was suffering from cognitive decline, more or less. And now you have the mainstream media and Schumer and Pelosi and all these fake news pundits saying he is as sharp as a tack. He is so on top of everything. He gets up early. He's just working hard. He's there's nothing with him at all. He's just incredible. I mean, talk about the gaslight. And you know what? You look at the polls, there's still like 35% of the people that think that he's totally fine. That ought to tell you something, man. That ought to tell you how effective the propaganda is. You've got a guy that can barely string together a sentence, can hardly walk. He walks like a DARPA robot. And people are literally saying they believe he's fine and that he's as sharp as a tack. And then they gaslight us after it's come out that he's got problems. And they go, no, he's got no problems. He's perfect. He's great. He's excellent. It's Trump. Yeah. Trump needs to have a cognitive test.
It's shocking. And the people believe it. That's the really shocking part. At what point do you just have to say, wow? They just apparently don't let them get to see that side of Joe. If you turn on MSNBC or CNN, you just aren't going to see that side of Joe. You're only going to see the clips that make him look good. Heck, he put out a 2-minute video yesterday that
Two
had
whole minutes?
Yeah, a 2-minute video, but it had like 30 clips in it. Right?
Because they had to keep cutting away?
Yeah. Well, it just camera switches and everything, but you can tell it's now he says another sentence and then clip, they switch to another angle and there's a brand new sentence he's going to say next, But it's, kind of ridiculous. And he's, only talking about how bad Trump is in this thing and how MAGA Republicans are going to take over the world and in democracy. So, pure fear mongering, pure lies, just an evil platform for an evil man, if you ask me.
There you go.
You can say that he's just poor old Joe, but no, this guy knows what he's doing. You can't be that naive to think that you're not trying to destroy
I hear
our
people
country.
tell me all the time, even from the right, they feel so sorry for him. That, I understand what it's like to have dementia. They say, I feel sorry for him. No, you shouldn't feel sorry for him getting into. Not only did he know all the Democrats that put him up there, knew exactly what his mental state was when he was running. They are evil people. That's a guy that belonged in some sort of, facility where he could get care.
Yeah. And Jill Biden, shame on you. Dr. Jill Biden, shame on you. Just all for another term because she loves being first lady, I guess. Wouldn't. Who wouldn't? You get to live in the White House and all those, and everything's free and first class, 5-star, 7-star, not even 5-star, presidential level stars. Just shocking levels of opulence that are involved in it. But that's all they see. They don't care about the damage they're doing to this country in the long run. They don't care of the fact that millions of Americans can't afford food now because it's just they skip meals. They do what they have to get by because
it
costs
that's
so much.
awful. For kids, that's awful, man. Terrible, because kids need to have their breakfast. They need to have their meals. They need to have healthy food, not junk food, because their bodies are developing, their minds are developing. You've got to feed them good food.
Exactly. So it's just sad to see where this country is headed. I keep over and over. I don't want to be too doom and gloom. When we come back in the next hour, I promise we'll be more optimistic. We'll come up with some fun stories to cover. But, hey, sometimes you get this side of me.
Well, you have to have the wake up side. You have to wake them up first, then give them the positive. That's part of it. Seriously, if we don't turn the tide, this is just the beginning of the doom and gloom.
Yeah, that's a good point. And it'll be so much more in our face the next time around, I don't want to break into that news yet, but they're working on things that are going to really transform America. And even from Tyler Durden today, I read an article about how there's a lot of things that could happen, but financially, but what about a cascade? It's time to start thinking about the potential of us seeing a sort of a cascade of different financial and health and whatnot events coming on top of each other, one after the other, because Trump is winning. And the powers that be, under no circumstances, will let him be president again. Yeah. If they have their way, they will do anything to stop him. And I mean anything. They'll take down our country. They'll send gas to $20 a gallon. They don't care. There's a lot of things they can do. There really are. And again, I've got some specifics in mind, but we've got to go to break here in about 40 seconds. So I don't want to get too deep into them at this point. But yeah, this is the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show. We thank you all for listening to us each and every Wednesday night at 6:00 p.m. Eastern Time for 3 full hours. And we're only at the end of hour 1, folks. So we've got a lot more content. We've got a lot of pulled up that have occurred just in the last few, honestly. But we're also on every Sunday night at 9:00 p.m. Eastern Time for that show's a little different. It's a little more informal. We have a lot of fun. Got Motivation there with us, and Willie comes in. And make sure to check out always on this channel. Folks, we're going to go to break. We'll be right back after this.
All right, we're on radio break.
Yeah. That's your we're on break whistle, Barry?
Yeah, we're on break. We're on radio break.
Just warming up the bullhorn just in case, man. I feel like it's coming out later on today.
We got 10
got
minutes
to.
till we
Oh,
come
yeah.
back.
The siren's
On the
not working though, so
radio
that means the
break.
battery's kind of low. Uh-oh. Better preserve battery. Turn it off. Yeah, it seems like it's been a little bit more quiet though from, I don't know, the last couple of weeks. Doesn't seem to be quite as bizarre and quite as bad as, the last couple of weeks. Seems like things have kind of mellowed out a little bit. That could be because we're actually fighting back and putting some stops on. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I feel like now is the time we've got to really start, going in the attack mode, not just the defense mode. And I think that's what's happening, man. So we'll see how that goes. But like you said, as we fight back, they'll step it up as well. And then we'll have to step it up. It's going to be a stepping up game from here on out. That's why we know it's going to get kind of wild, is because we're pushing back. That makes them push back. Then we have to push back more. Then they push back more, because this is all basically for the whole kit and caboodle. Only one person's going to win in this war for the soul of America. Only one. Only one will become the predominant force. Only one will take control of the conch.
Mm.
Right now, the conch is up for grabs. It's not like we're going to push them completely away. They're still going to exist. They're just not going to have the power that they used to have. And you can see them losing the power by the day. And that's why they have to do more crazy things. And that's exactly why they are probably going to release a disease X, or have some kind of cyber pandemic, or, some sort of terrorist attack on American soil, where they'll blame it on, right wingers, even though it won't be a right winger. Push that in the narrative of that in the mainstream media. It was just like they were pushing that recent shooting at Kansas City as a white person.
Mm-hmm.
And they kept saying that. And it wasn't.
That was funny with Ann Coulter.
What happened there?
Oh, she went on Bill Maher, and they're like, we don't know anything about the shooter. And she's like, well, we know he's not white. And they're like, what do you mean? How do you know that? Van Jones was sitting there like, what are you retarded? Like, how do you know that? Like, well, 'cause
Really?
they haven't said he's white. They didn't say he's white. So they would have said that first thing if he was.
Yeah, I mean, that's exactly right. It's they have an agenda. It's not about, bringing us together. It's about dividing us, man. It's just totally clear. I don't see how people don't get that. You got to be pretty down not to get that. You have to be pretty brainwashed, because it's so overt and in your face, man. I mean, yeah, these people lie pretty good. I mean, they can do it with a straight face, but it's still a lie.
Mm-hmm.
I think there's a good number of people that are rejecting pretty much everything they say. I know I do. So even if they were telling the truth, I wouldn't believe them. That's how little that I trust them.
Yeah.
And then old Jon Stewart attacking Tucker Carlson. Very pathetic, man. Very pathetic. Jon Stewart is such a has-been, man. He is so washed up. He needs to sit down and just do something besides talk political, man, because that guy, he tried to make Tucker to be some sort of anti-American when it was actually just the opposite. He wants to raise America back up to where we don't have to fear getting on the subway anymore. He didn't say Russia was perfect. Of course he knows Putin is a dictator. Of course he knows. But there's things that Russia has that we don't have in these leftist-run hellholes. these prison planets that they've created in New York City and in Portland and San Francisco and different places in California and elsewhere. It's not safe. People can't even get out in broad daylight. They kill people. They do carjackings in broad daylight. They do robberies in broad daylight. They go into retail stores and just take all the clothes and items and appliances they want, and nobody does anything. And then if anybody tries to stop them, they get fired and possibly even charged with something.
Yeah.
It's
hard to
like,
imagine how we
let's
got
give
to
all the
this
power.
point.
Let's give all the power to the criminals and take all the power away from the good citizens.
Yeah.
But hey, we will see New York City. I've said it for years now. I said New York City may never rise again. And when I said that, I meant to the level of its greatness. It will never again rise to that. In fact, I wrote that. I made a social media post on August 20th of 2020. That's when I first said that. It's been almost, what's that, 3.5 years? I said that New York City may never rise again. That it's on its fast decline. You got people leaving, thousands of businesses leaving. You've got the truckers not bringing in stuff. That place, and people now are living in fear that they could be falsely prosecuted like Trump was. So they're not going to start businesses and get loans and do things like that in New York City. They'll go to Oklahoma. They'll go to Texas. They'll go anywhere where they're not going to be wrongfully prosecuted. New York City's finished. Unless they reform, they are done for, man. And what's the likelihood of that?
I know you're from Oklahoma, but I think you are I don't know, the average Midwesterner or East Coast or New Yorker for sure, their opinion of Oklahoma is not a place where they'd potentially go. You know, it's just.
Well, actually, this is what was being said on CNN. This was like one of the top business guys in New York City was saying we would go to Oklahoma. So I'm just actually quoting what he was saying. Because we do have, because we have more favorable laws, or we just uphold the law. We don't just abuse the law or engage in lawfare. So yeah, they might come here to Oklahoma. You know, we almost got Elon Musk here in Oklahoma. Oklahoma was one of the places that Elon was considering going to. He actually ended up going to Texas, but in fact, I took pictures of it, man. I've got a whole, like, I don't know, 15 to 25 pictures, really unique pictures that I took of our giant oil man. He's like, I don't know, 10 stories tall, and it had Elon Musk's face painted on it because we wanted him so bad. Our oil man, we turned him into Elon Musk. And my plan actually sell it as an NFT set because nobody else took any really high quality images of that. And I took a whole bunch of pictures one day from every angle you can imagine, other than just like, you know, up high, because I couldn't get up high, but that would have been cool if I could. But yeah, so Oklahoma's plus the cost of living is cheap. So a lot of businesses will come here to set up shop. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
And so it's a great place to have a base to operate out of. I mean, my house would cost $1 million in a lot of different places.
Mm-hmm.
And it's not anywhere near that here in Oklahoma. In fact, at one point in time, Bartlesville, Oklahoma had the lowest prices for houses in the United States. In other words, your money would go furthest in Bartlesville, Oklahoma, if you wanted to buy a home. You could buy $1 million home and it'd be like I don't know, $10 or $15 million home maybe somewhere else. I don't know, but it was definitely the best place to buy a home at one time. Of course, now they have it where nobody can buy a home. Nobody can afford it, really.
I want to buy a curry rice here. I've got curry rice.
Well, that sounds good.
It's pretty damn good.
I had spaghetti. Sounded pretty boring. It was just like spaghetti and meatballs. It was like, okay.
I had chicken quesadillas with. What else?
That sounds good.
Oh yeah.
Did you make them or did you buy them?
No, I got them up the road.
You got them off of what?
Chicken fajitas.
Yeah.
flat
Did
beans,
you have them made, or
rice.
you
What was
brought them,
that?
had them
Fajita
delivered?
Kings. We got 30 seconds, guys, and we'll be back. Do, 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 do. Yeah, we have a buffer, 30 seconds before or 30 seconds after. So if you need to take a break a little early, just you can remember that.
Mm.
Here's your countdown: 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show Wednesday night edition. Sitting here tonight with Bullhorn Barry. How you doing, Barry?
Yeah. I'm ready, man. Let's go. Let's do it.
Pleasure to have you back for the hour 2 segment of the show. Yeah, let's just dive into it, huh?
Let's do it, man. I'm ready. I'm ready, man. Let's do this.
Let's see here. President Trump. Let's get into a couple of his stories. We've got a few of him right now. He just announced he's going to do campaign rallies in the Bronx, and he will rent out Madison Square Garden for another rally.
Oh,
So,
nice.
your boy Donald is coming to the Bronx, yo. The Bronx.
I'm sure he'll be welcomed heartily.
I think he will get a shockingly huge, massive turnout for the Bronx. I think, it'll be over capacity by 8, 9, 10. Same thing for Madison Square Garden. There will be a lot of controversy. There'll be a lot of Antifa. There'll be a lot of thugs out trying to make problems. Not necessarily on the MAGA Republican side, but more so on the crazy lawless Antifa and left, the people who brought you the summer of love in 2020 with their Chaz and Chad and all these other, parts of their towns that they basically took over. I mean, think about Chaz, dude. They took over part of Seattle, took it over. If you lived in there, too bad. If you had a business in there, too bad. For what, an indefinite amount of time? There was never any we're only doing this for the next week or so. No, it's ours now. Right?
Yeah.
Guns, shootings, lawlessness. It was got so bad that they just eventually had to shut it down, and they all just left because it got so bad. But that's what people see. That's what people see. If you pay attention, open your eyes, and look at what's really happening in the world, you see this lawlessness. You see these shockingly brazen attempts to just circumvent everything, and they get away with it because the law is broken in this country. They use what they call lawfare, not warfare, but lawfare. Joe Biden talked about it. We'll do everything in our legal ability to stop Donald Trump. He will never be the president again. Everything in our legal ability. That was a sound out to every DA in the country. That was an invitation. Go after Trump. Get him. Get Donald Trump. That's what he said when he said we'll use every means we have. He told Letitia James and all the Bragg and all these people to go after Trump. Get him on anything. I found you the man. Now you go find the crime. So they came up with everything they could. Heck, New York changed the statute of limitations on certain crimes for a very small window for one person, and that person was Donald Trump, so that he could have that crazy cat lady with the whatever she. So she could come out and bring a claim against Trump, and
that has to be a crime to do that.
$89 million.
That's a crime. That has to be a crime. CS. That has to be a crime to do that. To literally go around changing the law, whether you went through the proper channels or not, to go after somebody.
Trump.
That has to be illegal. That cannot be legal. It cannot be just.
Well, that case is going up the court system to be looked at by an appellate group in the state of New York, and hopefully they will agree with you that you can't do that. And $98 million is ridiculous amount of money to pay somebody who lived in a shed in the forest for half her life.
And she's a strange one. She's a strange one. You can go to YouTube. You can go to YouTube, and I think it was like Cosmopolitan or somebody like that did a little mini documentary on her a few years back, and she's odd, very odd.
Yeah.
And the
Now-
sad thing is she gives advice to people. That's the sad thing. That's what she does for a living. Is she writes.
Yeah.
She writes giving people advice. Can you imagine that? Who would take advice
Yeah,
from
yeah.
that psychopath?
Other psychopaths, they're all on the same page. So yeah.
Well, I guess if
But,
you're a psychopath, you'd probably want to take advice from a psychopath. Sense.
But to get back to Trump, I mean, for him to be doing campaign rallies in New York City, that is a big deal, you know? And his approval among the black community is high enough that you're going to see the Bronx, massive black crowd screaming for Donald Trump.
Yeah.
You know, he's getting what, 25% support or more. And, you know, that's a lot of people out there that are going to be showing up for their man Donald in their gold sneakers that he just started selling, right? He sold them out in a day for like $500 a pop.
One guy paid $9,000. I think it was for the first signed pair.
Wow.
$9,000. I was telling somebody, I said, I guarantee you, if you bought one of those and put it on eBay, it's going for at least 5 times or more on eBay.
Yeah.
Because this is the first generation. I don't know if he's going to make more shoes or not.
Yeah, yeah.
But either way, man, this is
It's
a
like
rare thing. They're worth some money.
Air Jordans. Yeah, it's like the first Air Jordan signed, you know. Yikes.
Mm-hmm.
It's priceless today. It'd be $1 million shoe. You know.
It's going to be worth some money. Be worth more than $9,000.
But for him to be out there in New York City, it just tells me a lot about the state of the country. I mean, Ronald Reagan, I think it was in 84. He won pretty much a state except for, I want to say, Minnesota.
Okay.
And, you know, there's this famous Saturday Night Live skit where they've got Dukakis out there and they're like, all right, you won all this up here. And they're pointing at Minnesota like, you won all of it, all of this in the red. You got all that.
Yeah.
And he got all this. He only got this part of the country. But yeah, it's an interesting proposition to see another Republican president being in a position to go out and potentially bring in a landslide like that. That was the last very unifying point in this country. You know, was Reagan's second term. Everybody pretty much agreed, yeah, he's old, but he's good, you know. And he, you know, by the end of his term, he was definitely too old to be in there. But for the first 2 or 3 years, he was pretty darn good. The last year, he black sleep a lot and screaming for Donald Trump. But he didn't start wars or anything. He's getting what, 20 kind of 5 I don't know. Donald Trump should hopefully get in there as well. And we'll see. You know, but yeah, so this week people also are going to be showing up. Judge Engoron, man Donald, and they issued $355 million verdict plus another $100 million in interest on, right? And they're now saying that if he doesn't pay up, day for like $500 he's going to be looking at massive daily fines in the tens of thousands of dollars every day.
First
but also, he can't appeal. Wow.
He's got to pay before the appeal.
Yeah. You got to pay the full amount in full, or they're going to seize properties from him.
Yep, at Mar-a-Lago. And that's what they're going to do.
Well, I don't think they can seize Mar-a-Lago because it's not in New York.
Well, they're threatening that. Whether they can do it or not, they're threatening that. I saw that in the news.
They can try to put a lien on it or something. I don't know, but I mean, it's in Florida. I would think it'd be much easier to go to Trump Tower and say, okay, Trump Tower, you're worth 25, 30 million bucks, right, for the building. We'll take that. That's 10% of it. What other buildings do you have here? Oh, you got a golf course upstate. Let's take that. That's worth, you know, instead of you claim it's worth 250 million. No, it's only worth 20, right? So they'll take these properties. I mean, Trump Tower, there's probably several apartments in there that are worth 100 million each just for the apartments. Trump's own personal apartment in there is probably a quarter, half apartment. You know what I mean? Because it's huge and it's right on property of the whole city. And so, yeah, no, they'll go at it and put these ridiculously low values on them. And then, heck, they might even say, hey, this is for sale for $30 million. Oh, poof, sold it right away. First day. We're lucky. People can't sell their apartments and, you know, their buildings in a day. We did it. You know, my nephew bought it. So that's how they can just destroy him. They can destroy him, though, that way. Seize your property, sell it way under market value, and then say, you know, what else you got? We're taking it all, buddy. And America won't stand for it. That's how he takes New York in a landslide. They start doing that kind of stuff to him. But they will. You just wait. They're going to do it, and there's nothing stopping them because they are above the law. The only
people that are not probably going to vote for Trump And they're a fringe group, really. And I'm talking about the hardcore, diehard wokester. That person will always see Donald Trump as the enemy. Even if Joe Biden was Hitler, they would vote for Hitler over Orange Man.
Yeah.
Because they love wokeness. They love wokeness.
And
They hate conservatism. They hate Christians. They hate libertarians.
Mhm.
They want a communist, Marxist world in America.
Yeah. Which you're never going to get. If you want that, folks, go to Cuba. It's a beautiful island. It's beautiful. It's a paradise. You'll love it.
Yeah.
And if you, man, you're going to love it. They've already got the system in place. They've been doing it for years better. Nobody does it better. Cuba is the best as far as communists are concerned. Go, and it's beaches like you wouldn't believe. You name it. Go. I dare you. I dare you. Go spend a month in Cuba. Go see what your system gets you. Go see what you're trying to advocate for here in the United States.
Yeah.
And they will, and they'll go to the high-end restaurant, or, high-end part of town, the best hotel, and drop, $400 a night for a room, and say, yeah, no, I've been to Cuba, buddy. It's beautiful. I loved it. No, you didn't see Cuba. You didn't get on a bus and try to go around the island or take a train to the, the Gitmo area, that kind of end of the island. You haven't seen it. You didn't sit on a train while cockroaches walk, and the thing breaks down. It's supposed to be a 14-hour ride. It turns into a 24-hour ride. What do you get?
Some people love their slavery, man. These people, they literally hate conservatism, and they especially have, a distaste for Christianity in specific. I just was watching the outrage they had over Pastor Jack Hibbs, who gave the congressional prayer. He was invited to do it by our Speaker of the House, and he was told that he couldn't use the word Father and that he could not pray in the name of Jesus Christ. So he put together a little prayer and abided by rules and regulations. And then all of a sudden he said, you know what? I think I'm just going to deliver it as is from my heart. And he did. And he brought up Father when he talked about our Heavenly Father. He brought up Jesus Christ a few times, prayed in the name of Jesus Christ. And that drove the leftists insane. They were outraged that he would do that. But you know what? Don't ask a Christian to come and pray and not expect him to pray in Jesus' name.
Well, yeah. That's kind of what you get.
Exactly.
So, and we saw in a similar thing that got people's blood pressure running. In the EU, they went to the opposite extreme and brought in an imam who read from the Quran. But the part he read was the part where it instructs the faithful to kill Jews, the people of the book, and take them hostage. Sound from Hamas? October 7th, huh? Right? So, I'll tell you something about that October 7th. I don't want to get too deep into that, but because it's, 120 some days now that we've had these hostages in Palestine. American hostage. There's 20 some Americans over there being held hostage. I don't hear peep about them. Nobody is saying, and even in reply to the, free Palestine issues, okay, free the hostages then. You want to free something, you start there. Start by freeing the hostages. Then we can talk about free Palestine. But no, never, nothing. No one even mentions it. Joe Biden is absolutely AWOL on this subject, that there are American hostages sitting over there. And the reason they're all AWOL, if you ask me, odds are they're not alive anymore. There's no way. I mean, the odds of them surviving this far, this long, under Hamas, almost zero. I mean, they just freed a couple the other day. They found 2 under some hospital in southern part of the Gaza Strip. But miracle. If you ask me, that's just a miracle, So, again, I don't want to get too much in on that, but let's go back to Trump. What else we got on Trump here? Well, I know we've got some polling that has him up, I think, 9 points overall and winning pretty strong with even Democrats and union members, especially. Boy, union members are really, now this is private sector unions, right, are really starting to get behind our boy Trump. Look at what they're doing to auto workers. You know,
Mm-hmm.
you can't switch everything over to electric at the rate they're doing and not expect a lot of auto workers to lose their job. But that's exactly what they're doing. And they think they're not going to lose the UAW. Well, they're not going to lose that sweet, sweet money because the elites at the UAW are always going to be Democratic, 100% Democrat across the board. The rank and file, though, they want their jobs and they like their trucks.
Right.
Quite frankly. So, yeah, you know, they like their internal combustion engine. They like that V8. They like going down the road and being able to pull over and fill up in, 5 minutes and go another 400 miles with no problem. That's what they want. They understand the power of a diesel engine, and the reliability and what makes that thing such a beautiful piece of engineering. So, yeah, it's getting almost every swing state now is leaning heavily towards Trump, and that's really the key things. I mean, you can talk about national polls, but it's the swing states that matter, and all of those are heavy into Trump. I mean, the electoral college right now it's screaming his way. This is looking to be a landslide if they don't cheat.
Yeah, and they're only going to make things worse because they're on a fast track. They're not they're not worried about like, oh, let's do this transition slowly so we don't hurt anybody.
Now
no, they're fast tracking their agenda, which means people are going to get hurt, like we're talking about in the car industry and in other industries as well, as they try to transition us to zero emissions, which is an impossibility, by the way, and would basically end in approximately 2 billion deaths, according to one of the co-founders of Greenpeace, and many others have said the same thing. So they are on a fast track because they're losing and they want to stop. That's why they're going after Trump. And their agenda, if they win, will push their agenda back 10, 20, maybe even 30 years. And look, Alex Soros has admitted this. Other Democrats have admitted this. Other big power globalists have admitted this. They know that if Trump wins, the global world order agenda is done for, at least for a good while.
Yeah. That's why they're scaring everybody to say that's the end of democracy in America as we know it.
Exactly.
It's not. It's the end of their global agenda. It's the end of their globalist, not democracy, but a new world order with a freaky looking dude named Klaus Schwab at the head of it. He's going to be your new lord, dictator, overlord for the entire planet, or at least the Western Hemisphere. I mean, China's never going to succumb to that, but there'll be two power blocks. There'll be China and, Europe, North America, and then maybe something down in South America might become independent, but who knows? Russia would probably team of China. Go ahead.
And fast track is, it's definitely going to hurt a lot of people, but it's also going to wake a lot of people up. So it's kind of a two-edged sword. I mean, it's a good thing in a way because we need to wake up as many people as we can before the election. So the more that they show their hand, the more that and the one guy saying show their dictatorial, authoritarian, and draconian hand, the more likely that people are going to wake up and they will turn to Trump. Other than, like I said, these hard wokesters that just believe that, Christians, conservatives, libertarians are the enemy above all, that are part of the patriarchy that we must eliminate. And it doesn't matter who else signed there, just anybody but those people. So, but they're a fringe. They're not enough to basically pull the election over to Biden. So even if they try to steal, it won't be enough. I don't think elections come around. So I think Trump's going to win. And I announced it on the show before I said it to anybody else, where I said Trump would win in the next election.
Yeah, I think it's very likely if, again, they don't cheat. But how are they not going to cheat? Of course they're going to cheat.
Well,
we need to do the same.
They cheat so much, though. They can only cheat.
Yeah.
First of all, they can't cheat as much as they did the last time because we've got certain things in place now. And second of all, if it's so overwhelming, it will become too obvious. They can't flip those Dominion machines. They can only flip it so much.
Yeah, Biden's got a cap on how many votes he can actually get, and he got 80 million last time, right? My backside, but they can't really say, oh, he got 110 million this time. Wow, he's way more popular now because he's losing so many classes of people in this country. So many demographics are just walking away from Joe Biden because they want to walk away. Walk away. It's a hashtag. Look it up. So, folks, we're going to take a break. We'll be right back after this.
Yeah, if I can get to it. Here we go.
Hmm?
And we're already
What's going on?
break.
I swear, if I didn't know any better, I'd say my neighbor is flying a kite. But for the love of me, I cannot see this thing. If it is up, like, in the clouds, you know, it might be. It's the weirdest thing. I just
Look, you know,
don't
maybe the
get it.
guy can't afford a
He's got
kite,
clear kite, man.
so he's out there flying an imaginary kite. There's nothing wrong with that, man.
He might be. And then, like, these two people were walking and they stopped and started talking with them. And now they're all looking at something. And I'm like, I've been out here. I'm going to go look again. I don't get it.
You know what it reminds me of? You ever seen those videos where they get 4 people and they're dressed up in moving clothes and they pretend like they're holding glass, like this giant piece of glass, and they walk and people go around it thinking that there's glass there.
Oh, actually,
but there
I
is
see
no
it now.
glass.
I do see it now. It is way up, man. It is tiny. Holy crap.
Well, it's tiny because it's
Wow.
high up, man.
Oh, it is there. It's damn near
It's
in the
probably a
clouds.
10-foot kite.
I bet it is. It's huge. Wow. Interesting. Okay. So she's not crazy.
Well, what's crazy these days, man? That would seem pretty for today.
Yeah. Yeah. Yeah.
I mean,
Pretending you're
or
flying a
at
kite,
least
you
she's
know?
not saying. At least she's not
Yeah.
saying she's non-binary and fluid, and
I don't know what she's saying.
that she can become a man, or a man can,
And I'm saying
or a
she,
woman,
my
or a man
lord.
can become pregnant, or just totally insane things.
Honestly, they're far enough away that I
Flying an
wouldn't.
imaginary kite seems so like normal almost. I might go out and do that.
When I lived in the city, you could just guaranteed. You go into parts of town, especially with a lot of tourists, and you just stand there and look up and pretend like you're looking at something. And then a couple other people start looking up, and then once you get about 3 or 4 people looking up, you start walking away and then go up this block, half a block, and just watch and see how long they sit there looking up.
Mm-hmm.
And it's funny. I mean, the dedicated ones will spend the next few minutes looking up at nothing.
It's a poor man's kite. You just get get the imaginary kite out there, and like you said, get 3 or 4 people pretending like they're looking up there, like it, and everybody else will start looking. Oh, I see it. Yeah, I see it. I see it.
Yeah, that's wild though. I had no idea I couldn't find it because I just never thought it'd be up that high. That's stupid. We got some cloud cover, and it's literally almost in the cloud.
Probably attached his pet hamster to it.
It'd be a cool ride.
Let's hope he's not afraid of heights. Sometimes I just like to tell Biden to go fly a kite, man. Just go fly a kite, dude.
Can I get some
Trying to think
chocolate
if
or vanilla
that
ice
would
cream
like to
if I
be
do that?
Dude,
I don't care if it has sprinkles on it. I'll just take it. I want the waffle
Sprinkles.
cone, man.
I think that Biden's favorite kite would be like a chocolate chip waffle cone kite. He'd probably try to eat it though.
Back in my day, we didn't use string. We used chains to take and fly kites.
You use what?
30 seconds, anyways. Chains. You know.
Oh yeah,
you can
right.
take corn pop.
That's a heck of a kite if you could fly it on a chain, man.
We were tough back then. Let me tell you. And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live
Testing.
and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome back to Hour 2 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. As always, we're hanging out with Bullhorn Barry. Say hi.
Hi. Is that good? Is that all right?
Yeah. That's
Okay.
great. Okay, so let's go to Michigan next. Whitmer there, in all her wisdom, the governor of Michigan, is encouraging people to just you don't even have to get an invite, nothing. Just go to the airport, down to, Detroit Metropolitan Airport, whatever, and pick yourself up a migrant. Pick up a family and bring them home, get them set up, help them find a job, do your part, right? So, again, you don't have to ask folks. If you're in Michigan, you can just drive down to the airport and you'll see them out. They're lost. They don't know where to go. They're, unwashed. They haven't seen a proper bathroom in a long time and maybe have the clothes on their back and not much else. But go pick them up and help them get all those sweet, sweet goodies from the government, all those big checks, the prepaid credit cards, all that beautiful stuff. But then, put them up in your home and help them get all through the legal process, their paperwork, and you name it. And there was one lady, a wealthy lady, nice home. She brought in food from Haiti and said it was wonderful. Like, they cook for her, they clean for her.
Sure. Oh, I'm sure
everything's
that's what's
taken
happening.
care of.
Oh, yes, of course.
Yeah,
Yeah.
No, I mean, and
Sounds like
again,
propaganda to me.
You got a young family with maybe 2 little kids, and sure, maybe, the mother's probably, bending over backwards to cook every meal for you and make sure you're happy that they're there. But there are ramifications to this. Okay, what happens in a couple months? You say, hey, I wanted to give you guys 90 days. So it's been 3 months, you've been here, time to move on. You got to go. And they say, well, no, we live here. This is our home. You say, no. This is temporary. We always knew it was temporary. You got to go. And they say, no, we're not leaving. Call the police. You call the police. The police show up and say, well, they've been living here for 3 months. This is their primary residence. Do you have a lease? No, I don't have a lease. Okay, so boom, let's go to court. You go to court. The judge says, yeah, where's the lease? You don't have a lease? If their lease is up, that's one thing. You kick them out. Their lease isn't up. You're just trying to arbitrarily throw these people in the streets. Now, you see where I'm going here? You've got an issue. Can you even legally kick these people out of your home if you've let them live there for 3 months for free?
Yeah, we've seen this kind of thing happen in leftist cities where, people that have properties, they can't even take possession back of their property when they get squatters. I saw that in the news. I mean, it's a real thing, folks. This is all being done to make sure that you have no rights. They don't want the people having rights. They don't want we, the people, to be empowered and have protections and rights and security. They don't even want us to defend ourselves.
Mm-hmm. And so this Haitian family gets up and they go to church on a Sunday morning. And you, presto, quicko, change the locks, put other stuff out on the street, and say, ha, you're done.
Mm-hmm.
Well, the cops could come and arrest you, lock you out of the house. They could open up the doors, let them go back inside, take you in, and say, now you have a restraining order that's going within 200 yards of that home, of that residence. Well, that's my house. Too bad. 200 yards. Stay away. Now, this is a whole nother bag of worms. And I just think about where this goes. It's insane that they even need to ask people to go to the airport, random Haitians or whatever that are coming on Biden flights. By the way, Biden is paying for that airplane flight. This isn't, Abbott down in Texas putting them on buses. For every one he puts on a bus, Biden's putting 10 on airplanes around the country to wherever they need them, wherever it needs the demographic push, wherever the Republicans are maybe super entrenched. Well, let's put a bunch of in those areas. Other areas we need more people for the Senate, get more districts. Great. New York for that reason. They've got specific reason why every single head goes to exactly where they want them to go in the country to cook the books. We talk about cheating in elections. How is it any different than cheating in election? They're trying to fill the future voter with non-citizens who for them because they gave them all the goodies. How is that not just another form of election cheating? Well, yeah, it's legal. All the cheating they do is legal. And a lot of times when they say, no, hey, we didn't cheat, that's perfectly legal to harvest ballots. Technically, you're right. Harvest ballots in certain states. Legal everywhere on the planet except for California. And for a good reason.
I think it was in California somewhere just this last couple of weeks they put into office the first non-citizen in a position of power. It's insane. Not even an American citizen.
I want to say she's Chinese.
She is.
Too. Yeah.
And her big deal is immigration, supporting immigration. Well, I mean, what are they going to say? Just let one of these immigrants run for president next? Is that what's next? I mean, where does all this go? What's the trajectory? What's the goal? What's the end game?
Yeah, and it's not that far from it if you think about it. I mean, the natural born citizen clause. When I grew up, I remember very specifically learning about that in school. And it made sense to me. It kind of clicked. I was like, oh, okay, well, that makes sense. To be a natural born citizen, meaning you're eligible to be the president. That's the only position in America that requires you to be a natural born citizen. It's the only place it's mentioned. You have to have two parents that are both citizens when you were born. Okay? Mm-hmm. So they said, John McCain, you don't qualify because you're in Panama. Parents were citizens. And I mean, honestly, if you're on vacation somewhere and boom, you give birth prematurely and you're still an American citizen. You're still naturally born, right? They're trying to put more weight on being born in the United States to two foreign parents, right? Look at some of the people that have been running for office over the years here. Barack Obama, first of all, his mom was a U.S. citizen. His father never was. In fact, his father got kicked out of America for some of the actions he took while being on a student visa. In other words, sleeping around quite a bit, being a little promiscuous. So they asked him to leave. So Obama was definitely 100% not a natural born citizen. Meghan Markle and Henry VIII or whatever his name is, if they have a kid here in America, is that an American citizen? No. Well, I mean, it's American citizen, yeah, but it wouldn't be a natural born citizen because that kid's father is the Prince of England. Okay, that's a clear case. When they wrote the Constitution, clearly they didn't want the Prince of England to come over here, have a kid, and that kid can run for president while simultaneously being third in line for the King of England. Okay, does that make sense, Barry?
Yeah,
clearly. Yeah. So,
and what does it say about American values if you're just going to let somebody who's not even a citizen run for a place of power? I mean, what does that say about our values as Americans? And what does that say about America?
For the voters who put her there.
I mean, we're just living in la la land, man.
That we are, my friend. That we are. It's a mad, mad, mad world. And it's run by a bunch of global elitists, and you ain't one of them.
Let's just let Klaus Schwab come over here and let him, start running for office and have office at 4 or 5 different states. Let him the head of this, head of that. Just let
president,
him run everything. Yeah.
Why not? Yeah, change have the European Union or whatever thing he's going to end up running, whatever they're going to call it, the New World Order, the New World Government. Just change some laws around and poof, you create a new position. The head of the New World Government supersedes the presidency on all matters that pertain to the executive branch. So, yeah, we get a figurehead over here, but he's really going to be running everything, and we get what he wants, and no one can do anything about it. And this guy is creepy. I mean, creepy. He's the creepiest dude out there in all of the world of all of this stuff. Can you think of a creepier dude than him?
He's
really?
in the top. He's in the top 2 or 3 for sure.
I mean, Noah Harari.
Bill Gates is pretty creepy. Bill Gates was creepy for the last decade or so. He's looking more creepy too. He just, those beady eyes of his, man. Oh, creepy.
I don't think half the power though that Klaus Schwab does. Bill Gates. I don't think he has half. all these people that are as wealthy and powerful as Bill Gates look up to Klaus Schwab as some sort of a second coming, of Satan, honestly.
Mm-hmm.
It's pretty scary stuff. But yeah, folks, if you live in Michigan, get used to it. Just go right down to the airport tonight. You don't have to wait for an invitation, and pick up your migrant family to bring into the shelter of your home. And if you're lucky, you'll wake up tomorrow to the smell of eggs and bacon and fresh coffee, and maybe happy giggling children.
It goes back to propaganda, what we were talking about too. Of course, let's just say, for example, maybe this story was true, that they really are happy about it. Well, what about the 150 stories, if there's even that many people that took in, these illegals, that had a horrible experience? They won't show you that. I mean, that's the beauty of propaganda, is they paint whatever narrative to. They tell you what they want you to know, and everything that they don't want you to know, they push aside. So there could be 150, I'm just hypothetically speaking, 150 horrible experiences where they were robbed, killed, stabbed, raped, whatever, and those would never be heard, but just this beautiful propaganda piece. And that's what it is, man. Everything the fake news does today is propaganda to get you to go with their agenda. And what was the incentive for somebody to do that as well? Incentive for the family to do that? I'm asking you because, do you know?
Oh, I don't know. I mean, what's incentive? I don't know.
I mean, is there a financial incentive? Is there, we're going to give you a pound to take someone in?
Yeah, the PC brownie points. Right? You get to post it on Twitter, and everyone thinks you're the most PC person around, and you get it, and they don't. And they get it too, 25. But not like you do, because you really get it. Yeah, brownie points from the PC community. From the weird, like purple-haired people on X will suddenly like you a little bit more through their monitor.
Sounds like people will be rushing down to the airport.
Now, what they really need to do is start, if they're serious about this, we'll pay them. There's probably people out there that say, hey, you give me $1,000 a month, I'll take one in for every 1,000 you give me. Let me take 4 in. That's 4,000 a month. $30 million bucks. There you go. I got 4 roommates now. I only got a 2-bedroom apartment, but hey.
And insurance in case they, turn their back on you, just in case. Because we've seen what they've done out in public, beating down cops, robbing stores.
Yeah. And you got to remember, there's, the demographics.
Wielding machetes.
Well, now machetes are very commonplace in Central America, and they're really they carry machetes around. Go off the road, you got to cut your way through the forest. We don't have to do that here as much, so we don't carry machetes around like they do. So yeah, no, that's just a cultural difference. It's not scary. If you see somebody coming at you with a machete, that's racism. If you're scared,
that's true. Yeah, I mean, obviously, it wouldn't be to harm anybody.
No. They just carry them everywhere they go. If you go to El Salvador, you'll see machetes everywhere.
They'll probably trim the weeds with it, something. They'll find something productive to do with it, I'm sure.
But there is a difference, though. Say, a family of 3 from Haiti that are actually trying to come up here and make a new life. Okay, they're saying, hey, we are refugees because the government wants to kill us or whatever, and maybe the government does. So maybe you're actual refugees and we really need to seriously look at you to bring you in. But there's also places like El Salvador, right? They've been having all these great successes. And one of the big things that really is working to their advantage is they emptied out their prisons, sent them all north, gave them enough money to walk up into Mexico. And once they get to Mexico, then all the, NGOs, U.S. government-sponsored NGOs, by the way, give them everything they need to get up to the border, and poof, you're here in America. So, yeah, they've turned around the crime stats down there and all this stuff because they sent purposely a lot of these people up into the United States. Why?
Right.
Because they could.
Absolutely. Absolutely. I mean, look, we don't care about immigration. We have no problem with legal and lawful immigration. Yes. That is not an issue. It is, even if it's a small percent, it doesn't matter. There's too many of them coming over. That's way too many people that are violent or rapists or criminals or whatever, carrying diseases or potential terrorists. That is a
Yeah.
big enough scare. That's exactly why I wouldn't take someone into my home. I wouldn't probably do it anyway because I'm barely getting by on my own, let alone, taking on an additional responsibility.
Yeah, I mean, if the guy shows up and he's got, a wife, a loving wife, and a young baby in arm, that's very different than a guy that's got MS and 13 tattooed across his face, right? That guy's
Well, we've already
the
seen
MS-13 guy.
A lot of these people
is
are
not
military age,
fleeing
coming from
persecution.
China, different places. These are not
Thousands.
necessarily refugees that are suffering. And a lot of the suffering is happening is because of the globalist. They're the ones, and the people behind the shamdemic. That is one of the reasons why they're leaving, is because of the shamdemic. So
Yeah.
it's all a big scam from start to finish, folks. And if you can't see that, you need to open your eyes, man.
And the left will tell you, Joe Biden himself, Kamala Harris, they will tell you it's global warming that's causing all this. Global warming.
Whatever, dude.
It's making it so that, in the tropical paradise that they live in, it's no longer livable. Instead of being able to wear a t-shirt, 300 days a year, you can now only wear a t-shirt 200 days a year. It's unlivable.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Well, we've seen what it's done to other areas. They have unfettered, unchecked, illegal immigration. It does not end well for those areas. And we don't want that here.
Well,
it has nothing to do with the people. It has to do with our safety and our security and maintaining the rule of law.
And to be fair, though, what other country has ever in the history of the world brought in this many migrants? I think maybe Rome did just before they fell with the but it really, like, 25% of our population is foreign born as of today.
Yeah. And let's not talk about
that's a number.
Let's not even talk about how
never saw
difficult it
that.
is to get across, where they're coming from to get here, how much the women go through, the sex trafficking, the child sex trafficking. Give a break, man. We're the good guys. We're not the bad guys here. The people that want unfettered, unchecked, wide open borders are the evil ones. These are wicked, evil people that don't care about America. They don't care about Americans, and they don't even care about the people coming over. They are being used. And when Jon Stewart, tries to criticize Tucker Carlson because, we don't like wokeness. No, we don't like wokeness. I don't like wokeness. It is not American. It is not compassionate. It is not forgiving. It is not merciful. Wokeness is dictatorial. It is insane. It is disrespectful to people that have a different view than this insane delusion derangement called wokeness. I am 100% anti-woke. I'm awake, not awoke.
And it's interesting to me that a couple different people have lost children in the last couple weeks. Rick Harrison from Pawn Stars lost his son to fentanyl. And
Susan we can go on and on.
Take that. Susan Wojcicki, though, from YouTube, the former head of YouTube, lost a son to a drug, overdose. They're not saying it's fentanyl. They're not saying much of anything, but it was an overdose. Now, Rick came out and wrote a scathing article blaming, the fentanyl, what's happening on the southern border for his son's death. Wojcicki will do the same thing. Will Susan from YouTube come out and say the same thing, that it's out of control? She lost a son to this now. All censorship that she put down on millions of people, hundreds of millions of people, because, hey, I was a victim. I wasn't a content creator on YouTube at the time, but they took away my ability to see my favorite content creators. So I was affected as the actual content creators were, which is why I started Censorship Sucks to begin with, because I'm sick of the censorship. And that censorship went against anybody who questioned whether or not we should have an open border and bring in fentanyl. You think we shouldn't have that? Poof, you're sent.
And have 85,000, actually it's 100,000 now, of disappeared children that are probably being sex trafficked and used for illegal labor and God only knows what, being separated from their parents, and they're not with their parents. We could just go on and on, folks. This is a disaster. Thing they're doing is to just collapse
That's 10%
America.
Of it. What are the buildings?
Not one thing. It's 101 things that they're doing to try to collapse America. And between now and the election, only going to get worse, and they're going to try to blame it on Trump, even though it's all being done under the Biden regime. and the power and the influence of the globalists. So get ready for the insanity that's coming, because it's getting ready to go next level, folks. And guess what? It ain't Trump's fault. It's Biden's fault.
Oh, yeah. I mean, you got a golf course upstate.
It's
Let's
shocking
take that.
the levels of depravity that they just bring unto this nation with everything they're looking to do. And people are dying because of it. And that's the point I guess I'm trying to make, is that even the elite are starting to get, their kids are just as likely as any other kids to just fall over at 18 years old and die in the middle of a you claim it's a basketball workout or a game.
It's happening. It's happening.
Just fall over and die.
Yeah. It's happening.
It's happening left and right. It's rare that we go a couple days now without hearing of some kid falling over and dying for no reason.
And what about the depravity that you're talking about?
Sudden adult death?
Yeah, sudden death.
Sudden adult death is what they call it.
Sudden death adult syndrome.
Yeah, because it's sad. Sudden adult death. It's sad. That's sad.
Yeah, but let's not look at what might be causing it. Let's not look at what might be causing it. Oh, it's long COVID. It must be. Can't be that vaccine jab, even though it all started happening at exactly the moment that the jab started going mainstream and started happening in mass. Depravity we're talking about. Depravity, I wanted to say something real quick about the depravity. Remember the Sisters of Indulgence? Remember those nuns, those drag nuns? Well, one of their guys just got arrested for alleged child porn. And to me, that's not a surprise. These people pride themselves. They pride themselves on gravity. They pride themselves on that. They were dancing around, almost completely naked around a crucifix, a character of Christ on a crucifix, in all these. I don't even want to talk about. I mean, man, sick. Right?
Yeah.
And then we had the mother of all whores, drag queen whores or transgender whores. I think that was the term that they called her. I'm not trying to, do the term. This is how they called her. She died.
Oh, yeah, no.
And then she was at the Catholic Church, and they all came and celebrate the funeral in all their. These are sick people, man. Respect for the church whatsoever.
I saw that story. Yeah, they got it, somehow they got this funeral to be accepted at a really like a pretty Catholic, traditional church. And then once started, it just, everyone showed up dressed in kink and saying all kinds of crazy things from the pulpit. And well,
she was known as the drag queen mother whore or something like that. Anyway, and they were just there, like you would see it, I guess, from the way I understand it, from what you would see like these LGBTQ plus parades. And by the way, what nation it was, I think it was Spain, where they had girls as young in panties and garters with tables being flaunted around in front of everybody at this LGBTQ plus parade, as young as 5 with panties and a garter belt, and parading themselves, dancing around, moving around sort of like what an adult might move around if they were a woman, you know what I'm saying? Trying to strut their stuff or what have you. And as young as 5 was doing that. And if you doubt this, just go to X, Libs of TikTok. They're the ones that released it. Libs of TikTok. They're the ones that released the video. It is disgusting what is happening, folks. The depravity is going to a level that most people have no idea. And it is only going to grow like a virus. It's going to spread everywhere, folks, because this is the world they want. That's why they hate Christianity so much. They don't want any boundaries whatsoever. They want all kinds of taboo, all kinds of insanity and lunacy, just basically chaos on earth, hell on earth. They want hell on earth. And I'm sick of it.
They don't want you to have an anchor. They don't want anyone to have an anchor that they can hold on to, that is than what anything the government can offer you. That is a path to redemption and a path to morality. Bound in morality. The 10 Commandments. Things like that, where what's right is right, and what's wrong is wrong, and we all know what's right and wrong when we see it. We all know it, and yet, I mean, don't get me wrong. I'm no saint whatsoever, but I know what's right and I know what's wrong. And I know sometimes I do wrong, but I kind of know it when I do it and try not to. But I'm a human being.
I mean, the levels of depravity and immorality it's This kind of stuff that
Yeah.
you see happening, if it was ever done before, it was done in the shadows. It was done behind closed doors. But now they're saying, no more shame. We want to rape 5-year-old
Nope.
children, and you just will deal with it, just like the UN said, that UN group said, a
Yeah,
child,
yeah.
they didn't give any
Right.
age.
There's
It could be a
probably
5-year-old
several
can
apartments.
have sex with an adult. They can consent. No, they cannot. They're 5 years old. They don't even know anything at 5
Yeah.
years old.
That's disgusting and gross. And we're out of time, though. We got to go to break, folks. We'll be right back after this. There, that are.
All right, we're on radio break.
Okay, this lady's been reeling this thing in, this kite. She's literally been reeling it in since for 25 minutes now. And it's now at a place where I would fly a kite. If I were ever to fly a kite, it's at that height.
What I love about this is it's like a saga with you. We get a new story with each break, you know. Well, the kite's now descended 1,500 feet. It is rapidly declining.
I'd say it's about 100 feet each right now. Just for the apartments.
We're down to 100 feet. We're coming in for a crash landing.
It was probably at least 1,500, 2,000 feet before. So, just to put it in perspective, yeah.
It's coming in for a crash landing, I'm afraid, man. All that effort to put the kite together, because, man, you got to put that kite together. You got to build it. You know, you do it with your family, your kids, you know, and then you fly it up there and gets hit by the winds and lightning and rain, and then it just loses control and ends up crashing into like your dog or something.
No, I think she's going to stick the landing. I'm not too concerned about a major crash event here.
You know, most people don't fly kites anymore. They fly drones.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Like I was at the park yesterday, believe it or not, and there was a couple of older people flying drones. I was very impressed. I was like, wow, even, you know, older people are flying drones. And it was really cool because, man, I actually saw kids playing. They were literally playing all soccer. Some people were skating around the track. They even had set up hammocks between the trees. Elderly people were out walking around, and, you know, they were walking with their canes, some of them, but everybody was out yesterday because it was such a nice day. And at least they were getting out from behind the computer and out under the sun.
Or half apartment. Echo?
Yeah, that was me that was echoing. I don't know. You know, whenever you get fired up, man, it always goes bad.
I'll just say Mark lit up there when you echoed.
We've been getting that here and there throughout the whole show, off and on. I don't know what it's coming from, other than it may be feeding back off of Barry. It's just off and on, a couple words here and there.
Yeah, I got earplugs in, so.
Well, that don't always.
I'm not even listening to the show at all. I got earplugs in. I can't hear a word he's saying, man. I'm just going.
Yeah. It's usually
no, I mean,
settings. It's
usually
a setting thing in Skype.
Oh.
Well, I'll just say something then, because then that always gets somebody talking. It always works. All I have to do is just start jabbing.
Yeah, it does. You piss me off when you start doing that, too. I swear to God, it ticks me off, and I get on a rant when you do that, man. I swear to God, Barry, don't get me started.
Yeah. And he only does that, like the last 15 seconds before break. What's up with that?
What, Barry getting on his rants?
Yeah.
Yeah. No concept of time management when he starts getting off on a rant when there's 15 seconds to go. Yeah.
Well, he brought up the whole depravity thing, man, and that was it. Just all those stories started coming to me this week about all the stuff that I saw. I was like,
and there's usually is more aware.
What about the guy? What about the guy that was naked with a candle in his butt? They were charging $2,300 for that.
Like now.
Mark, you're breaking about every third word you just said.
Who, me?
Yeah, go again. I think I spoke over you. I'm sorry.
I'm like,
I heard all of Barry. I could hear much of Mark though.
Yeah, go ahead, please.
It's not often when when we can hear him and he's not breaking up that you don't jump in.
Okay, the kite has landed. The kite has landed
The
successfully.
kite has landed, folks.
Dude,
Its
we
flight
got
is over.
we've
Just
got
to
a
let
whole other
everybody
hour
out
left,
there
and you've
know, the
already
kite has landed.
given us the landing. That ain't gonna work, man. You need to. Well, okay, now you're gonna have to come up with something else. Like he tries to fly it again.
Okay, she's sending it back up. Sending
you
it
go.
back up immediately with a little bag of something attached to it. Hold on, it looks to be a small cat in the bag.
He put the cat in
Okay,
the
that
bag.
makes sense, dude. There you go. See, if you're gonna keep the saga going, you got to have a story.
Yeah. Even if it's totally made up.
We'll just go to AI before the show and just give it some information. It'll spit out a good story for you. Break it down into scenes and segments, and you can just do it that way. We should try that.
Give me a
we should
story
try
about a
that.
girl and a kite.
Dude, that's a great idea, man. You need to. That would be so cool if you would just go ahead and feed in a few of the stories to ChatGPT or one of these programs that will give you a
value,
like an intro and read the AI intro and then let everybody know afterwards that was done by AI, just to kind of give everybody example of of how it works and how good it is or how bad it is. That would be so awesome if you did that, I think.
Yeah, they're pretty bad. Typically.
Do what?
They're typically. I've seen of AI. It's like not very impressive, but seeing the impressive side of it, I guess. So I'm just.
Hey, it's my Nickel over in Kick Chat. She's probably in Twitch and other places as
Hey,
well.
Kick. So, Nickel. Where's Willie? Willie, where's you, Willie? We need you.
What we got to do is get Adam Bombs on here. Adam Bombs is getting all fired up playing
How much time do we got?
COD the other day. Yep. Got about 2 minutes.
Couple, 2-3 minutes.
I got to get some water.
Lucky. Good. Man's about to die of dehydration.
No, not that.
Stay tuned to find out if Barry survives. People can't sell their apartments. Will he make it back on time, or will he be late? In a day, we. Did it?
Well, go ahead.
Nancy's
my nephew bought it.
Passed away today. So if you guys want to say something about that, that'd be okay. From the Cafe Enigma show, and we got 30 seconds.
Nancy's what passed away?
Mother-in-law passed away this morning.
Okay.
And get ready for the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition. Obviously, because we're in Hour 3, we only do 2 hours of radio every Sunday night at 9 o'clock p.m. Eastern Time, right here on this channel. But also, stay tuned, because our producer, DREAGUS Productions, has many more fantastic hours of radio in him tonight after we wrap up. So stay tuned. The show doesn't end with us. He does like 5 hours of content on Wednesday night. Fantastic stuff. And we're proud to be part of the family. Hats off to you.
Well, thank you.
In other news, I've got Bullhorn Barry with me. How you doing, Barry?
I'm thinking the third hour is going to be the best,
So,
man.
yeah.
I feel like we're just now warmed up.
I think so.
I don't know what's happening, but I feel like this is it. Can you feel it?
There has been another. I feel it. And so get into some good news from Gateway and Fun. Farmers' demonstration in Madrid against failed and crippled EU green policies and regulations. This thing, I was watching this video of it. Massive. All the like orange coats and green coats and all the, the neon colored everybody. It's just a huge crowd, and it's like neon fluorescent, amazing thing. Madrid is in it, Brussels, Germany. We've seen this in France. We're seeing it all over Europe. They are sick and tired of the dumb, needless laws that are being passed that are putting farmers out of business. Farmers out of business. Why? Because we need food. We don't need food. That's what we need to pass, folks. We need a green, healthy planet more than we need to eat.
That's right.
I guess. I don't know. Barry,
Well,
make it make sense. Make it make sense, Barry.
Well, yeah, they want to create food scarcity and they want to increase the food prices. It's the catastrophe and disaster scenario that we've talked about so many times. They want, and you talked about it even earlier in the show, where you're talking about Tyler Durden, where he was talking about this sort of rapid fire thing. And I've been talking about that, man, for a couple of years, how it's a rapid fire domino effect that they're going for. They're trying to make as many catastrophes and as many disasters kind of culminate all together, all at once, or one right after the other, as in a domino effect, to sort of just demoralize and terrorize the masses. It's strange because here in America, I talk to people all the time and I tell them, there's 6 or 7 or even 8 nations that farmers are protesting all over the nation, should be a headline news. And they go, well, all I've heard about is France. I heard something about it in the mainstream media about France, but I didn't know that. And I said, yeah, because you know why? Because it's fake news. It's fake news, man. And I'm going to continue to call them fake news because it's exactly what they are. Trump nailed it. And Fox News, they're fake news too. There might be a couple in there that are still good. Thank God for them that are speaking some truth. But the more they speak the truth, the less likely they're going to have a job.
Oh, yeah. AKA, Tucker Carlson is a perfect example of that value.
Oh, yeah.
And the man spoke truth. He was about to release the gates on all the lies of January 6th, and they stopped him and fired him for doing it.
Yeah.
That's how scared they are of what happened on January 6th getting out.
And it goes back. It goes back.
What else you got?
Go ahead.
It was not an insurrection. It was a very vigorous guy put over the line, but it was not an insurrection. January 6th was in no way, shape, or form an insurrection. If it was, they would have showed up with guns. And they really would have had a time on the day. So no, not what happened.
And then they say that Trump was the leader. They say he was the
insulting.
leader. Then they say he was the leader of the insurrection. That's why they tried to take him off of the ballot. If he was the leader of an insurrection, he would have been arrested. He would have been charged. It's ridiculous, man.
With insurrection.
Yes.
With insurrection, not trying to defraud a multi-dollar bank of money when these are the smartest people in the room. When Trump sits down with these people and he presents his, bona fides to apply for a loan, says, I want to get a loan. I want to get it against this asset. It's a bill 4 blocks down the road. You can go, here's the keys to all the back stuff. You can go look at everything, inspect it all, do what you got to do. Come back with a number and we'll figure out if I can get a loan for what I need to build a new building. These are some of the smartest people in the world that are reviewing these documents, that go and look at that building. They did not get fooled. Donald Trump did not lie. He is so innocent of what they're trying to get him for in New York City. It's astounding. And they're just going to use it to take him down. But we, the people, understand what's going on. These farmers especially understand. And you just wait till they push the American farmer over the line. And now every farmer in America starts doing what they're doing in Europe. Europe is just a few years ahead of us. Make no doubt they will be coming here with those policies. And when they do, the American farmer is not going to stand up for it. They've been pushed and beaten down long enough with right to repair. Heck, you buy a $250,000 tractor, you can't even touch it. If it won't start because there's a fuse that blew, you're SOL. You got to ship it to another state to have some professional open it up, change the fuse, and then send it back to you. That's how, like, it's shocking how bad it is with right to repair. Louis Rossman has talked a lot about right to repair. And, you know, if you own something in today's world on a farm, you don't own it. Because you don't
America
own the
won't stand
software.
for it. That's how
You only own
he
the
takes New
mechanical
York in a
metal.
landslide.
You know,
They
the
start doing
physical
that kind of
essence
stuff
of
to him.
that. But all of the software that
But
makes
they
it
will.
go,
You just wait.
you don't own.
They're gonna.
Like your Tesla. You don't own the software in your Tesla. They can shut you off tomorrow.
Yeah,
if
the
you
only
want.
the only people
You
that are
drive your
not
Tesla. Turn it off tomorrow. You go out
probably
there
going
and
to
you
vote
got
for
a brick.
Trump. And there are
It's a
fringe
precursor
What
to
you gonna
owning
do now?
nothing. It's a precursor to owning nothing and loving it. That's exactly what it is. They
Yeah.
just, they have to introduce it incrementally to you. They want to get you away from the idea that you can own things.
Yeah. But these farmers are already sick and tired of it.
Really, and I'm talking about the
Yeah.
hard.
They've been putting into this model that doesn't work. You think, you know, when you talk about zero emissions, you're going to convert farms to zero emissions in the next 15 years? Are you nuts? Are you nuts? They need diesel engines to run. You have to have diesel engines to run a farm, period. End of story. That's it. You have to do it. If you think you can run a giant tractor on electric, you're out of your mind. You'd have to convert 2/3 of that field into solar panels just to be able to run that tractor.
Well, the
So it
good
can
news
take care of
is
the
that,
other 1/3.
I mean, even having success, the globals
Poor
are not having
diehard
success, even in the
wokester.
areas where they supposedly thought they had a foothold. So if they can't
Mhm.
get it to stick in the Netherlands, in Ireland, and France, and the places where they kind of everything, they definitely ain't going to get it to happen here in America. I mean, the truckers got upset over, you know, that false verdict
person-
against Trump. Just imagine if they started shutting down the farms, how the truckers and the farmers and everybody would respond. It's, I mean, there's no way they're going to succeed at this, but they are going to cause some serious problems in the process. There's going to be lots of lives lost because people suffer because of that, man. Look,
Mhm.
every time the food prices go up, people die in third world countries. And it hits us too, but you know, not as bad.
Mhm.
But there will be people that die here.
Absolutely.
There will be people that die
Yeah.
here. There will be people that will kill themselves, that commit suicide just because things are too difficult for them. And people want to
always see
just cheap way out. Unfortunately, because I'm not for suicide.
It wasn't covered much in the news, but and I don't even know how much we covered it, but Sri Lanka last year went into a tailspin. I mean, we definitely covered this while it was going down. You probably should have, and that's why I'm bringing it up now. Sri Lanka went into a tailspin about a year and change back, maybe 2 years ago, because they followed every single ESG to the letter. Environmental, social, and governmental policy, ESG.
Yeah.
These criteria that BlackRock and these giant corporations put on companies to adhere to this. They put it on nations to adhere to the new social contract, the new woke ideology, or you get nothing. You can't get loans. You can't succeed in business. You can't go out there and make a living if you don't adhere to all of our environmental, social, and government-related demands, really. So
Yeah.
Sri Lanka said, okay, we're all in, let's go. Let's go. They did it all. Suddenly there's lines at the gas stations. Big lines. And there's no
Right.
gas. So you're waiting in line for nothing. You know, the farms all shut down. They had to import everything. They were in a world of hurt overnight because they followed this to the letter. It doesn't work.
That's the
It
purpose,
doesn't
though.
work.
Really, they know it's not going to work. They want to collapse. Then they come in and they bring in
Yeah.
the solution, which is you got to give everything up, but we're going to fix it.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely. Now I read a let's see. Yeah. American totalitarian crypto dollar may come before the election here in the United States. So central bank digital currencies, and I'm reading from Tyler Durden here or over at Zero Hedge, threaten programmable, trackable, censorable tokens controlled by governments. Your financial choices can be suppressed, privacy eliminated based on what I've learned and experienced directly. This could happen before the 2024 election. So, central bank digital currencies. And I'm glad we can barely get through one show without talking about them, right? Barry, this is big stuff. They won
Indeed, it is.
before the election. They already ran through a couple, I think 3 different trials with this to see it all, and they can get umpteen million transactions to this system. And it allows the government to see every transaction that occurs in the United States or anywhere in the world using the US dollar. So my buddy lends me $5, I pay him back the next day, boom, boom. Why'd you lend him $5? Why'd you need $5? Okay, you repaid him the next day. Where'd you get the money from? They know everything. And if they don't like it, they don't like your answer, then poof. They can just deduct $5 from your account altogether and say, yeah, you did something immoral or against the government dictate. And so, yeah, you don't get that money. It's down to social media posts. It's down to who you vote for. It's everything that they can track, put together, say, if we don't like what you're doing, we take your money away. And we do it instantly with no warning whatsoever, like Trudeau did in Canada. Now, he got a lot of slack, from the EU over that. A lot of people call him a dictator, but he's playing by the new rules. And Barry, you've talked before at great length how dangerous this is. So jump in, man.
It's all part of the digitization of humanity. And once you start digitizing humanity, then that's how they get full spectrum dominance over the masses. Thankfully, Trump has said there will be no CBDCs under his presidency. And he's also talked about how these globalists, they want global governance. He said that openly. It was about a month and a half ago. And he goes, yeah, they really want world government. And they do. These people want to enslave the masses. And the CBDCs is one step towards vaccine passports, social credit scoring. It's, all about digitizing humanity. And the more that we're digitized, it can actually control us. Now, they say we're not going to do that when they try to implement it in the mainstream media, paying attention to their little, round tables like at the W and different summits that they have that are world government. They tell you straight up, the international bankers, they tell you it's all control. We're going to control everything, and we're going to.
Nobody saw this coming. The Patriot Act. From September 10th to when the Patriot Act got passed, it was something like, 6 months. And on September 10th, if you said, hey, is there any way that this legislation would pass? Anybody would have looked at you and said, are you nuts? No way. There's no way that would pass. It's way too radical. And yet here we are with the Department of Homeland Security that is weaponized against the United States, weaponized against the citizens, Catholics, Christians, weaponized. What is it not weaponized against? Well, illegal immigration, the southern border. It's not weaponized against terrorists, the very terrorists that it was designed to prevent. We could care less about today. When they passed the Patriot Act and created the Department of Homeland Security, we said, hey, in 20 years from now, the head of the DHS will be impeached by the Congress for absolutely letting anyone over terrorists, known terrorists, Chinese communists, you name it, no problem. I would have said that's impossible. That would be impossible. Department of Homeland Security is specifically designed to prevent that from happening. And yet here we are, folks. Here we are. So,
yeah.
Take it away, Barry.
I mean, it's like ever since 9/11, the authoritarianism just continues to grow, and they always use these crises as a way to, to take a power grab. And that's what we're seeing happening. That's why we're pretty confident that there's going to be another big catastrophe coming, probably before the elections, but if not before, during the Trump presidency, because they are not going to be able to win by popular vote, by popular opinion, because their opinions are loathed. They're not liked, they're loathed. And so they only have one way to actually win, which I don't even think they can win, but I'm just saying they know that that's their only hope, is just hardcore authoritarianism, man. And then they have to implement that with the crisis. Just like when you look at the lockstep document that came out in 2010 by the Rockefeller Foundation, they talked about the crisis being this pandemic, and then how that they would basically use top-down government to control the masses. So they even talk about how they need the crisis to implement their top-down government. And they even said that people were going to fight back on it, but it would be the thing that would actually be the bridge to bring them into a more authoritarian, dictatorial world. The days of freedom are over. Like Yuval Noah Harari talks about, no more freedom, no more free will. He's even gone so far to say you don't even have human rights anymore. So, I mean, these people are lunatics, man. And we have to understand that they're going to bring another crisis. And it's out of that crisis that they're going to try to steal everything that we hold sacred and dear, mainly our freedoms and our rights. And they're going to try to strip all of that away from us, just like they did during the shamdemic, except for this time it's permanent.
And it's like they don't know they're dealing with the United States of America. There's a gun behind every blade of grass, right? You're not going to come out into middle America, where I live, where you live, and take every gun. It's not going to happen. I mean, especially where you are, Oklahoma. Are you kidding me? I'm in Arizona. No way. Not going to happen. I know so many people that open carry out here. I know so many people that do. It's ridiculous. Open carry. Or at least ones I work with you. And it's not a big deal. You come to our works. If you don't like seeing people open carry, then you're not going to like it very much. But if that doesn't bother you, you're probably going to feel as you felt anywhere in a long time, because there's 5 other guys here that if something goes down, we've all got your back. There's nothing's real serious going to go down where I work. That's all I'm saying. But, oppose and support CBDCs, 34 to 16. Okay. 34% oppose it, 16% support it, but 49% don't know.
That's because they're just
because
not
it's
informed.
a very complicated issue. Well, it's a complicated issue, which is why we try to bring it down to the most basic concepts. If you know what Bitcoin is, there's a blockchain, it's a digital currency. That's what a central bank digital currency is. It's literally a digital currency, but the government can control it, they program it, and they manage all of it. But from now on, thing of the past, you swipe your phone or whatever, and off you go. You pay. It's super easy.
And don't believe the
if you
lies.
like using apps to pay for stuff.
Go ahead.
Yeah, if you like paying, using apps to pay for stuff, it's that simple. You just go in, order what you want, walk up, and off you go. But it's not cash, right? It's replacing it completely. Every transaction, you want to go, do a drug deal on the corner, it's going to go through this. And how that drug deal is going to stay in business, the government's almost certainly going to have to just turn a blind eye to it, because they probably want that drug dealing to continue. It's how they dumb up society and take us down.
Especially if the CIA is bringing it in. Especially if the CIA is bringing in the fentanyl, the cocaine, and all that, like they have in the past. That's well known. That's on record.
Yeah, so it's you're just going to be able to track everything you do, though. It's and again, if we're starting to look like the economy's slowing down, they can start saying, hey, any dollars that you've held in your account for longer than 4 years are going to start to expire by the end of the year. You have to spend them, or they will expire.
Well, in the European Union, they're
like,
bringing them in right now. They're bringing the CBDCs in right now. They're going ahead with their propaganda and stuff, and they're saying, this is what I'm trying to say, don't believe the lies of the fake news. And all the mainstream news is fake. They're not going to tell you everything. And what they're telling people now, cash will remain. No, cash is not going to eventually. Go ahead. It happens every time.
We got to go to break. Yeah. You get riled up, and we got to go to break, man. So, folks, we'll be back after this.
It's a conspiracy. It's a conspiracy to cut me off, man. I know it is. We got another 2 minutes. Don't lie to me. You're working with the New World Order. I know it.
I know.
But it's so true, man. They're saying cash is going to stick around. No, it's going to eventually be gone. That's the whole purpose of CBDCs.
Well, cash though, if you're some dude sitting in Iran with $1 billion in cash, they want that money to be honored, right? Will still exist for a while because, they're hoarding it.
Now, they'll probably throw out some free CBDCs to those that want to be obedient to the New World Order. They'll probably give the free cash to those wokesters.
Yeah. No, again, though, think about it. If you're a dictator in Panama and you've got $1 billion in cash in a pallet somewhere in a warehouse, yeah, they're going to let you spend that. So, I mean, cash will still work for a long time. It can't be gotten away. But, even casinos made their obsolete one day and they just say, hey, bring them in, get the new ones. Otherwise, our chips are going to, expire on the first of the year and issue new chips because security risks. The casinos have chips out for too long and they start becoming easily forged and, so they have to come up with a new edition of it that weighs a little different and is made out of slightly different this and that and, security. So, Mark, are you there?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Well, we've already got restaurants that aren't
break?
taking cash. Already, the cafes, coffee shops, they're saying we're not taking.
There's bakeries.
All they got to do is get the people to go along with it.
Yeah, and their whole thing
Break.
is, we can't, if someone tries to come in and rob us, they have nothing to take.
Except for your hand, with all your money.
There will be no cash on hand there. You know what I'm saying?
Do what now?
If they want to steal cakes or something, or cookies, or things like that, then they're fine with that. But there's a couple places here, just up the road from me, that
don't take cash
that
anymore.
Only take the card. They won't accept cash.
Yeah. No cash payments. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think they're ahead of time, man. There's no question, in my opinion, that the timeline is not right for the globalists to bring in their new world order, their liberal world order. It's just not going to happen. I'm sorry for all you globalists out there listening, but it ain't going to happen.
I'm not.
Well, you're not a globalist.
All you globalists out there listening, man. Screw you guys. Yeah, screw you guys.
Well, there's probably no globalists out there listening to our show, but if there is,
and Barry, to your point though, if I got a car dealership, I'm going to take cash over a severed hand any day of the week.
Yeah, me too. Or
yeah,
yeah.
You bring me someone's right hand that you cut off at the wrist. Yeah, I'm taking the cash.
Well, you discard the hand, the chip out.
Oh, you didn't
okay,
say
gotcha.
Rings and stuff on the hand.
They had a Soylent Green. They just put that in. They give that to the mayor, and the mayor puts it in a big,
soup or something,
chipper, and it ends up in the food somehow, the food supply. Because there's nothing better than human hands and fingernails, as far as the globalists are concerned.
All right, 30 seconds, folks.
It's Soylent Green, I tell you, it's humans.
It's people.
It's people. Good old Charlton Heston. Missed that guy. He'd never survive in a woke world.
And here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live right now.
Welcome back to hour 3 of the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show, Wednesday night edition, where we hang out, have a good old time, and tell you about everything going on in the world so you can get all your news from one trusted source right here in just a few 3-hour periods. Just a few 3 hours. Yeah, not too many hours, just 3. I think covering all the news in 3 hours is pretty fair deal, don't you?
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And trusted.
Yeah.
I think that's the key word. Trusted.
Exactly. From Red State, Javier Medier delivers Argentina's first budget surplus in over a decade. Wow.
Wow. Wow.
He
Wow.
cut
Wow.
a bunch of departments. Yeah, right. This brought inflation from 25.5 to 20.6 from the, in January. In 1 month, it brought down inflation 5 points. The peak of inflation down there was, I want to say, up in the 2000 range not too long ago. This will take their debt payments down considerably. It will allow them to start putting money back into the hands of the people that need it because you got rid of all the bloat in the government. It's a beautiful thing, and it only took them 2 months in office to do. Joe Biden, what's your excuse? Donald Trump, what's your excuse? 2 months, you had 4 years. This guy did it in 2 months. So,
I'm just wondering what kind of
hats off to him.
excuses.
Good job. Good. What kind of excuses?
What kind of excuses that the mainstream media in America will make up to say, well, yeah, but there's always a but when something good happens.
Mm-hmm.
They always have to demonize that which is good, that which is helping people, that which is empowering people.
Yeah.
It just doesn't fit their doom and gloom agenda that they think is just for everybody. And, everything's wonderful. The economy's strong. Joe Biden is sharp as a everything is, the border secure. Everything is just grand when everything sucks.
Well, they had a diversity, equity, inclusion department there that he got rid of. So they'll say, look at all the trans kids that will die now.
Oh, yeah. They'll be still have some sort of talking point.
Yeah.
You're right.
Oh, yeah. Oh, no. They'll call it, the worst thing ever. And, people will starve now because you got rid of this department and that department and they were saving lives. But at the end of the day, now you got that surplus, that sweet, sweet surplus. And when you have a surplus, you can do good things. You can give back to people. You can say, hey, anybody making, less than this a year gets a check right now for this amount. Boom.
Mm-hmm.
Little stimulus, to get everybody food in their bellies, You can afford to do good things for your people when you have that surplus. You have that money. You have that ability to, to help, to really help, and not by creating all these bureaucracies, If you think about, like, the states, they send all this money to the federal government. Federal government puts it through their big laundry machine and then sends it right back out to the states. Why? Can't the states just take that money and directly spend it on projects that they need without Washington getting in the middle and having to, scrub it first and get their cut?
Yeah.
Like every state claims that they're more into the, the federal government than they get back. What are you talking about? California doesn't get everything. We pay them way more than we get back. Well, yeah, because all that money goes through all that bureaucracy first. Then you get it back after they've made their 25, 30% off it all.
Yeah.
It's a giant scam, folks. It's a giant scam.
Sure is. Absolutely, man.
That's why we can't have nice roads.
Yes. Couldn't agree with you more, brother.
And you know about me and my roads, man. I want to privatize them all. I want to ride down the Domino's pizza delivery highway. At the end of it, all you got to do is buy a pizza. Yeah.
If it was so great, why does so many people feel like they're in despair? Why do so many people, feel like things are terrible? Why is sentiment so low? If it's so great, why all these things?
Yeah. And why did this guy win office in Argentina? If everything was so great, you know what I mean? Why? Because the people felt it. They put a radical in there. A guy who went out there with that chainsaw and I'm going to cut it all. I'm going to cut it all. And they voted for it. They said, please cut it all. We're sick of this. It's
amazing that common sense is considered radical.
During.
That's considered radical, what he did.
Yeah.
Think about that. Common sense is considered radical.
And I hope this puts Argentina on a pathway to become the great country they were not so long ago. They were a very, very wealthy country. They did phenomenally well. They had, one of the biggest beef industries in the world. They were exporters, famous for the best steaks, yada, yada. get back into it. Get that Wagyu, that sweet, sweet Wagyu from Japan, bring it over and made it. To be known for that, for giving the world the best meats, just the breadbasket of South America. They were a very successful country for a very long time, and socialism killed them. Don't cry for me, Argentina, right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Anyway, let's go Canada Corner. There was a really good back and forth between Pierre Poilievre and Trudeau. Trudeau's trying to put through a hate speech legislation, a bill to address hate speech so that no one on the internet can ever be hurt, have their feels hurt online ever. Make it illegal. Go get them. Okay? Pierre Poilievre is like, look, dude, you're Mr. Blackface. It was your thing. You didn't just do it a couple times. You were known for it. Everybody loved your blackface. Oh, Trudeau's coming. Is he going to do blackface again? I sure hope. That was funny stuff he did.
Yeah.
He ate that banana. Wow, that was funny. Mr. Blackface. Yet he's the guy that took the money from those truckers who were peacefully protesting and froze their bank accounts.
Oh, yeah. Mr. Dictator himself.
Other companies. Exactly. Mr. Dictator himself. Now he's going to control speech. And as well, Canada can't even have their news shared on social media. So Facebook is going to have to pay companies, millions or billions of dollars. And they're like, no. But we don't content Canada. You're basically the 51st state. A small one at that. No offense, Canada. We love you. But, your news isn't really that interesting to most Americans, honestly. I bring it up because, hey, I dig it, and I want to see Trudeau get fed that basic, decent. He just needs to get a piece of the taste of loss, just being wrong, of looking down on you as a horrible dictator who was bad for the country, bad for everything, bad for the nobody wants anything to do with it. That's how you deal with tyrants like him. And I swear, if he had the cojones to hold an election tomorrow, I guarantee he would lose. I sure hope he would. I don't know the state of how fair Canadian laws are, if they're rigged like they are here in the United States. And, folks, they are rigged here in the United States, as far as I'm concerned. At this point in time, you can't convince me that we're going to have a fair for election. The only hope we have is that Trump wins by such a landslide that it's just no contest. Every state, everywhere. He just wins it all. No contest. And that's our only hope. If that happens, we save our country. If he puts in election reform, big time, and he balances our budget like they did in Argentina. He puts us back on financial success path, which if anybody can do it, Donald Trump can. We have to get back on that path. And, I was thinking about it today, and I'll just go off subject and I'll give the mic to you, Barry. I wasn't even a big Donald Trump fan during the primaries. I did not vote for Donald Trump during the primaries in 2016. I did not like him. I did not want him to get the nomination, but he did. And once he won, and I saw how people treated him in both parties, I said, wow, this guy's got my support. Because if everyone hates him this much, he must be doing something right. So I was disgusted by the way the press treated him. I was disgusted by the way the rhinos treated him, by the way the Democrats talked about him. I was just disgusted by all of it such that I became one of his biggest supporters. And that trajectory right now is exactly what they're doing to him today in courts. Don't you see how many people out there are seeing a $500 million settlement for doing nothing wrong where there's no victim? Got to pay $500 million. That is the kind of thing that ticks off everybody. And all these real estate brokers and developers in New York City, they all understand this. Thinkers understand it. They see this happening in their industry and they look at it and say, wow, this is such a sham. How can this continue? It has to be the biggest landslide we've ever even envisioned in 2024. It has to be. Because otherwise, Lie, cheat, and steal, man. Lie, cheat, and steal. Biden will get 100 million votes. Beyond that, I don't think they can do much. You know, so that's where we got to start from. Votes, 100 million.
Yeah, that'd be nice. And then they are making it to where, you know, his victory is basically assured, because that is sort of the protocol. Is the more they hate on him, the more people like him, the more people realize that this is an attack on somebody that wants to make the country great again. So, or just great, period, as you like to say. And so I think people can see that. I think people can, realize that he's being attacked like we've never seen anything like this before. Never. Not that I know of. Not in my lifetime. And so people go, wow, the establishment really hates Donald Trump, and the establishment is pretty corrupt. I don't really like the establishment very much. So maybe Trump isn't such a bad guy after all. Maybe a lot of that's just propaganda. And you were talking about the hate speech laws and stuff like that in Canada. But it's not really universal hate speech. I mean, they don't feel the same way about being, bigoted towards Christians or conservatives or white people or white men or even black conservatives. They call black conservatives the black face of white
Uncle
supremacy.
Sam.
They're racist, dude. They're 100% racist towards. I mean, they have the most hateful speech of all. This is only for their little fringe group of people that support their political agenda. They do not believe in equal, universal, across the board hate speech, which I'm not for hate speech, period. But I'm just saying it's a fraud. I mean, they hate black conservatives, which is incredibly racist, because then that shows that they're only supporting black people for political purposes, not based on the color of their skin, which shows just how incredibly racist Trudeau is. And look, like you were saying, Trudeau is Mr. Blackface, but he gets a free pass because he's a part of the agenda. He's a part of the Democrat, leftist, globalist, woke, stupid, ridiculous, outrageous agenda.
Yeah, and they'll sit in a room full of black people and tell them they're too poor or dumb or whatever to be able to get an ID to vote, right? You
Which
can't
is
get an
racist.
ID to
Incredibly
vote. You're
racist.
black. Yeah, it's incredibly racist.
You realize
Avi
how
Yamini
that's
on YouTube.
stereotyping
Go look
all
him
black
up.
people. That's stereotyping all black people.
Yeah.
Like all black people are stupid.
Absolutely.
That is so incredibly racist, and yet so many black people still vote liberal, and it's a racist party.
Avi Yamini.
It always has been.
Avi Yamini is a content creator on YouTube. Avi Yamini. He did this phenomenal video. It's probably top on his list. It's got millions of views by now. Where he went out to Berkeley, UC Berkeley, and said, hey, can black people get vote ID? Can they vote? Universally, every student there said, yeah, no, they can't. They just don't have it in them to be able to get an ID. It's racist to require ID to vote. Then he goes to Harlem and says, hey, do you have ID? Well, yeah, of course I have ID. I live in America, don't I? Yeah, I need ID. Well, but, do you have a DMV? How do you get to DMV? Oh, it's 2 blocks that way, make a right. You can't miss it. It's ridiculous. It's insulting. It's insulting. Folks, their whole idea about trying to, make election big again. No. They want to steal them. They want to steal them because they know they're getting to a point where their policies are so bad that they'll never win again if given a fair shot against somebody like Donald Trump. Now, Nikki Haley, whatever. What's her name again? Nikki Rashada Lada, whatever. Yeah.
I mean, she's almost it's a bygone deal, really.
No, she's not dropping out.
She thinks, well, of course, not literally, but she can't win. She might as well be.
She is 30 points in her home state of South Carolina against Trump.
Right.
30 points. She lost to none of the above by 30 points in Nevada. None of the above beat her by a landslide, 2-1. In her home state, she's going to lose 2-1, and she's not giving up. Why? Because she's holding on to a thin grip, a little veneer that says Trump will be in jail. They're going to need somebody. I'm the last one standing. Boom. She wants to be. No way. If she's the nominee, the Republican Party's done. It'll be the end of it because they won't come out and vote in the most important election ever.
Don't the polls show Biden winning over Haley, or am I wrong on that?
It might. I don't know. It doesn't matter. I wouldn't vote for her. I'd vote for RFK first. You know?
I mean, she's not any different than the neoliberals and Joe Biden, who's a neoliberal and a globalist. I mean, she's a neocon globalist. I mean, that's the uniparty, man.
Yeah, she's the party of war, the party of more money to Ukraine, the party of wherever you guys are laundering your money. That's where we'll send everything to. Child trafficking. Sure, I don't care. Blind eye. And I don't know anything about it. What are you talking about? I'm not for that. I just turned a blind eye to it. That's all. On and on and on. Total neocon. Worst thing that could happen to the United States of America. At least as far as nominating her as a Republican. She is way the best Democrat they could put forward by far. I think she could win if she just changed parties and ran as a Democrat. I think they might put her up and she might win.
It's funny. The mainstream media literally you can see them. You can literally see them say, every time like they come against Trump and they get some kind of fake victory, temporal fake victory, they go, "Oh, Trump is now demoralized. He looks broken." And then you see him, at a rally, he's more empowered than ever before. His base is more empowered than before. Yeah. They really don't. They're not even like in tune with reality. Trump is far from defeated. He gets power. He feeds off of the challenge. This is a guy who has looked at his whole life in that manner as one big challenge, and he basically rises to the challenge.
Have you heard about Truth social media going public here in the next few weeks?
What's going on with that?
Okay, if they go public, the amount of shares that Trump owns and the value that they're talking about, he'll make a cool $4 billion.
Wow.
Right?
Well, that's nice.
So, yeah, that takes the sting off of $500 million, fines coming out of New York. Oh, you need me to pay cash for it right now? Here you go. Here's cash.
It's chump change.
Thank you very much.
It's the backfire boomerang effect. Whatever they do to hurt him, somehow it works to his advantage. Always does.
I mean, he's barred from doing any work in New York, but I mean, honestly, he could get a loan on one of his buildings to pay off that $500 million.
They're not going to be able to hurt him.
No problem whatsoever. They just made it illegal.
They're not going to be able to hurt him
to do any business in New York. So
you watch between. Look. Let's just mark our words right now. They're not going to be able to hurt him. He's going to be, by the time the elections come around, and we're all getting ready to vote, Trump is going to look like $1 million. He's going to have more millions and billions than he ever had before. He's going to be sitting very, very pretty. It doesn't matter what they do to him, and that's just proof. That's just proof that we are on the right side of history.
And remember back when he said, "You guys are going to get sick of winning. Winning is going to get so old. You're going to hate it. You're going to get sick of winning, and it's too much. You're winning too much. Too much winning."
No, never can be too much.
And I remember those days. I remember those days when it just was so good, day after day after day. That's just like, wow, another giant win for Trump. Another win for Trump. Look at how we stopped this. How we got. It was the glory days of America when Trump was too much winning. But even now, it feels like the opposite now. You know what I mean?
Too much losing.
Like too much losing.
Yeah.
But it's not. Think about it. He's really winning a lot of these things because he's winning the public hearts and minds. He's winning the black vote. They get it. They see this. They know what it looks like to have a family member or somebody persecuted by the courts and trumped up in charges and, nothing you can do about it and you're guilty, slam the thing and see you later. But he's got that ability to fight to the next level. He's got the money. It's costing him a lot to fight all this stuff. But that's the point. That's what they wanted it to do. They wanted it to hurt him in the pocketbook. But man, they're barking up the wrong tree if they want to hurt this guy in the pocketbook. They really are.
I'll tell you this, man. I'm not a Q follower, but I will say that Q is 100% correct when he said these people, these corrupt politicians on the left and the right, these globalists, these neocons, these neolibs, these Bill Gates types, all these evil, super dictatorial psychopaths are not going to be able to go anywhere without being basically loathed and just, wherever they go by, being shouted at, being,
Loathed.
go away, go away, go away, booed, and I don't mean anything violent, just peaceful rhetoric, but letting them know we don't like you, we don't appreciate you, and hopefully jail for all the crimes that you've committed against humanity.
Yeah. So we've got a few minutes left. I want to just hit a couple stories really quick. World War III watch from Gateway Pundit. Houthis sink British ship in Red Sea, shoot down U.S. Reaper drone, and attack 2 U.S. ships in the Gulf of Aden. So, again, Houthis, these guys live in huts in Yemen. They're a proxy for Iran. That they've got pretty much just sunk a British ship, attacked 2 other U.S. ships, and, shot down one of our drones. Unacceptable. I can't begin to think what the world needs to see before there is a united coalition where even Ukraine and Russia are sending troops down here to stop this. I mean, it's disgusting. Embalmer shares video of the clots that he's seeing. I mean, wet fibrous clots. Have you seen this stuff? Right, early 2021, it's being discovered these long white clots that they're pulling out of corpses. You know? And they're disgusting. It's gross. I mean, if I could show it on the radio, you'd have a warning here. Don't watch this. It's gross. What's going on with that? We don't know, folks. We don't know. Let's see. Boston flight makes emergency landing after part of the wing falls off midair. This is a big trend we're seeing with Boeing because they're woke now, and boom, diversity is their strength. But their wings might fall apart a little bit more now, and their doors don't always stay on like they used to. But diversity is their strength. DEI, change the letters around a little bit. DIE.
And we need to give ourselves credit for this because we said this was going to happen. Let's give ourselves credit. You and I were talking about everything was going to be falling apart under this woke Democrat leadership, and this is the exact kind of thing we were talking about. We've been talking about it for over 8 years. It's the case of like if the world got into big trouble now, only 10% of the people could survive through whatever happened. On the backside of that 10% coming out, no one would be able to work anything. Most everything, your Tesla car would be worthless. An old ICE engine, you got the mechanic that survives. Yeah, he can get all those things going. We can pull parts off other cars and, until the cows come home, we can drive those around. A lot of stuff is going to fall apart. James Biden testified in a closed setting today at Congress and basically said his brother is a saint. Yeah. Hunter is too. Hunter is a great saint, man.
Good guy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And no, I never smoked crack with him, but whatever. So.
Not that we know of, anyway.
Yeah, we always find ourselves in the spot here. In the end of the third hour, I need to jump in and cover a few stories that we didn't have time to get to, but I wanted to get out there and touch on them. So hope you don't mind that too much, Barry. I know we got 30 seconds about where you start ranting on something.
Sure. We can talk about Hunter and how he's such a great son. He's the best son that anyone could ask for.
We got a second. Let's break into a 2-minute monologue right now.
A 2-minute monologue? Oh yeah. I have no idea, man. It's two on the spot.
Yeah, 15 seconds left. Go. No, you got cut off tonight every time you got into a rant because we had to go to commercial break. So I apologize for that. But other than that, phenomenal show. Thanks for joining me. And everyone at home, thanks for listening. Man, we love each and every one of you so much. You are the most beautiful and bestest people in the world. We will see you on Sunday night. But stay tuned. DREAGUS Productions has way more content coming. So stay tuned. We will see you Sunday.
Peace.
All right. Getting ready to finish up to clear out. And that was the end of that. All right. Thanks,
Was I
guys.
too
Great
aggressive
show.
saying stage 3 times? Is that too much?
Yeah. Thanks, guys. Great show. More stuff coming up, everybody. So stick around. Get
Stay
the
And
tuned.
everyone listening on the interwebs, man,
yeah. We'll
thanks
have
so
the
much. My Nicole, you're the best. I've been you forever. I gotta hop in one of these Friday nights in Yale somewhere.
I was up there with them the other day. Her and Adam watching them play Call of Duty. Oh yeah. So
Uh,
yeah. Let me get things set up over here. We got a few minutes to do a short after show.
Mm-hmm.
So
yeah. You start a
now you're
minute
breaking
block
up. I
at
don't
15
know what's
seconds
going
left there,
on.
so
You
why
were
don't you
doing
go ahead?
pretty good up until just a little bit ago.
Yeah, you were cutting out quite a bit there at the end.
Yeah.
Oh, was it that? Yeah.
And
All right, well,
well, I'll tell you
don't
what.
know why, don't know where, don't
You
know
cut
when.
out, but then you came back,
T-Mobile
which was
sucks
kind
out.
of good. You cut out, but then all of a sudden it came back. I was
I
like,
think it's
okay,
how
he's
he
back.
leans his head. You know, the chip that Elon put in there. You know, he only gets
Yes.
reception a certain way.
Yeah. Exactly.
Yeah, my blood pressure goes above a certain level, my phone
Yeah.
cuts out.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's basically reading your levels, your heart rate, your stress,
Yeah.
anxiety.
Mhm.
And that's really what that's all about for real. And they've already put this in the propaganda in films. There's that Brad Pitt film where he goes to space, and that is exactly what is going on because the
Mhm.
robot is telling him, "Oh, you're experiencing stress. You're experiencing that." Well, how would he know that unless there was some kind of a, identifying device inside of him? I mean, maybe they were reading his facial expressions, but I'm sure it goes beyond that.
Smartwatch? I mean, smartwatches, right?
What's that?
People buy those smartwatch. A
I can't hear.
smartwatch would
A smartwatch. Yeah. Oh, yeah. That. Yeah. But the computer would say, "Well, I'm sorry, we can't. You need to. You can't come back on your job. You're experiencing too much stress and blah 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 blah. And if you didn't answer the questions correctly, I mean, it's all preparing people for this draconian, authoritarian, new world order where it's kind of like Gattaca, the film Gattaca, if you've ever seen that with Ethan Allen.
Barry, I can't let you buy that gun right now. Barry, you can't buy that gun right now. Your anxiety levels are too high to buy that handgun.
That's it. Hey, you seem to have too much hostility. You might go on a mass shooting.
Yeah. Yeah. This this angry man wants to speak with you for a few minutes outside. Go speak with him. Maybe it'll calm you down.
You know why they're
no, he's the guy I'm buying the gun to kill.
You know why their authoritarianism has so much success? Because if you think about it, their whole shtick is basically, we got to do this for the safety and the security. Well, guess what, man? Everything that you do is dangerous. Everything, stepping outside your door can be dangerous. You could be struck by lightning. I mean, this idea of overprotecting people is insane. I mean, I guess if you want to have no life whatsoever, then you can maybe protect yourself more, And that's why they don't want us driving. There's too many car accidents, but I don't think that the driverless cars are going to be any safer unless there's on some track, where, and that's going to be just like a subway then. It won't be like you having any real freedom.
When everything is autonomous, then I think it will be a lot safer, But it brings up a lot of scenarios too that AI will be making life and death decisions.
Well, it's encroaching on your freedoms. It's encroaching on your freedoms, and that's part of life is freedom. If you don't have freedom, you don't have anything. So of course, I would have some danger. I mean, that's why they tell kids they can't play.
Yeah.
You can't play out on the swings. You can't because you might hurt yourself. Well, guess what? That's how you learn things. I mean, folks, the reason they have such success is because everything about life is dangerous.
That's right.
Yeah. The more likely you are to get hurt as a kid, the less likely you are to do that again when you're older,
Well, what was it that Benjamin Franklin said? He who's willing to give up Safety. Who's willing to give up?
Liberty for safety.
Yeah, deserves neither.
Neither.
And that's the way I feel about it.
Deserves or ends up, or yeah, like either way, like you get nothing. If you make that trade off, you end up with neither.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Oh damn! He's got a big old bonfire going on now. Oh,
and ladies and gentlemen, wait,
no,
I see it now. The kite is actually
guys,
coming
I'll
down.
be right
We're
back,
about to 10
and
feet.
then
It's
I'm gonna
going into the
switch over
fire
to
right
the
now.
next show.
Man, my dog just jumped in. He took the kite, saved the kite from hitting the fire, and now the kite flyer's thanking the dog. And now I can see CS walking over to his dog, and the guy that was flying the kite just gave CS, wow, 5 $100 bills. Excellent job, man. Wow, that was really great. That was nice of that guy.
It's a big kite too. It's really a couple $100.
So your dog saved the day.
Yeah.
And then you got paid. Take that money. Take that money and run.
That's like a story an AI would write, you know?
Take the money and run. What's that song? Come on, help me out, Mark. Take the money and run. Remember that song? That's a 70s tune.
Yeah, that's what's his name? Steve Miller Band.
That's it, dude.
Okay, guys.
Man.
I got to take and get going and get the next show set up. So I'll catch you guys later on. All right. So take care.
Bro.
Catch you on Sunday.
Sounds good, man.
All right.
Hi, Mark. See you there.
All right. Stay tuned while I set up for this all-new Cafe Enigma radio show. It'll take me a few minutes, but hey. Let's get things going here. All right. Telling everybody over in Cafe and TMV Cafe that hey, we'll catch them next time. And Zombie Zach over there with After Rot. That's one of the stations I connect to, along with many others. So let's see who's connected up with us. Nobody just yet. Let's see here. Try to start this call again. Do-do-do-do-do. Hope everybody's enjoying the night. One show down, one more to go. Then we'll take it into the after show for the all-new Cafe Enigma. All right. Get things going here. Slowly but surely. I don't know what Shirley had to do with anything, but hey, we'll get it going. All right. Get my Telegram up there so we can broadcast over to Telegram, because I know some folks that listen to this show listen on Telegram as well. And you can Also, if you are having problems listening here, but I only do it for the last show on Wednesday night. And I usually cut that stream off a little early, just uh, just to let you know. Sorry about that, Willie. Yeah, I've had a lot of freezing on my chats here and there, so I don't get to see everybody right away. If you can, I know that we're going to be down a host tonight over here on Cafe Enigma. Our condolences go out to Nancy and her family, as well as Raph, who is her husband. His mother just passed away, so please send your thoughts and prayers to her and him, because they're an integral part of the all new Cafe Enigma family. Do appreciate that. Still trying to get a hold of everybody over here. Yeah, yes, we are. Boy, trying to get it going. I'm usually a little earlier connecting with the Cafe Enigma, but hey, I had to use the restroom, so hey, that happens. And we'll get everything going. Don't worry. Hmm. Let me see what's going on with Skype. Do 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 do. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody there? Anybody out there? Trying to give a ring a ling. Oh, Skype being slow to me tonight. That's all right. Oh, it doesn't? Oh, it should. What's going on? Let's try this again. Do 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 do. Send in the data. Let's get this going. And oh boy, what a night! Yeah, here we go. Maybe I'll get folks listening in now. Here we go. Ringing the group. Finally. Very, very odd indeed. Hello, hello, hello. Anybody there? Come on. Started out with a good group and then getting crazy. Um, Getting snags all over the place right now. That happens. Hello, hello, hello. Come on, folks. Let's get with it. Hello, hello.
Hello, hello.
How you doing, Vicky?
I'm doing well. How are you?
I'm doing pretty good.
I heard the news about Nancy's
Yeah.
mom-in-law. Yeah. So, that was sweet of you to, say she didn't have to be a trooper and come on, even though she'll probably try to,
Yeah.
because she's a trooper.
Yeah. If you would please, can you check over on Telegram and monitor that
Okay.
for us?
Okay.
All right. I'm having some connection issues over there for some reason.
Okay. Yeah.
Are they
I think it's been a little bit weird
are they
today.
having problems with that too? Other places?
Yeah. Hmm.
Well, let's try to do it again. No, it says Telegram doesn't seem to be stream coming in, but it says it's going out. I know it's going out. Are you seeing anything over there?
I'm looking. Oh, well, helps if I spell it right.
Having such a
Hmm.
fun night.
Okay. Do I go to the DREAGUS in all caps productions or
Yeah,
DREAGUS productions just in regular capitalized first letters?
yeah. It's not the. I'm doing it from the chat group we always use.
Okay. All right. So I just joined the chat room.
Yeah.
Okay.
You'll see where it said I ended at 30 seconds, 118 seconds, whatever. I'm like, really? You getting anything over there? Anyways, I
Hmm.
hope D comes in real soon.
Yeah, that would be
Yeah, that's why I'm late.
that would be good.
Coming over. Had to make pit stop.
Is that
Hello, hello, hello. I don't know. No.
Anybody home?
Hey, John, how's it going, buddy?
What's going on?
You are, man. Well, don't look
So I
like
guess
that's going to work
Nancy's
out.
mother-in-law passed away.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I figured it would. They were in hospice, right?
Yeah, she was.
Yeah, that's the last step.
This morning, I think it was around 11 or something, she said.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what she said. Hmm.
So
Well, sometimes better that way.
I don't expect her to be in tonight.
Yeah. I seen the message she was talking about being on, but I don't.
Yeah, she
I
said I'm
wouldn't.
gonna be on. I'm like, you know, family first. Remember? Am I
Yep.
really low or what? Check, check. Okay. I had to close some stuff out. Now I'm back again. I don't know why it's got me low.
Where's D at? D ain't showed up yet.
No,
Hi,
he's not
John.
here yet.
How you doing, Vicky?
That didn't work, did it?
I'm about tired of this cold weather. Cold weather needs to go away.
We got some warm weather going on here. I don't know what happened.
We had it for a minute, and then it went
Hey,
back to
John.
cold.
I don't think I'm being picked up.
I can hear you.
Oh, you can? Okay.
Yeah,
Yep.
you're coming through, but I have to get like right on top of my microphone in order to be heard, or look, or seen on the VU meters for some reason. Normally,
Somebody
that's
talking.
never
I
the
can't hear them
case.
talking. Who's talking?
There's
Check, check,
echoing.
check. Okay, how's that? Is that too loud for me?
Nah.
Okay.
Huh.
All right. Well, I don't know. I hope D comes in soon because I don't know where he's at, and he usually comes in like last minute.
Yep.
I think he does that because he's upset with me at times. I don't know.
He probably does it just to mess with you.
Not really a good thing to do. I'm trying to get everything set up and squared away. You know, I'm like, you know, I do things a little different than what he did on Think Out Loud Radio. So
Yeah.
all right. Well, we are set and good to go. Everything's ready. So check something real quick here on my end.
Do you think that it possibly is messing up if I'm on the,
The following program
Dragus
is
on
intended.
Telegram?
What's that?
If I'm the one on Dragus, I'm listening to you on Telegram. If you hear any echoing or anything, will that interfere?
No, I don't.
I'm looking for that goes. Either we hear it or we're not going to hear it.
Yeah.
We'll let you know.
Are those your friends communicating with you?
My friends? What friends?
I was talking about John's. It
John's.
sounded like actually
Yeah.
what
Maybe
it sounds like
they'll
when
come
you
in and
call.
do a fly-in or something.
Well, last week it was 4 shootings, and today it's 4 weird plane things.
It's all some crazy crap.
Well, John, are
Yeah.
you ready to go? If not, I'll get Vicky and we'll just do the show and just make sure that we're ready to go one way or the other, right?
I'm always ready to go.
Okay.
Yeah, it's just the news is so depressing and it's so ridiculous every week. It's just gets worse, worse, and worse.
We did about 3 hours of news earlier, so if we talk about something other than news, that'd be a good thing, I guess. You know, but I don't know if that's going to happen tonight.
Huh?
doctor said. Needed more vitamin D.
Vitamin D.
Oh, yeah, Dorothy's doctor told her she needed to take vitamin D.
The doctor said that I was low on vitamin D on my blood work and that my good cholesterol was 202 and they wanted 200. So I need to eat more eggs, fresh fish, and get more, take vitamin D. I said, okay, so I'll just go fishing.
Yeah, there you go. Fishing's
and
good.
Get more chickens. I'll get more chickens and I'll go fishing.
Did you drink a glass of milk yet?
I don't drink milk.
Well, you should drink milk. On vitamin D.
I need the sun.
Go outside. Yeah, go outside.
Well, my doctor is she's new, but to me, so she has very dark skin. I am white, like I glow in the dark.
She's a redhead.
So yep. She goes, "Oh, you would fry." I said, "Yeah, I very rarely tan, but fishing and more chickens."
Your freckles become obvious.
So that's what I said.
Red hair. Yep.
My doctor is awesome.
Well, they said 20 minutes. That's good enough.
Who said 20 minutes?
For us redheads.
No, I'm out there. I don't care. I'll wear long sleeves and long pants.
I hear you.
I'm the last one to. Every year for my birthday, I want to be on the water for sunrise, and I want to be heading in as the sun sets.
Yeah, hey guys, I just popped in to let y'all know I'm not going to do the show tonight. I've got too much going on.
Yeah, I told you.
We figured that.
Yeah.
Yeah. Sorry.
Right. No, I'm sorry for his loss.
Oh, I will. Yeah. It's almost a blessing at this point, though. Vic knows. I've been in contact with him the whole time. It's just, yeah.
Well, we've got about
now
2 more minutes before I get the Badgers and Wolverines going.
Vic, where's D?
Yeah, exactly. I don't
just
know.
Talked about that.
I don't know what's going on. I mean, he comes in last minute. I don't know. Maybe talk to him about that.
I'll stay. Because if he doesn't show up, that's a big problem.
Just to get us going, I don't know. And then once we get going, I'll take over. All right.
It's all right. I'll stick by it.
Nance, it's fine.
Yeah, you want to jump on? Rafi's going to jump on too.
Yeah. In fact, let people know what's going on and why you guys are going to bail early. Then. All right.
Did your headache go, Nancy?
No.
No.
But it was, today was probably the worst day of all of them. So that's, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah.
Well, I know it's weird that I didn't call, but, if I have a migraine, I just want peace and quiet.
No. I did not do that personally at all. It's been a hell of a week. So it's just,
Well, being an empath, you have to be quiet to recharge, since it was a big drain this week for you.
Yep.
Really big.
Yep.
Or maybe I'm just projecting. Maybe you don't need quiet to.
No, it was draining enough for me to not want to go back down several times. So yeah, I mean because it's overwhelming. And today was probably the worst day, but at least I know there's a. That the environment is not going to occur again.
Right.
That was I was girding myself for it because I knew it was coming.
Mm-hmm. But nobody's ever really prepared when it does come. It's still a blow.
It is, but it's the same. I was saying that to Rafi. I handle death differently than most other people do. I'm happy for the person.
Yeah.
Because it's just, who wants to see somebody exist like that? You don't.
Mm-mm. No, they're not suffering anymore. And that's a good thing. It's just,
Yeah.
The reality that hits. And it's just a hard time. Just really is hard.
It is. And I think, like I said, the dynamics of the whole thing, with his siblings. You know, that just Rafi's kind of like me. He can compartmentalize really well.
Mhm.
And you know, we'll both grieve in our own way, but not
Right.
necessarily the way normal people grieve. But yeah, it was emotional today. It was emotional, and he tries to hold together to stay very strong because he's the oldest.
Right.
So it's just, yeah, I'm proud of him. I'm really proud of him.
Yep. And I don't know if he gets that delayed reaction, you know. It's like, you know, they sail right through because, you know, that's just kind of what they do. But then later, like a month down the road, it'll be like, oh no, you know, and it hits, you know, you just never know when it's going to hit. But that's really great that he could do that.
Yeah, and I said to him, it was very interesting because I pulled him aside, and he'll probably relay that to you when he comes on, but I could feel her at the hospice. And I looked at him, I go, she's not gone. She's like here, which is a little perplexing because she should be gone, but she's running around the hospice like a little girl right now. So I don't know what the whole hell is going on. And I know it was her because I felt like I walked right through her. It was ridiculously strong. And he's like, is she happy? I was like, yeah, she's giddy. I mean, she's jumping around but I don't think she realizes she's gone. Slight problem here.
Well,
and I think, I said, I think she's looking for somebody. I think she's looking for her sister, actually, but it's very odd. I've never had that happen before. Usually when somebody goes like that for the first weeks, couple of months, they're gone. They're gone.
Mm-hmm.
You know, they've gone to explore whatever's out there. If they return, they're returning because there were unfinished things. And I said to him, I could feel her happiness, like her giddiness. I knew she was definitely looking for somebody,
mm-hmm.
but she does have unfinished business. I said, so this is going to be interesting because I said, I hope she leaves when her body leaves and goes with her body, because otherwise she's going to be stuck here trying to figure out how the hell she got here and why she can't leave.
Mm-hmm.
Very, very interesting though. But that's what it's like for me though, because even my grandmother, I told you, I sense her here and there, but I never cried when my grandmother died because I was so happy for her.
Yeah.
She was so miserable at the end. She just did not want 100 years old. Everybody was already dead.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
hey, I'd like to give a big shout out to Game Playboy 2222 over on the Kick Jack. Thank you for coming in there and hanging out and supporting us tonight. Appreciate it, man. I got my hands full, and when I get done with this, I'll get back and give you a shout out in the channel as well. Appreciate it.
Okay.
Ooh. Mark doing the marketing.
Yeah.
Mark doing the marketing.
Yeah.
And it's weird because Dee sent me a message. I want to say yesterday.
I don't. When things start calming down, we need to talk. I don't know what's going on.
Well, I mean, I'm concerned because with him, you know, when he's not in on time, something's up.
Yeah, and there's been some little comments made in between on live shows between him and me, and I'm like, I don't know, it's not Think Out Loud Radio, all right?
Well,
you want to go back and do that, that's fine, but this is a little different. I'll support you either way,
Yeah, I hear you. I hear you.
I'm that kind of guy. I've always done that, Anyways, we got 30 seconds.
I just work you.
I'm right there with you.
Yeah.
Ignorance is bliss, my friend.
Sometimes.
I don't know nothing about a radio show. Sorry.
Now, if he comes in and says, I didn't realize the clock didn't change this week, but anyways, here's the countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
And I'd like to welcome everybody to the all-new Cafe Enigma. Today's date is February the 21st, 2024. We're more than halfway through the month of February, folks, and you know what? What's going on? A lot, a lot. In fact, I had conversations today about UFOs with people I'd never thought in a million years I would talk to about that particular subject. It just seems to me like things are opening up on the communication realm. People are a little bit more apt to go outside their box of comfort. Gotta wonder why that is. Probably because we're all very uncomfortable with how things are going right now. I'd say that's probably the reason why. People are having to confront things that they never thought they'd confront in their lifetime. People are having to choke on some realities that are just not easy for them. It's just been a very interesting whirlwind of a year already, and we're only a month and a half in. And I'm pretty sure my co-hosts, Vicky and John, are going to agree with me. Mark, my producer, you guys have been with us this whole time as we're all kind of traversing this landscape. Pretty sure you guys are going to absolutely agree when I say that, yeah, people are changing. And it's going one direction or the other. They're either digging in really, really hard to this complete, how to describe it, fallacy that is being woven for them, or they're starting to realize it's a fallacy and they're asking more questions. So it's, again, I never thought I'd actually see the day when people who are very skeptical minded, people who are even heavily religious, are asking questions you'd never thought you'd hear them ask. And I mean, folks who are listening on the air, you have to understand, I've had a really, 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 really hard day today. My mother-in-law passed away. My husband, Raphael's mom, she was in hospice for a week and a day. And it was kind of, for me as an empath, it's an overwhelming experience sometimes. But again, I had girded myself for this, and I'd love to express my love to Mark and John and Vic for all the support that they've been. But, you know, again, just to give you guys a kind of an idea or a mind's eye into the times we live in right now. My husband and I got the call this morning. We needed to go now. Her fingers were turning blue. We had to go. Okay, so we jump and we're getting ready to go. We didn't even have time to finish getting ready. We got the second phone call telling us she was gone. So we've got an hour and a half drive to get to where she was. So, we get in the car, we drive down there, and my husband's fiddling with something. Couldn't quite figure out what he was fiddling with all the way down, fiddling with something. And okay, I drove most of the way. He drove the first, I guess, maybe 20 minutes, and he was, it's overwhelming. This was exhausting. So we pulled off and he said, "Do you mind?" I said, "No, I'll drive." We get to the hospice, and I had an experience at the hospice that I'll maybe go into later, but staying with the storyline here, we get into the room and, we both gave her a kiss on the forehead and, said our, thought our piece and of course comforted his siblings, his father, and, and it just kind of gelled as a family as we sat and waited to figure out what they were going to do with her body. But Raphael, out of nowhere, pulls a blue light out of his pocket. So it's basically it's an ultraviolet light. He pulled it out, and apparently he had watched a video I'd sent him. That
no.
Well, it was about COVID, and it dealt with the different skin tone things that the luciferase causes. And the underlying thing or theory with his mother's cancer was that it was because she was fully vaccinated up to the last vaccine. And the cancer came on out of nowhere. And it took her, the first time she fought with everything, and they said it had receded, but it didn't. It had just basically broken up and gone everywhere else. So when it came back with an absolute vengeance. She felt strongly that it was definitely the vaccinations. So here goes Raphael. I am not playing, folks, not playing.
climbs up on his mother's bed, and he's putting light on her forehead. Now you have to imagine nobody else in the room knows what he's doing but me. And I'm kind of looking at him with abject horror on my face, like, what are you doing? Oh no, what are you doing? And he's like, oh, I'm not seeing here. He just joined us, so he can definitely verify what I'm saying here.
What I missed.
I'm telling them about you with the stupid blue light in your mother's hospice room on her forehead, climbing on the bed on her forehead, checking to see if you can see any orange dots.
You're talking about exaggeration.
Oh, heck no, it was not. Because your father was looking at me like, what is he doing? So then.
And yet, I was proven right, wasn't I?
Yeah. Oh, see, now he doesn't deny it because there is a caudicle to the story. But he comes down off the bed and he turns it on his brother Ron. And Ron is, Ron is so funny because he gets this like really nervous look on his face, like, what are you doing? But I think you had sent Ron the video already, so he was familiar, kind of. Well, Raphael's doing
over it.
Yeah, he puts the light on Ron's forehead, and I'll be damned, all these little orange.
Are you
speckles.
kidding?
No.
Oh my gosh. Oh,
now
no.
here's Ronnie, who's like, I've not been vaccinated. Why what? And Rafi's like, he's explaining to him that if somebody who had been recently vaccinated shed on you, the spike proteins would show. And that's what he thought it was. Oh, Lord. This result, I mean, literally people going in the bathroom with the blue light and checking their, I am not, we're in the bathroom. The fathers look at me, holy hell is going on right now. And back at Raphael's mother going, they're fine. Don't worry about it. It's all good.
But that's the kind of family we had. We have that kind of family.
And you went giddy.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Rafi. You can finish this because you were the one that. No, absolutely. I want you to finish it because you were the one that was all the way home. He's shining the light all over himself.
So she sent me this video. It was if anybody follows the Reese report, it explained all this. It was a study that was done, and it's showing the luciferase that's making people's faces glow orange and kind of spotty. So I just I was positive, and I still am. I'm positive that her my mother's turbo cancer came from as a vaccine damage. It's the way it started in the rectal area, and once they got that quote unquote cured, it spread like wildfire through the rest of the body. So it just the pattern that I kept finding that read about with the with this turbo. So I thought for sure that that she that's what it was. And so when Nancy sent me that I had no choice. I had to go find out if I was right.
I can't believe you did that.
Yeah, I did. But you know what? It's funny because now what we found is basically everybody has those damn. I don't even know what you want to call it. It's
orange nose or
no. It's the it's a fiber that
okay.
They say that
graphene oxide fiber.
It's a what?
Graphene oxide. Yeah.
Fibers.
Could be. I don't know what it is. I didn't really go back and watch that video again. But the bottom line was the everybody had these lines, and when I looked at my mother's face, she had a really, really long out from her eye duct. And so I'm freaking out. I mean, I really wasn't expecting all of that. Yeah. So
you were freaking out. His brother Ron was freaking out because Ron was the only one that came up with orange.
Yeah.
We're all looking at him.
He did the Africa trip.
Yep.
Oh.
That was something we talked about because Ron swears he was not vaccinated, but I looked at Raphael and said he went to Africa during COVID, and I'm pretty sure it was required.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure that most of Africa required you to be vaccinated for COVID before they'd allow you to enter the country.
Right.
So it was interesting. There were a couple of countries that did not have that requirement, but most of Africa had that requirement. So I was like, yeah.
Isn't that weird? Because they take anti-malarials pretty
Yes.
much? Yeah.
Yep.
So yeah, I could see it not taking, or you know.
All I know is Ron was the only one flecked orange, and I'll be dipped in damned. Like Raphael, we're sitting at home just a little bit ago. We were sitting on the couch looking at each other, and he goes, "Oh, look at that! Ron went ahead on Amazon and ordered one of those lights." I'm like, "Oh my god, he's gonna be in the mirror for the next week, looking for orange. Holy crap! His whole family's gonna get scanned for orange."
Yeah,
but
well, I mean, it just goes to show us conspiracy theorists are, we're right more times than not.
Spot on.
Yeah.
Well, and then we're driving home. Poor Rafi, we're driving. He's of course now he's gone. He can't see his own head because we're in a car, and so now he's scanning parts of his body that are exposed. And he gets down to his knee. Long film. I'm not joking. I saw it too. I was like, "Is that like a thread? What is that?" Giant filament of something coming at him at his knee. And he was just like, "What is that?" He's gross. I was like trying to get it. He's like, "Oh, what is that?" So he was like, "I don't know if that's a fiber."
Well, is it you still on the like anti-platelet aspirin and that kind of stuff?
Yes.
No.
I take aspirin every day. Yes.
Yeah. And then, I just wondered if it, you just have more of affinity to clotting, if it's a long filament kind of thing.
I don't know, but I know when he scanned me, there was nothing because it was like
you had the fibers too.
Yeah, the fibers, yes, but I no orange dots or anything like that. But
so you excrete these fibers apparently, and if you pick them up with tweezers, according to the report, it'll start following your hand. I don't know if that's static electricity pulling it or something else, but it's freaky as hell, and if
it's graphene, if it's a graphene compound though, that would make sense because your magnetic field.
Right.
That would
I thought they tried to get
sense.
to the people. Yeah, I mean, they try to get to the people. These little creepy things.
Well, it did creep. I mean, freaking out on the way home as he's trying to get whatever that thing was, his finger. I was just, I'm trying to drive on the interstate, which is already stuff, and I'm looking at him like he's flicking. He's like, like, "Oh Lord, I am taking your light away. That's it."
Katie.
He is right. Where that was a really simple, stupid thing that anybody could do to prove or disprove it. And yeah, why would somebody? I mean, what would show orange under a blue light? That's what I'm thinking. I'm like, what in the holy hell, orange?
That would be the luciferase, right?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean,
or the graphene oxide.
It possibly. But again, Ron swears he was not vaccinated. I'm thinking, okay, well, he shed all over you that was just newly vaccinated, or yeah, you've been vaccinated. It's just no.
Does he live with people that?
He was living. My mother was staying with him while she was fighting cancer, and he has a girlfriend who lives with him. So I mean, she was vaccinated, and so we really don't know. And my mother was vaccinated, so we really don't know where it came from. But the fact that he's glowing orange and nobody else is, I mean, I think there's two possibilities. It's when he got the monoclonal antibodies, or when he went to his missionary trip to Africa. They got him with a jab somewhere in there. But it's just it's really freaking me out. I mean,
well, it's funny you should say that because I was thinking the same thing because we have, I think, a blue light or black light, whatever. And I was wanting to look at my kids, my
Yeah.
family members that I have. It's like,
Well, they
see if that
say,
works.
yeah, according to the study, you want to use a 36 or 365 nm blacklight. So what, I don't know what the nm stands for, but that's what it said in the report.
Nanometer. My husband said nanometer. Mm-hmm.
Okay, well, there you go. So yeah, if you can,
The wavelength.
yeah, that's what makes it glow. So.
Wow. Huh.
Well, like I said, I thought it was an interesting direct. This isn't us relaying something that somebody else did and told us about. Yeah. He did it.
Yeah.
He literally crawled up on his mother's bed.
Oh gosh.
Yeah.
Blue light.
I'm collecting. That's it. I'm collecting evidence for the lawsuits.
Yes, literally collecting while his father stared in abject horror. Like, what is he doing? And then everybody, it was so funny because everybody all at once kind of looked up and said, have we been left out of a private party? What is he doing? And so, yeah, then he explained it, and oh God, it was so funny. It really was funny. It added, like I said, I already kind of felt her giddiness, but I'm literally like, I'm apologizing to her body going, I'm so sorry. So sorry.
Yeah, but you know what? My mom, she knew how we were. We're a bunch of nuts like that.
Did you ever like that song, No More Monkeys Jumping on the Bed?
Pretty much. And it was out of nowhere. Like, he walks in and I told you, very somber. Everybody's very quiet. His sister's crying. Ron is trying not to cry. The father is being the father. And, JJ's kind of over in a corner with his son. And here comes Rafi. We give everybody a hug, and he didn't waste any time, man. Whip, out came the light, boink, up on the bed. I'm like, oh, God.
Oh, God. Yeah.
Is that what he was messing with on the way down?
Yes, I think it was. I'm like, what is he doing? But again, and I couldn't figure when it came in because he ordered it from Amazon. I'm like, what the hell is that? And then I'm thinking, well, maybe he's just being really kind of particular because he's about to go on a business trip for a couple weeks. And I mean, yeah, maybe he wants to make sure there's nothing on the hotel sheets or wherever he's staying. I don't know. But I said we go to the restaurant.
Are you gonna go show the UV lights on the pilots, make sure they're okay?
Well, I literally told him as we're sitting at, we had a late lunch with the family. We're all kind of talking about it, and I looked at him. I said, "Whatever you do, do not shine that thing on the plates or the silverware or anything else in this restaurant because you will not eat if you do so. Because trust me, the bacteria in these places, even I said, as clean as they are, and you could have had stuff just come out of their dishwasher at boiling temp. Blacklight's still going to show the bacteria.
Hi, Alan.
So, oh yeah, yep. That from ghost hunting because that's one of the tools we use.
Hi,
so it's not funny. But with that, guys, what is going on in the news? I actually posted something today that I showed Raphael. I don't even know if he saw it because, again, stressful day. But as we're sitting at lunch, we're all kind of, heads deep in the phone. And I come across this, I guess you could say, alert from somebody I follow, Mary Greeley. But normally I follow her for earthquake and volcanic activity because she's on it. But she had reported that a British Poseidon submarine had apparently had a misfire with a Trident missile, which is nuclear, and hit another boat off the coast of Florida. I was like, I had to reread the article. I'm like, no. Are you kidding? What? Who there's a nuclear missile? What the hell? It's just. But I'm reading it going, it's like a false flag that went wrong. How does that happen? But, and again, nothing in our mainstream media about it. There was the article I was reading was from The Guardian, which is over in England.
Uh-huh.
But they reported on it. And apparently it happened in early February. But apparently right off the coast of Florida, which brought up another thought process, which is, what the hell is a British nuclear submarine doing right off the coast of Florida? Pretty sure it's not their domain. Why are they off our coast like that?
They might have port of call at Kings Bay, which is one of the submarine bases.
And well, you also have the base up in Jacksonville, which is it's a possibility. But to have, why in God's name would you even be trying to test fire a missile off the coast of Florida?
And then to have the nerve of missing, right?
And have it be a misfire, no less. Yeah. I was like, let me read. I gotta read that again. It did not say that, did it? Oh, yes, it did. I was like,
you gotta remember, we're the ones that make the try. So maybe they were test firing.
That's true. That is true. See, I like your logic, Rafi. You always kind of bring it right back down into normal. And of course,
not everything is a conspiracy.
Oh no, I'm pretty sure that probably was not a normal event at all. But I'll give you the 0.005% chance that it was a normal thing. But okay, pretty sure it wasn't. But on top of that, you guys, I was not here last week because of everything going on with my mother-in-law. But we had the Tucker Carlson interview with Vladimir Putin, and of course, we've got the fallout from it that we're starting to see now, where countries internationally are sanctioning Tucker personally for having the gall to try to get the other side of the story here from Vladimir Putin. Mm-hmm. Now, what I found interesting, and I'm going to take us out to break here in a minute. I'm just kind of put this thought out there, and we'll continue this when we come back. But what I found really interesting about it was that, like, my father, who is anti-Russian, and so not anti-Russian people, but he grew up, or he worked during the Cold War. He worked for DOD. He was a DOD contractor, so that's kind of embedded in him. Russia bad. Mm-hmm. By the time he got to the end of the interview, he had a very different thought process, and it was kind of, I guess you could say, it gave me hope for everybody else, because if my father could change his thought patterns, so can everybody else, because he was really deeply embedded with that thought that Putin was really evil. Mm-hmm. And he got to the end of it, and he was just like, you know what? He was sincere. He was sincere. Like, he knows his country's history. He was protecting his country. I wish we had a president like that right now. And I looked at him, I said, that's what I've been saying this whole time. We wish we had somebody like Putin in power, because Putin protects his motherland. Mm-hmm. Yep. I was like, here we are with, Biden, who's selling our country out from underneath. Mm-hmm. I was like, I said Putin was well within his rights to do what he did in Ukraine. He explained the whole annexation of Ukraine, what happened over there, how much of Ukraine really did not want to be annexed. They fought against it. He gave the whole history.
He really did.
Yeah, he did. And
he knows his stuff.
It's his country. But, I guarantee if you ask Biden, the man can't even remember who he talked to. And, he talks to dead French prime ministers. Right. So there's that. Not too humiliating.
That's a sign for you right there.
Oh, God. Dead Congress people, dead prime ministers, anything else he wants. The Egyptian president is the Mexican president, whatever.
Yeah.
All right, guys. With that, though, I'm going to take us out to the first break of the evening. Get up, get yourself something to drink. When we come back, we're going to continue on with some more of the current events. And, of course, we got to update with Big John and see what's going on in his arena. Hang in there. We'll be back with the all-new Cafe Enigma in just a moment.
All right, we're on radio break. Thank you, Nancy.
Oh, no problem.
I know this is,
had to go grab my blue light. I'm back now.
Dude, oh my God. Raphael's laughing. He's on mute, but he's freaking laughing.
Well,
serious.
I'm so glad
you had to grab his what?
In light of everything that's gone on, and that you guys can still laugh.
But you know what? His family, that was kind of nice today, where we were all kind of, as upset as everybody was, everybody was kind of cracking jokes at some point, and kind of,
That'll
like
never
Raphael's.
that will go down in your family history from here on out.
Oh
blue
my
light.
God. Oh my God. In fact, like, I wouldn't be surprised if I end up burying Raphael someday with the blue light, just as a memory. The blue light. There you go. You got your
Blue
blue
light
light.
special.
My brother Ron gave me a hug and
You're
he
on-
said, "Don't get that COVID shit on me."
You're on mute, honey. He doesn't realize he's on mute.
We can hear you though.
Oh Lord. I mean, and he was like a little kid. You know, like, oh, and I'm like, oh no. What-
No more
oh my God.
jumping in the bed.
So it glows orange, right?
Yeah. Oh
It's
my
supposed
God,
to.
John is really doing it.
Oh, I already did it. I pulled my shirt up, looked at my face.
You know
Oh,
that. You know what?
wait.
If you do that to Dorothy, she's probably gonna shove it up your butt. So I'm just putting that out there. You may not want to chase Dorothy around with that.
Yeah,
Well,
it won't
no,
be orange
she
then.
hadn't been vaccinated, and I haven't either. But they could have jabbed me while I was in the damn hospital.
No, that's
true.
what
That's true.
I think that was part of Raphael's fear because he was in ICU and they kept pushing him to get vaccinated. He was in ICU with COVID, but they kept pushing it and pushing it. And I said to him, "You don't even know because they never gave you a copy of your medical records.
I wouldn't
You
even
don't
let them
know."
swab my nose when I was in the hospital. I was like, keep that damn swab to yourself. Don't you know the virus could be on the end of the swab? Who the hell? It's probably made in China anyway. I mean, I just give them all kinds of stuff. They ran out of
Yeah,
room.
it's made in China.
That was the other thing I sent to Rafi today. I sent him the you guys know I've spoken about the biolabs in the Ukraine multiple times in the show. I've hit that subject. Well, I sent a video to Raphael today that he watched that explained exactly how long they've known they were there, exactly what type of labs were there, where they were, and the fact that they had hidden them in residential areas.
Yep.
And how Putin was well aware of it. And I told you guys, Putin and China went to the UN before COVID occurred and told them, you know, we want, you know, there are biolabs, level 4 biolabs in the Ukraine with gain of function abilities. We want them shut down. It's too close to the Russian border.
Big shout out to
There are no
Wobbly
secrets.
in the Kick Chat. Thanks for coming in. Seen you earlier today. Couldn't stick around. Hey, but you know, I'm all rested up, and we're getting the show out in our stream tonight. So thanks for coming in. Appreciate it. Sorry about that.
Yeah. There are no
You're good.
secrets except from the American people, right?
Well, and even the American people, it's not like, you know, I said to Rafi, there was bioclandestine. Vic, you know that. I post bio all the time.
Right.
You know, he got kicked off Twitter for posting the State Department site showing the level 4 biolabs in the Ukraine. Because they didn't get to it fast enough. Basically, I don't think they ever thought anybody would go looking.
Okay,
Well,
30
in
seconds.
that article,
Nance.
that thing that, you know, because I don't know whether I was on the same wavelength, but I had sent it also, you know, or somebody had sent it to me. Christopher had. And that was old. They put that out like in 2020. Right?
Yep.
So it was a nice reminder. But yeah, you know, you wonder. Oh,
Well, that's why they always thought that.
And here's countdown.
when Trump-
5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and you're live and on the radio side right now.
You know, sometimes you wish you could just take the break time and put it on the live show because we have some really kick butt conversations while we're on break. And it's just, you know, it's spitballing back and forth, but you know, it's really interesting because you kind of get to pick each other's brains and you realize you're all on the same page the whole darn time anyway. But we were literally during break, folks, we were discussing the Ukraine and the level 4 biolabs that were over in the Ukraine and how they tried so hard to call that a conspiracy theory. They really did, to the point of like banning people off social media platforms that produced evidence. Literally, they tried every which way to keep that under wraps. I mean, they tried so hard, and they couldn't. And it's funny because there are still people that will look at you and say, "Oh, that's conspiracy theory. You can't prove." No. You can prove it.
I said it to my book club friends. I said, no, Putin's not trying to take over Ukraine. He's just trying to get rid of the biolabs that are there. And they're
Well,
like, no, that's not right. And I'm like, oh, we'll see.
well, it wasn't just trying to do that. He was trying to liberate areas of Ukraine who did
From
not
the
want to
Nazis.
be annexed. Right.
Mhm.
They never wanted to not be part of Russia. It wasn't really their choice. They were kind of it was basically a forced situation.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that when Ukraine off. I remember that being a problem back then. You know, and again, there's treat differently and you look at it differently, but you know, once we got involved, once the CIA got in there and our State Department started quote unquote working its magic, that's when we all should have known that, you know, Ukraine was nothing but a puppet and it was there for the United States to set up some dominance right on the Russian border,
Mm-hmm.
which was stupid, really stupid.
Yep.
But I mean, even down to the gain of function, you know, the evidence that some of the gain of function work they were doing in the Ukraine biolabs was specific the Russian genetics. And it's like, yeah.
And of course, Putin would, you know, want to defend.
I wish we had a president who would want to defend us. We have a president here who's got our border literally wide open. Chinese coming through, Saudis coming through, Mexicans coming through, Colombians, Venezuelans coming through. And y'all got to note the fact Venezuelans not so happy with us. I mean, Russians coming through, you name it, it's coming across that border. Getting checked as far as, you know, do they have any kind of communicable diseases?
Mm-hmm.
Gee, are they vaccinated? I mean, literally, I mean, we've had cases of plague all down along the border now. Oh, well, it's what do they say? It's cyclical. Plague is cyclical. And
Actually,
yeah,
it is in the south, those parts, southwest. It is. That's pretty
it
normal.
does occur. And
Yeah.
actually, in Colorado, it tends to surface. Colorado, Washington State, the states where it does surface out in nature.
Uh-huh.
But the numbers have skyrocketed. Well, yeah, because you have all sorts of things coming across the border.
Mm-hmm.
Once again, and you know, they're already pretty much by loose estimates, they're saying that basically there are approximately like 2 or 3 million that came across the border that they never even, you know, there's no sight, no touch, no sound. They just know they're here. But yeah, there's no documentation of them all.
Mm-hmm.
So take whatever number they want to give you, which I guarantee is going to be 11 million, because Rafi will attest to the fact that that is the number they give every friggin' year. It never seems to 11 million every year. Okay, right. Okay. So take that number, whatever they cough up, and add another couple million to it. And yeah. What's happening as a result? Well, you've got California that just elected into office a non-citizen on their election commission.
Can you imagine?
What? I'm like, I just literally shake my head going, what? If I was a Californian, I'd be freaking out right now.
Mm-hmm.
But
and isn't the amount of people coming through, you know, that I guess would be allegedly allowed to vote? Wouldn't that be like responsible for 22 more seats?
Well, that's the other thing. It's bulking up their populations. That's why, you know, New York, as much as they're complaining, New York lost a large chunk of their population during COVID. A lot of people jumped out of New York. They did not want to be there. The lockdowns were too much. They were scared. New York is very crowded. So they went for sunnier shores, Texas, Florida, the Carolinas, but they jumped out of New York. New York lost a lot of their tax base.
Mm-hmm.
So now, you know, you've got all these illegals being influxed in, not because they're going to pay taxes, because trust me, folks, they're not. They're going to cost us. They're not even come close to the amount. Even if they paid taxes, it's not even going to come close to the amount that it's going to cost us.
Right.
So what are they? Depending on the laws that are passed, you know, New York is one of the states that does not check driver's licenses during voting. They don't. No,
That's
it's
insane.
like just show up and vote. We trust you. You know, but I don't even understand that. I don't understand how it could be discriminatory to request identification when you're
Well,
voting.
there are a lot of illegals anyway in New York City. I mean, apparently their economy depends on that. I mean, there's a whole lot of people that have been here for a while voting
Yeah, but
and they're
now
not documented.
but now what they're doing is they're doing the same thing that California has done for decades now, which is they take in the illegals, they dish out a ton of money to the illegals, and then they go to the federal government in order to get reimbursed. So in other words, California is not paying for the illegals. We are. The whole country is paying for the illegals. And New York is starting to do the same thing. New York is, there's, from what I read the other day, and this has been verified, the city of New York is giving $10,000 cards per illegal. $10,000 Visa cards.
That's
like
unconscionable.
let's just, dude, I'm like, well, maybe I could just renounce real quick, jump across the border, jump back across again, be like, where's my money? Because as far as I know, the federal government has never given me a dime. I've had to earn it all and then fight to get it back by fighting through your stupid tax laws every year.
Right.
So yeah, that you keep adjusting those tax laws. And now apparently that's still not good enough. Now you don't want the middle class to even recoup their overpayment, which is what these taxes are. It's an overpayment to the government.
Right.
So now you don't even want to give back our overpayment. And not only that, but you want to know every little dime and penny that we spend or we make.
Well, are New York, are they doing what California was going to do, that if you moved out of the state, you were going to have to pay an extra?
You do.
Yeah.
New York has done that for decades. When my parents moved here from New York, they had to pay an exit tax.
Okay.
So yeah, they have done that for a very long time. I never understood that. Wait a minute. So they're charging you to leave? What?
Because they can't recoup the money, the taxes.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But again, that's how they also kept people in the trap of the taxes. Who can pay the exit tax? Well, literally it's one of the highest paying states in the country. So you had to look at it from a moneymaker's point of view. And if you were the main breadwinner in the house, you're balancing, I'm not going to make, for what I do for a living, if I went to Florida or one of the states that don't have a state tax, where it's not as bad tax wise, I'm not going to make near the amount of money I'm making in New York. Yeah, New York may suck a lot of money up, but I'm still not going to even come close to balancing out. So it was a trap. It's kind of what I consider the like and welfare, the monetary payments of social services. It's a trap because once you start, it's not equitable to go get a job or money, because you're worse off working, paying taxes and covering your bills than you are living off the state.
Right. That's true. Somebody wasn't thinking when they did that.
Oh no, they were thinking very clearly. People is a well-behaved people usually. So all these people on welfare, and more people are, by the way, going on welfare now because people are just not able to keep up with rent increases, food increases. They're not. Gas increase. A lot of people can't drive to work anymore because it's too damn expensive. Insurance coverage. All of these things the prices have gone up astronomically. So, but your money's not going up. You're not getting paid more. So even dual working families are struggling.
But that's not fair to give the illegals coming in $10,000 on a credit card. I mean, it's like.
Do you guys remember the argument when Trump got elected? Do you remember one of the big arguments was that they kept swearing that illegals could not get public services? So they couldn't get Medicaid. They couldn't get food stamps. Do you guys remember that argument? because I remember it clearly. The fight. The Democrats were gnashing their teeth. Oh no, illegals, they're not, because they're not tax-paying citizens. No, they can't go on welfare. No, they can't get food stamps. Rafi, are you still with me here? I can't hear you. I mean, I can hear you, but I can't hear you on the thing. And he's mute. And he's unmute. And I still can hear him. I don't know what he said. Now I'm telling you, man. He's just having a hard time with Skype. But I mean, literally, Rafi will tell you they've been getting food stamps for years. And we pay for that. I don't, here's the thing. I don't blame the illegals that come up here to get our food stamps, to get our food, to get our money to send back home. I can't blame them.
Right.
I'd love to blame them, but I can't. Why?
Well, they've got a pistol to their heads.
Well, no, it's not even a pistol. It's, wouldn't you do it if you could improve your family's condition by coming north and working and, being able to send cash back and being able to eat and you're not being trafficked. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, but again, I can't get mad at them.
Mm-hmm.
I'd love to, but it's a survival skill and it's just, it is what it is. I'm more angry at both Democrats and Republicans in this country who have allowed this to happen. So they could profit, so their businesses could get cheap labor, or so, they would get more votes.
Yeah.
For whatever reason, and now we have an uncontrollable, absolute shit show at the border, and nobody's doing anything. They're arguing in Congress about money. Oh well, money. If we're gonna pay for the border to be somewhat secure, and that what they proposed wasn't even securing the border. It wasn't even close.
Mm-hmm.
But we have to pay for Ukraine and Israel too. So
yeah, that makes no sense.
None at all. And it's like, so basically you're telling us you don't give a crap about the American people at all. That's what your arguments up on the Hill are telling me. Because you're letting these petty things happen, and in the interim, eventually, there's going to be a massive tragedy. And there's not going to be anybody y'all can blame but yourselves. Because the people have told you what we want. I think it's like 82% of the nation has stated that they need to get the border under control.
Yeah.
I mean, that's Democrats and Republicans alike saying, okay, enough is enough.
Mm-hmm.
Now you have multiple states that are asking private residents to take illegals into their homes because they have nowhere else to put them.
And that's just wrong. That's like what in the Revolutionary War when they had to quarter the British Army.
Yeah,
yeah.
Yep.
Or isn't that what quartering it? Oh,
yeah, isn't that the Fourth Amendment of the United States actually forbids that? Yeah. But in the same respect, this is not military. But there again, if you call it an invasion, I don't know. Technically, there might be some technical stuff in there. And you got to imagine, too, a lot of these guys that are coming over are military-age guys.
Yeah. And that's military-age males. They're not a lot of other. And we're just going to go with male and female because, XX and XY. We're not going to do any other strange.
XX and XY.
Well, you'd be surprised down in the anthropology department. I mean, they have that, the correct pronoun thing too. And the only way you can get down to, you have to get down to XX or you go.
Literally, I mean, we could go alphabet soup all day with all the different things they claim to be. In fact, I was explaining something to Rafi the other day. I was like, oh no, it was my daughter I was explaining it to. Because she's like, I guess my grandson came up to her and said something about, she was saying something to him about, stop doing that, stop. I think he was scratching his you-know-what. She's like, stop, you go in private and do that. You don't do that right in front of your mother. And, you're a young man and you need to learn how to behave like, and he says, Mom, I'm not a young man. I'm non-binary.
Oh, no.
And she's like, She goes, Ma, I had to stop myself. She's like, I'm in the kitchen, and I turn around. She goes, I don't give a shit what you are. She's like, you do not. But I was like, where'd he get that from? And she says, well, I asked him, and it wasn't school. It was freaking TikTok. He's been watching TikTok. Yeah, TikTok videos. So I was like, Chris, I think maybe it's time to like ban the social media stuff off of their tablets.
Yeah.
She says, well, they'll just watch their friends' tablets. What are you going to do? And I'm like, no, but that's when your 11-year-old turns around and tells you they're non-binary.
At least you didn't make some crack about he'll be non something else.
Oh, and I told you better warn him not to say it in front of his father because his father will like kill him. I was like, that's not even funny. I mean, and she even said to him, do you even know what non-binary means? But of course, she asked me later, what exactly is non-binary? I'm like, oh my God. Oh, yeesh. But he was like, well, it means that I don't know if I'm a boy or a girl. And she was like, you don't know if you're a girl? You don't know if you're a girl? Didn't you have a girlfriend? Well, I could be a girl liking another girl. Really? So your appendage that reacted to your girlfriend is a girl? Oh no, she's my daughter's a hoot.
Oh, that's
she's like
by non-binary. You said I could be something else.
What does she say to him? So next time you think you're gonna shut me down with something like that, think first. She goes, because I'll remove your non-binary. What did she say? I will take away your non-binary tablet, your non-binary 3D printer, your non-binary PlayStation. I mean, she's rattling off the list of all the things she's going to take away from him. I was just like, oh, lordy, lordy, lord. But again, this is the society we're running into now. This is what we're dealing with.
Yeah.
Just.
And them thar hills.
And them bar hills. Oh, good Lord.
That's woke.
The wokeism.
Them thar hills. No. Yeah. Then no, really, they do go by that. Them and they. And they're. We know. Yeah. We know them.
Well, and I said to her, well, you could have told him he's an it. Oh God, the dog. Sorry, guys. I said you could have told him he's an it. I said I'm sure that would have gone over real well. And she's just like, Ma, I just don't understand where they're coming from with this. I was like, well, that, and then it went off into a discussion how he never wanted to adopt children because he was never going to spend that kind of money. I was like, oh my God, it's just, what the holy hell? Where are these kids learning these things?
Well, hopefully this will all get blown away at one point in time, and everybody will this will be a bad memory.
You know what, though, Vic? That's where I think people went wrong. Back when they were given trophies, everybody's a winner. That whole scenario when that was unfolding, back then I used to say this needs to stop. Because the more we look away and say that's their flakiness, not my flakiness, the more it catches fire. It's like, even now with the well, okay, so what? If they want to be non-binary, if they want to be transgender, if they just let them live their life, leave me alone. But they don't leave you alone.
Mm-hmm.
That's the thing. And it just keeps going.
Yeah, they shove it down our throats is what they do. I mean, every TV show has something in there, You can't get away from it.
Well, and it's funny. I was saying the other day, you watch shows and, you understand that, there's different representations culturally within America. There's different representations, obviously, sexually in America.
Mm-hmm.
But they're not all crammed into every figment of your life.
Exactly.
So these shows don't relate to a lot of people.
Mm-hmm.
I think The Big Bang Theory was the last show I watched that, it kind of touched, it went across lines a little bit, but not too hard, that I actually enjoyed. But now I can't even, the new shows that are on, nope. I have a real hard time.
And they've been pushing, well, they pushed the, gay thing for a long time, for a decade at least.
Queer
You
eye for
know,
the straight guy.
yeah,
Queer eye for the
and
straight
every
guy.
TV show has it. Any new TV show you have, it'll have somebody out there that's, and they want you to think that it's normal. But let's think about what normal is statistically, what is the percentage? And that's to your point that, how many of the people who choose to be transgender are there? There aren't that many, really. So
Well,
why are
how
we?
many of them? How many of this is what kills me because they start that stuff so young. They start pushing it to the young
Uh-huh.
people and exposing young people to things like that. And it's like, how did we go from a population that had 0.002%? No, it wasn't even. It was 0.0002% of the population was legitimately transgender or what is it called? Gender dysphoria. That was the diagnosis, gender dysphoria. And it was very, very rare. Very rare.
Exactly.
And now it's like if your kid doesn't like if my grandkid has two kids in his class that are identifying as the opposite sex. 2. He's in 5th grade. I mean, it just it's being pushed and I can't say that too there's not a medical reason why that there's not something in the food. I can't say that something isn't happening because genetically speaking they are finding things that are happening. Things are mutating. But again, still society plays the biggest role in how our children think and how they act and how they feel. Society on the whole. And people always say it falls on the family. No, that is not true. Because nowadays the family loses control of that child as soon as that child steps into a public school system.
Right.
If you want to have your child grow up with what your family believes in or what you want, you either homeschool them or you send them to a private school.
Right. Yep. Otherwise, ooh. Yeah.
Exactly. They're subject to whatever, and they believe it.
For the day.
Yep.
Right.
I mean, do you remember when we were kids? We all believed, good Lord, we believed Russia was going to nuke us. Don't you remember?
Getting under the seats. Yep.
Yep.
Under the chairs, under our desks. Yeah.
I mean, we believed that. We believed that Custer was a good guy. I mean, we'd have sworn to you that those Indians, man, they were horrible. I mean, because that's what you were taught. That's how history was taught to you. And now it's like, yeah, okay, so we've had that reality check where, yep, nope, Russia probably wasn't going to nuke us, and yep, nope, it was fear, so they could feed the war machine, and yep, nope, Custer was not a good guy.
How many times have I said that?
Oh yeah,
about having to have outside enemies so we can justify squashing our freedoms and spending more money on military.
Yep, and you know what's sad, Rafi? I think you figured that out before me in a sense, even though I enlightened you to a lot of things. 9/11 was not my trigger when it came to really, really seeing what they were up to. It was Benghazi. Benghazi was my trigger. That's because I knew that the Security Council was bipartisan, and I knew that they would be 100% aware of what was going on in Benghazi. So right there, I was like, oh my God, it's all of them. It's all of them. This is not a red-blue thing. This is all of them.
Absolutely.
So it was very Benghazi was my aha moment. And I still feel to this day there's no respect given to the men who lost their lives there. But I got to take us out to break, guys. Final break of the evening, folks. When we return, we're going to let John have some airtime. Are you ready? You ready for some airtime, John? John's not there. Hopefully,
he's going to come up for air. come up for air.
He's probably chasing Dorothy around with the blue light. With that, we'll be back in just a few moments with you on Cafe Enigma.
Blue light special.
And we're on radio break.
I guarantee he's chasing Dorothy around with that blue light.
Oh my God. She's going to pound him.
Did John say that he glowed orange?
I don't know. John, I saw you light up over there, John.
What?
Did you chase your wife down with the blue light?
Hell no. You know her. I ain't going to chase her with nothing.
I was going to say, your voice sounds normal. It's not high, squeaky pitched, which tells me probably not, because she'd have put your nads through your throat if you had.
Yeah. He's binary still, right?
Yeah.
He's binary.
But did it come up? Did you glow orange or anything, John?
No places. Couldn't find anything.
No filaments, no nothing?
I'll look.
With that, I have
You know
those
why,
devices.
hey, John? This is why. Because you've been getting beamed by those UFOs so many times. It's probably, when they zap you, it zaps that stuff off the surface. Who knows what's under your skin, dude?
Maybe so.
Or maybe because he's been zapped by lightning a couple of times. He's Teflon.
that
Maybe
could be
goes
too.
back out.
Baptized
So
by,
not having
by
that
lightning.
conversation. John. I ever tell you I've been struck by lightning twice as we're in the middle of a freaking monsoon. I'm like, oh my God, I'm going to die. The hell?
Three times. Get it right if you're going to talk about it. It's 3 times, not twice.
But the time to tell me that was not when we were in the middle of a friggin' monsoon with lightning hitting in the fields all around us. And I'm like going, and I'm already concerned because my car's washing off the road. Oh, yeah, no.
That was perfect timing.
Dude, if we had gotten stranded, I'd been like, you're walking by yourself. I'm going to be way over there.
My husband thinks that that's the reason why the UFOs, are hovering over because he glows.
Phenomenal.
I bet
there
Dee
you go.
thought that.
Plus,
I bet Dee thought there was no show tonight
Why?
because
Why would he-
Nancy.
I didn't let him know my mother-in-law passed.
Oh,
So
I thought maybe
there would be no reason for him to think that.
Oh,
What'd you do, Mark? What'd you do?
I didn't do anything. Maybe he's just up. Last week he got upset with me because I cut in. And it's like, and it's now time for the break, and we'll be right back. And he goes, "Hey, I can do that." I'm like, "Okay."
Oh boy. Maybe
I said,
you two
"Well,
just need to have a coming
I
to
said,
God.
Since Nancy wasn't here, I said I was gonna fill the gap. And he goes, "You don't need to do that." I'm like, "Okay."
yeah, I'm still non-binary, so I didn't know how to do it.
Oh my God, Vic, I
I'm
love
sorry.
you. Oh my God, I love you.
You couldn't help it. You couldn't help it.
I know. I couldn't. I can't help it sometimes.
And then after we ended last week, Vicky's like, "Hey, I'm out of here. I'm not gonna get caught in between you guys." I'm like, "What?" Like, it was like he left
Oh,
early.
it was that bad?
No.
I mean, no, it was just
No.
really short. And I'm like, really?
I didn't do it. Whatever it is, I didn't do it.
I
You
can
didn't
hear
do
it.
it.
I was gonna say, Mark, I don't think so because when D has a conflict, he'll text me.
Yeah.
He'll tell me he's got something's going on, and he did not. He just texted to make sure Rafi and I were okay
I don't know.
and to give his love.
Here lately, I feel like he's got some sort of a beef against me. I don't know.
I don't know. No, I don't think so.
Okay.
Where's the
I
beef?
thought it was fine.
Yeah, where's the
last
beef? Anyways, you got 30 seconds, and then we'll be back to wrap it
Roger
up.
that.
Man, tonight's going quick, huh?
It is.
Yeah, I'm kind of glad I jumped on though because he has not showed up.
Me too.
Oh.
I didn't want it to sound like the old Cafe Enigma. Anyways, here's your countdown. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. And we're live and on the radio side right now.
You know, guys, every time I come back on the air, I'm watching the time. It is 10:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, February the 21st, 2024. We are in the last portion of the all-new Cafe Enigma. But, it's funny because I'm always kind of wanting to, fast forward Mark because he gives us a countdown when we're coming in. I'm like, go faster before it's 10:31, and then I'm on an odd number, and my OCD is going to kick in, and I'm going to be like, not wanting to say it. So
You're not OCD.
I am very
Yes, you are.
particularly. I'm not like Rafi. Rafi's OCD, organized OCD. I am OCD in very weird ways. Like I don't like odd numbers. My books have to be a certain way. I I have to read certain things in a certain order. But otherwise, I'm chaos, and he'll do that. But I know where everything is. I know where everything is in my chaos. But
says the man who jumped on his mother's bed tonight. With the blanket.
Oh my God, I couldn't believe he did that. I couldn't believe he did that.
Now that's a little chaotic right there.
No, but it was just,
you gotta remember. I mean, she's been fighting this thing since 2022. It's not like an overnight thing. We hated the fact that she was even hurting, in pain. So it was, it was kind of a release for her. It's kind of get,
Yeah, that was awful. Yes, yeah, it's awful. Really bad.
Well, and she was very conscientious, she was very conscientious of her appearance. And that's kind of standard for the Latina women.
Mm-hmm.
But the condition she was in at the end, I know it horrified her because she would always touch her head like no hair, and she'd look at me and be like, I have no hair. That's why I gave her a hat, because she loves my hats, and so I gave her one of my like bejeweled hats. But she was super conscious of how she appeared, and it was
still
interesting.
Looked so graceful. I thought.
Oh, she's beautiful.
Beautiful. I mean, just even graceful, very feminine looking from the pictures that I even,
Well, it's funny. It's funny, Vic, because she was one of these women who she wasn't just beautiful on the outside. She was like a really beautiful person. Mm-hmm. Yes, she would do things that drove you nuts, but she was really she had a quality to her that was just really innocent, that I always loved. But granted, it would drive you nuts. It really would. Poor Ruffy. The 3-hour conversations that went in circles all the time because she didn't understand. But just always she never lost her temper. She just I don't know. I'm gonna miss her personally. I'm gonna miss her. Gonna miss her at the family events. I'm just gonna miss her. But I know she's in a better place right now. I know she's not feeling the pain. And she can watch over everybody, which is kind of what she's always done anyway. But with that,
the not being in pain is probably the most important part that we all were worried about.
Yeah.
My grandmother went out with cancer, and it was horrendous. So just watching her, because she didn't do pain management. So, it was ugly.
That's what I was thinking. If you, praying that, she, be let out of this life because it's so painful. You shouldn't feel guilty for that because, that's, but people do, because you're like, but that means that they're not here anymore. Yeah.
All right, guys, with that, I'm going to hand the mic over to John and let John kind of update everybody on what he's found in the UFO. What's in the skies, John? What's in the skies?
Well, a lot of fast objects, a lot of objects showing off, and there's a lot of them that are just getting the hell out of Dodge to go somewhere else.
Wow.
I've seen a bunch of maneuvering around. And yesterday, the orbs were completely absent in the yard whatsoever. There was not a single one in the yard anywhere, or the sky, or anything as far as that goes. All empty I was out just over an hour. And, just couldn't believe it. I was like, where the hell everybody go? I felt a little bit lonely and left out, like I'd done something bad. But they were there tonight, so I don't know. I just thought it was very interesting that that there was nothing going on.
Well,
absolutely nothing.
Do you think maybe it's correlated somewhat to the solar activity? That maybe when we get a flare coming in, it calms down?
I just think there was some crap going on somewhere else, and they were just probably obligated to be there instead of here.
Well, considering we had a nuclear submarine misfire a missile off our coast, that's a possibility. I'm just going to put that out there.
Isn't there 3 planes? Things
Well,
happen
if they
today.
leave me alone, it's got to be pretty serious, is the way I look at it. So,
Say that again, Vicky.
Wasn't there 4 plane incidents today? I was
Yes.
thinking, last week, Wednesday, it was, the most dangerous game. Okay, and that's a story about shooting or hunting people. And today is like, okay, now we have the most dangerous plane. What is up with that for today?
Yep. I know. I
What are we
posted the
not?
one with the. I
Yeah.
posted the video of the one with the wing that was shredding.
Yes.
Literally shredding as they're they're flying, and the wing is like shredding itself.
and
And
then
I'm thinking,
in the news also, the Chinese are using their new stealth jet, which uses plasma. There's a big surprise there.
oh boy.
Yep. That was in the
Well.
news. So,
Yeah.
whether it's true or not, who knows? It might not be true.
Well, and the Chinese also have their fusion that is capable of basically mimicking our sun. Which again, these are things that you see in your science articles, and you never think, well, wait a minute, if they're applying it, they would have to have tested it. Where did they test it? And how did that go? Because they're saying it actually puts out more power than the sun does.
Now, the one thing that I did notice across the internet was a lot of obvious UFO sightings that whoever's doing it, they're trying to imitate like what they would think a spacecraft looks like, and they're not real. They're not moving very fast. All they're doing is turning on their lights, flashing a bunch of colors. People are taking videos, and then they're turning their lights out and leaving. So, if you ask me, I would say that they're probably getting ready to kick off the Project Bluebeam.
Yeah,
that would be my take on the things. The videos that are coming in are just like, really? Wow, that's above a city. Geez, there's 12 lights on that thing. That's cool. But you don't see the object. All you see is the lights. And the lights look man-made. They don't look really, really bright to where you can't look at them. They look man-made. So
well, I was going to say, and the other problem you've got now, too, is you've got AI, which is capable of generating insanely realistic imagery.
Yeah.
It's very hard in some ways to discern if it's AI or not, especially if you have somebody who's a pro doing it. It's really hard, even in the video editing, to determine. So it's you've got to always factor that in. You've got to factor in the fact that they have advanced holographic technology beyond anything you could possibly imagine. To the point where which Spider-Man was it with the holographic guy?
Oh, Mysterio, was it No Way Home, or was it
Far Away Home?
There it is, Far Away Home.
Yeah, it was one before No Way Home.
That is literally realistic.
Yeah.
I've said it. Whenever you see movies like that technology's already here, and we're beyond it. I mean, at that point, it's
20 years old.
That
probably.
technology.
Yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
My yard was to the point to where I was like, okay, well, if this is somebody really messing with me with some little miniature drones, it would take a whole freaking football stadium of people controlling these things, to fly them all, unless they're AI. Hey, go over here, mess with this guy. Then you wouldn't have to hit the joystick or anything. They just fly across the yard, and I'd be sitting there going, wow, look at this. But I don't think that's the case. I can't see them wasting a bunch of resources on a redneck in Florida.
Well, one thing that I've noticed here lately, and I don't know if you've seen it too, Nance, but I've noticed that they got the, what is it? They're like a cloud or jellyfish cryptid, and it looks almost like a cloud, but it comes down and has tendrils down it, and that's making a big comeback again. I don't know if you guys seeing that or not.
Yeah, we're also seeing in the news there's a bunch of satellites that are coming down that were floated up with balloons. Did you guys see any of that?
Yes, that I did see that.
Satellites don't I mean, it's like they're not even in orbit. They're in high altitude and they're just coming down. I mean, I found a balloon on the farm in Tennessee while I was deer hunting. I was probably about 19 years old at the time, and I ran across this balloon that some kid had launched from the state of Texas in elementary school. And there it was in crayon. Hi, my name is Annie, and if you find this, contact the school at such and such. And that's a long ways from Texas. So, yeah, I found that. I was like, wow.
Well, I think I put it in one of my chats last week that I was concerned because I saw multiple events that would make you look skyward. You had the U.S. Congress coming out and basically making them declassify information, saying that.
You there, Nance?
Yeah,
Breaking up.
we lost you.
We lost you.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, now we can hear you.
We can now.
I don't know what happened.
It's a good old
That happened earlier on Censorship's show as well. I don't know.
Censored?
It's a Skype thing now.
It's possible, right? No, but what I was saying was that they've accused Russia of having nuclear warheads in space, and that's a concern. They could blow up a low orbit satellite, and I was kind of laughing at the fact that they were very specific about that low orbit satellite, because I'm like, yeah. So what will that do? EMP. Mm-hmm. So yeah, that gives them an excuse to say that's why the power grid went down. Same time, they're publishing articles about the cannibal flares that happened last week, the solar flares, which there were several massive ones. And I'm like, oh, wait, there's reason number 2 you can blame on a grid going down. Yep, flares will do it because it causes the EMP effect. And the last one, literally on the same day, was the fact that they lost, what was it? It was some kind of a drive. It was an experimental piece of equipment that they had put up there that they didn't even get to turn it on, and they lost it. It's like a $1 billion piece of equipment, and nobody knows really what it would do. It was for propulsion, though, and I'm like, so let me get this right. If it was for propulsion, guarantee it's going to have some kind of kinetic interaction in order to propel. So where'd it go? And that's also in lower orbit.
Yeah, I haven't seen any of the scramjets either. I captured one probably a year ago now, and it was going out of the East Coast, and it was so fast it looked like it was a half a mile in front of the vapor trail behind it, and it was in suborbit going across, but you could clearly see that it was a jet. And I mean, it was going. It was like the one from Tom Cruise's Maverick. It was just like that. And it was probably doing close to Mach 10, maybe a little bit more than that. And I'm sure the government was really surprised that I was able to video that. I happened to be looking and got a little zoom in there, and I'm like, wow, there goes a scramjet. Look at that thing go. Yeah.
I don't know if that's something I'd get excited about. Oh, wow, there goes a scramjet. Oh, shit.
Well, we've seen a SR-71 when I was active duty, and there was one that came across, and he was not doing Mach 3. Mach 3 is a joke. He was probably closer to Mach 6, Mach 7. I mean, he was really booking, and you could clearly see him. I mean, he was coming on, and then somebody had a little bit of radio contact with him, or they were listening to the radio conversation, one or the other, because they were all like, you want to see SR-71? There it comes. I was like, wow, cool.
Nice.
Yep. Seen them fly in Great Britain. They were still flying them before they parked them in mothballs. It was something to see. It looked like a flying guitar. It looked like a flying V in the air is what it looked like.
A flying V?
Yeah, literally. They knocked over one of the telephone booths, the red telephone booths over in Great Britain. They knocked over one. They were going across the runway taxiing, and one of them made a turn, and it a little bit too much thrust, I guess. Nobody was in the phone booth, thank God. But, yep, turned that over, and then there was a security police jeep that got flipped one time. That was interesting.
Oh, jeez.
So, yeah, there's a lot of information about that plane. You know, the fuel in that plane is a solid. at room temperature, it has a consistency of Jello. A lot of people don't know that.
Know the strangest facts. I swear to God, I love you, but you know the strangest things.
Well, the plane actually grows a foot. It gets a foot wider when it goes up in flight because it gets so hot that titanium
expands.
Yeah, it expands out when it lands on the ground. It leaks fuel everywhere. I mean, this whole damn thing's leaking, and then it seals back up again. It's crazy.
That is crazy.
You got to wonder, do they compensate for that loss of fuel when they're filling fuel tanks in the beginning?
Well, you gotta refuel it once it gets airborne. It has to be refueled. It uses a lot of fuel getting up there.
That's crazy.
Burner. I mean, that's a lot. And nobody really knows how fast they go. They go a lot faster than what they say they go. And you have to understand, every one of these guys that go out there to climb into one back then, they all had on spacesuits. So that tells you where they're flying at anyway. They're right on the edge of space. And not a lot of people know about one of the ones they tested. They skipped it out into orbit. And of course, once you get in space, there's no air and the engines go out and the guy's just kind of sitting there. So, yeah.
Crazy about that is that. Well, I think what's nuts about that is that you'll never know, because guys, even if we lose them.
Yep. Yeah, every one of those guys were astronaut qualified that operated that aircraft. As far as UFOs go, you know they had to have some serious sightings flying across the stratosphere like that. You know, they're closer than anybody.
The most popular sighting before the cell fire became public information, it was the most common sighting when it came to UFOs. People thought they were UFOs. For years, they thought they were UFOs. Oh, I saw this triangle-shaped object moving at incredible speeds. Well, yeah. Okay.
And I did capture the triangle. There was a triangle here. It was this accident I captured. I picked up the FLIR, and it showed up on the FLIR on a clear sky. There was not a cloud in the sky, but here's this triangle just sitting motionless with its nose pointing down, like pointed towards the yard. And I'm like, well, damn, that's a triangle. So I grabbed the full spectrum, and the full spectrum showed it up, but then I could not detect it with my night vision. Would not pick it up at all. And it's posted. I posted a video on there. It wasn't just one of us filming it. It was two of us filming it that night. So both of us captured it, looked at it, and it was there. Well, but when it left so suddenly, nobody realized it left. It was just gone.
Nancy and I know a guy that actually flies those triangles.
Yeah, well, it's
totally invisible. We've had him on the show before. John Titer II.
Oh God, I forgot about that.
John flew the little one and the big one.
Does he go in the dark?
Well, John does, but
we need to get John. If
John
we can, we need to get John back on the show one day again. He's kind of disappeared. I don't know if he went time traveling again or if he just decided to hang out with the Anunnaki and said, "Screw it here."
It's interesting because he went dead quiet during COVID.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody's heard from him.
During COVID, as soon as COVID started happening, I got a message from him. I'm on lockdown. You probably won't hear from me. And I haven't heard from him since. So, and he had his own personal TR-3B.
Wow.
Yeah.
John.
Yeah. Because he's not from this time. He's not from this time. He claims that he's from 2035.
Yep. And
we're not supposed to be around at 2035. 2030 is when we're supposed to be all at war and end of civilization.
Yeah. Well,
I thought we were supposed to live in pods.
John claims that there'll still be people in civilization, but it won't be the way we think it is.
live in pods and eat bugs, right?
And he's
We're gonna be
tried to
happy.
he's tried to guide us into a better path, and he's actually when Trump was president, and even Clinton and the others, he had a personal line to them, and well, they would correspond back and forth. He told me, and he said it on the show a bunch of times that he even talked to Clinton and Trump both. So, but his belief was Trump was going to be, if things would work out, would be our saving grace, or it's not going to work out at all.
So who would want
with
to
him
start a
bugging
bill?
out? With him bugging out, I don't
Really?
think it's going to work out. And that's nothing to laugh about, you know.
No. But with that, guys, we got to start wrapping it up. We only got 4 minutes left, and I need everybody to get their information out there to the listeners. So we'll start with John.
Oh, you can go to Florida Real UFO at YouTube, or you can go my name, John Bell, on X, which is formerly known as Twitter, and you'll see more videos than you can watch in a week.
All righty, Vicky.
Yep. And I'm on Telegram, and for such a time as this, and on X as Booklander21.
Rafi? I was going to say, Rafi, you want to unmute? Rafi?
Rafi's at Nancy's place. He's easy to find.
Is that right? You got it now?
There you go.
Can you hear me now?
Yes,
yeah,
we can.
So you can find me on Twitter at X_ICE_1811.
All righty, guys. And as always, you can find me on multiple platforms. On Twitter, formerly known as X, I am Writer on the Storm. In Telegram, I am Wiccan Vixen. Gasp. I know you're all surprised on that one. On Facebook, I am not under my name, as y'all know, same story. Charlotte Pagnata on Facebook. I'm also, believe it or not, I'm on Rumble under Wiccan Vixen, and I'm on Truth under Wiccan Vixen also. You can find me on any one of those platforms, or you can drop me an email at, wait for it, at wiccanvixen@gmail.com. All right, guys, I'm not like Dee. I'm not going to go into the 3-minute wrap up. I'm just going to basically tell y'all, just keep an eye on everything that's going on. A lot of these things, we all feel really helpless and hopeless that there's nothing we can do, but that is actually not true. 5 years ago, a group of people got together and decided they were not going to stand for misinformation anymore. And you know what? Now those people are more reliable when it comes to news than your mainstream media is. And I give kudos to the Anons. Any of the Anons listening, I give you kudos because y'all stuck it out and you brought the truth and you made the truth come forward. And because of you, the only reason this may work out in the end is because y'all brought the truth to light. And for that, society owes you a massive debt. No matter how this turns out, they owe you a debt. So guys, when you feel hopeless or you feel like you can't do anything, get out there, speak your truth. Post it to your social media. Yeah, you might get censored. I've been deplatformed. My husband's been deplatformed. I don't know if Vicky's been deplatformed. Pretty sure John gets censored on YouTube.
I get it.
Literally, this is your freedom. This is your future you're talking about.
Yeah.
If you do not exercise your rights and try to get people good and accurate information, not propaganda, but good and accurate information, if you don't exercise it, you're gonna lose them. And we've already seen it with the Patriot Act, where when it was passed, people thought this is for our best interest. Whenever the government removes your freedoms, it is never in your best interest, ever. That is every government that's ever collapsed. That is one of their first moves. They use fear to try to remove your freedom. And now we're 25 years later. And guess what, guys? We are more clamped down in this country. We have less freedom of speech than communist Russia had. Don't believe me? Ask somebody who came from communist Russia. They'll tell you real quick. With that, guys, go ahead.
Well, I want to interject one more thing. And if you're in public service, don't think about your pension. Don't think about your bennies. Don't think about any of that, because at the end of the day, that's not going to matter. Especially if you have kids, you're going to just sell them into slavery. So.
All right, guys, with that, we're out of here. Join us next week, same bad time, same bad station, for the all-new Cafe Enigma. Hopefully, Dee will be back with us. But otherwise, have a great evening. Thank you for joining us tonight.
Thank you. Good night.
All right, we are free and clear.
All righty, guys, I'm
as
dipping.
The outro file plays
You did
right
great.
now.
You really
Thank
both
you
of you
all
did.
for coming in tonight. Anybody who wants to stick around for after show, John, if you want, if you had any new videos, go ahead and post them up. I'm going to switch it over so that folks can see that on Skype. All right. So, yeah, and Nancy, you guys, you and Ralph are both troopers. I really appreciate it. I never expected you guys to come in tonight. Thank you.
Yes, thank you.
Not at all. Not at all. It was cathartic.
I know sometimes for me, doing the radio thing can be therapeutic. So,
I agree.
You know,
Thank you.
And there are people
Okay,
out there
sorry.
that, follow the show and care. Besides me.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
All right.
I'm sorry.
All right.
Yeah. Have a good night, guys.
All right.
Have a
You
good
guys
night.
take
You
care.
too.
Vicky,
Get some rest.
really appreciate you coming in too. John, are you still around?
Yeah, I gotta go though. I got stuff to do and gotta get up
Oh, you
early in
gotta
the morning.
go. I see how it is. All right. Yeah. Oh
he
my
gets
goodness.
worn out watching those UFOs.
He's not
you know.
here, so you gotta go. Okay. All right.
All right.
I can picture you two doing Think Out Loud radio together one day. Like he used to do with David. Him and David used to do Think Out Loud radio together for a little while. Oh, okay, Vicky. Guess it's just you and me, unless you want to hang it up. You got anything new?
Nope, I just was, I know that there's a part where if we're looking at, airplanes, or we're looking at, shootings and stuff, we're not supposed to be looking at something else. And that's what I was trying to figure out.
Yeah.
What are we not supposed to be paying attention to?
Well, what
That
they're
it would-
what they're
Go
putting
ahead.
in front of us is not what we're supposed to pay attention to. It's something
Right.
that's in front of us, beside us, or behind us. But it's out in the open.
Mhm.
And we all know it's there. That's just how it works. Gameplay boy 22222. Appreciate you, man. Thanks for coming in and always supporting in the Kick channel. Everybody out there, I don't have enough people to host over tonight, so I'm going to end it here. You guys have been fun. I'm probably, when I get done here, I'm going to go over and hang out with Nikki Tude and hang out with her until I get done editing. Appreciate each and every one of you. Hope to see you on Sunday for a more live show with the Censorship Sucks Roundtable Radio Show and more Cafe Enigma and Censorship Sucks on Wednesdays. And if you're listening on any of these platforms, you may even hear me do a daily stream with paranormal, horror, old-time radio type stuff and more. So check it out. I got lots of
Good night.
content.